Section 1 of Greatheart. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Part 1, Chapter 1. The Wanderer. Biddy Maloney stood at the window of her mistress's bedroom and surveyed the world with eyes of stern disapproval. There was nothing of the smart lady's maid about Biddy. She abominated smart ladies' maids. A flyaway French cap and an apron barely reaching to the knees were to her the very essence of flighty impropriety. There was just such a creature in attendance upon Lady Grace Devine, who occupied the best suite of rooms in the hotel, and Biddy very strongly resented her existence. In her own mind, she despised her as a shameless hussy, wholly devoid of all ideas of decency. Her resentment was partly due to the fact that the indecent one belonged to the party in possession of the best suite, which they had occupied some 3 weeks before Biddy and her party had appeared on the scene. It was all Master Scott's fault, of course. He ought to have written to engage rooms sooner. But then, to be sure, the decision to migrate to this winter paradise in the Alps had been a sudden one. That had been Sir Eustace's fault. He was always so sudden in his ways. Biddy sighed impatiently. Sir Eustace had always been hard to manage. She had never really conquered him, even in the days when she had made him stand in the corner and go without sugar in his tea. She well remembered the shocking occasion on which he had flung sugar and basin together into the fire, so that the others might be made to share his enforced abstinence. She believed he was equal to committing a similar act of violence if balked, even now. But he never was balked. At 35 he reigned supreme in his own world. No one ever crossed him, unless it were Master Scott. And of course no one could be seriously angry with him. Poor dear young man. He was so gentle and kind. A faint maternal smile relaxed Biddy's grim lips. She became aware that the white world below was aflood with sunshine. The snowy mountains that rose against the vivid blue were dreamlike in their beauty. Where the sun shone upon them, their purity was almost too dazzling to behold. It was a relief to rest the eyes upon the great patches of pine woods that clothed some of the slopes. "I wonder if Miss Isabel will be happy here," mused Biddy. That, to her mind, was the only thing on earth that really mattered. Practically the only thing for which she ever troubled her Maker. Her own wants were all amalgamated in this one great desire of her heart, that her darling's poor torn spirit should be made happy. She had wholly ceased to remember that she had ever wanted anything else. It was for Miss Isabel that she desired the best rooms, the best carriages, the best of everything. Even her love for Master Scott, poor dear young man, depended largely upon the faculty he possessed for consoling and interesting Miss Isabel. Anyone who did that earned Biddy's undying respect and gratitude. Of the rest of the world, save for a passing disapproval, she was scarcely aware. Nothing else mattered in the same way. In fact, nothing else really mattered at all. Ah, a movement from the bed at last. Her quick ears, ever on the alert, warned her on the instant. She turned from the window, with such a mother-love shining in her old brown face under its severe white cap, as made it as beautiful in its way as the paradise without. "Why, Miss Isabel, darling, how have you slept, then?" she said, in the soft crooning voice which she kept for this one beloved being alone. 2 white arms were stretched wide outside the bed. 2 dark eyes, mysteriously shadowed and sunken, looked up to hers. "Has he gone already, Biddy?" a low voice asked. "Only a little way, darling. He's just round the corner," said Biddy tenderly. "Will you wait a minute while I give you your tea?" There was a spirit kettle singing merrily in the room. She busied herself about it, her withered face intent over the task. The white arms fell upon the blue travelling rug that Biddy had spread with loving care outside the bed the night before to aid her mistress's comfort. "When did he go, Biddy?" the low voice asked, and there was a furtive quality in the question, as if it were designed for none but Biddy's ears. Did he leave no message? Ah, to be sure, said Biddy, turning her face for a moment, and the likes of me to have forgotten it. He sent you his best love, darlint, and you were to eat a fine breakfast before you went out. The sad eyes smiled at her from the bed, half gratified, half incredulous, like the eyes of a lonely child who listens to a fairy tale. It was like him to think of that, Biddy, but I wish he had stayed a little longer. I must get up and go and find him. Hasn't he been with you through the night? Asked Biddy, bent again to her task. Nearly all night long, the answer came, on a note of triumph. Yet there was also a note of challenge in it also. Then what more would you have? Said Biddy wisely. Leave him alone for a bit, darlint. Husbands are better without their wives sometimes. A low laugh came from the bed. Oh, Biddy, I must tell him that. He would love your bon mots. Did he say when he would be back? That he did not, said Biddy, still absorbed over the kettle. But there's nothing in that at all. You can't always be expecting a man to give account of himself. Now, Mavourneen, I'll give you your tea, and you'll be able to get up when you feel like it. Ah, there's Master Scott. And would you like him to come in and have a cup with you? 3 soft knocks had sounded on the door. The woman in the bed raised herself, and her hair fell in glory around her. Hair that at 25 had been raven black. Hair that at 32 was white as the snow outside the window. "Is that you, Stumpy dear? Come in," she called. Her voice was hollow and deep. She turned to face the door, a beautiful wasted face, with hungry eyes that watched and waited perpetually. The door opened very quietly and unobtrusively, and a small, insignificant man came in. He was about the size of the average schoolboy of 15, and he walked with a slight limp, one leg being a trifle shorter than the other. Notwithstanding this defect, his general appearance was one of extreme neatness. From his colourless but carefully trained moustache and small trim beard to his well-shod feet, his clothes, like his beard, fitted him perfectly. His close-cropped hair was also colourless, and grew somewhat far back on his forehead. His pale grey eyes had a tired expression, as if they had looked too long or too earnestly upon the turmoil of life. He came to the bedside and took the thin white hand outstretched to him, on which a wedding ring hung loose. He walked without awkwardness. There was even dignity in his carriage. He bent to kiss the uplifted face. "Have you slept well, dear?" Her arms reached up and clasped his neck. "Oh, Stumpy, yes. I have had a lovely night. Basil has been with me. He has gone out now, but I am going to look for him presently." "Many happy returns of the day to you, Master Scott," put in Biddy rather pointedly. "Ah, yes, it is your birthday. I had forgotten. Forgive me, Stumpy darling. You know I wish you always the very, very best." The clinging arms held him more closely. "Thank you, Isabel." Scott's voice was as tired as his eyes, and yet it had a certain quality of strength. "Of course, it's a very important occasion. How are we going to celebrate it?" "I have a present for you somewhere. Biddy, where is it?" Isabel's voice had a note of impatience in it. "It's here, darlint, it's here." Biddy bustled up to the bed with a parcel. Isabel took it from her and turned to Scott. "It's only a silly old cigarette case, dear, but I thought of it all myself. How old are you now, Stumpy?" "I am 30, he answered, smiling. "Thank you very much, dear. It's just the thing I wanted. Only too good." "As if anything could be too good for you," his sister said tenderly. "Has Eustace remembered?" "Oh, yes. Eustace has given me a saddle. But as he didn't think I should want it here, it has to be presented when we get home again." He sat down on the side of the bed, still inspecting the birthday offering. "Haven't you had anything from anyone else?" Isabel asked after a moment. He shook his head. "Who else is there to bother about a minnow like me?" "You're not a minnow, Scott. And didn't Basil give you anything?" Scott's tired eyes looked at her with a sudden fixity. He said nothing, but a piteous look came into Isabel's face under his steady gaze, and she dropped her own as if ashamed. "Whisht! Master Scott, darlint, for the Lord's sake don't you go upsetting her," warned Biddy in a sibilant whisper. "I had trouble enough last night. If it hadn't been for the draught she wouldn't have slept at all." Scott did not look at her. "You should have called me," he said, and, leaning forward, took his sister's hand. "Isabel, wouldn't you like to come out and see the skaters? There is some wonderful luging going on too." She did not raise her eyes. Her whole demeanour had changed. She seemed to droop, as if all animation had gone. "I don't know," she said listlessly. "I think I would almost as soon stay here." "Have your tea, darlint," coaxed Biddy, on her other side. "Eustace will be coming to look for you if you don't," said Scott. She started at that, and gave a quick shiver. "Oh no, I don't want Eustace. Don't let him come here, Stumpy, will you?" "Shall I go and tell him you are coming, then?" asked Scott, his eyes still steadily watching her. She nodded. Yes, but I don't want to be made. Basil never made me do things." Scott rose. "I will wait for you downstairs. Thank you, Biddy. Yes, I'll drink that first. No tea in the world ever tastes like your brew." "Get along with your blarney, Master Scott," protested Biddy. "And you and Sir Eustace mustn't tire Miss Isabel out. Remember, she's just come a long journey, and it's not wonderful at all that she don't feel like exerting herself." A red fire of resentment smouldered in the old woman's eyes, but Scott paid no attention to it. "You'd better get some sleep yourself, Biddy, if you can," he said. "No more, thanks. You will be out in an hour, then, Isabel?" "Perhaps," she said. He paused, standing beside her. "If you are not out in an hour, I shall come back and fetch you," he said. She put forth an appealing hand, like a child. "I will come out, Stumpy. I will come out," she said tremulously. He pressed the hand for a moment. "In an hour, then. I want to show you everything. There is plenty to be seen." He turned to the door, looked back with a parting smile, and went out. Isabel did not see the smile. She was staring moodily downwards, with eyes that only looked within. End of Section 1. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, February 2022. Section 2 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Looker-On. Down on the skating rink below the hotel, a crowd of people were making merry. The ice was in splendid condition. It sparkled in the sun like a sheet of frosted glass, and over it the skaters glided with much mirth and laughter. Scott stood on the road above and watched them. There were a good many accomplished performers among them, and there were also several beginners. But all seemed alike infected with the gaiety of the place. There was not one face that did not wear a smile. It was an invigorating scene. From a slope of the white mountainside beyond the rink, the shouts of laughter of hires came through the crystal air. A string of luges was shooting down the run, and even as Scott caught sight of it, the foremost came to grief, and a dozen people rolled ignominiously in the snow. He smiled involuntarily. He seemed to have stepped into an atmosphere of irresponsible youth. The air was full of the magic fluid. It stirred his pulses like a draught of champagne. Then his eyes returned to the rink, and almost immediately singled out the best skater there. A man in a white sweater, dark, handsome, magnificently made, supremely sure of himself, darted with the swift grace of a swallow through the throng. His absolute confidence and splendid physique made him conspicuous. He executed elaborate figures with such perfect ease and certainty of movement that many turned to look at him in astonished admiration. "Great Scott!" said a cracked voice at Scott's shoulder. He turned sharply and met the frank regard of a rosy-faced schoolboy, a little shorter than himself. "Look at that bloomin' swell," said the newcomer in tones of deep disgust. "He seems to have sprouted in the night. I've no use for these star skaters myself. They're all so beastly sidey." He addressed Scott as an equal, and as an equal Scott made reply, "P'raps when you're a star skater yourself you'll change your mind about 'em." The boy grinned. "Ah, p'raps. You're a new chum, aren't you?" "Very new," said Scott. "Can you skate?" asked the lad. "But of course you can. I suppose you're another dark horse. It's too bad, you know. Just as Dina and I are beginning to fancy ourselves at it. We began right at the beginning, too." "Consider yourself lucky," said Scott, rather briefly. "What do you mean?" The boy's eyes flashed over him intelligently, green eyes humorously alert. Scott glanced downwards. "I mean my legs are not a pair, so I can't even begin." "Oh, bad luck, sir." The equality vanished from the boy's voice. He became suddenly almost deferential, and Scott realised that he was no longer regarded as a comrade. "Still," he hesitated, "you can luge, I suppose?" "I don't quite see myself," said Scott, looking across once more to the merry group on the distant run. "Any idiot can do that," the boy protested, then turned suddenly a deep red. "Oh, law, I didn't mean that. Hi, Dina!" He turned to cover his embarrassment, and sent a deafening yell at the sun-bathed facade of the hotel. "Are you never coming, you cuckoo? Half the morning's gone already." "Coming, Billy!" At once a clear, gay voice made answer, and the merriest face that Scott had ever seen made a sudden appearance at an open window. "Darling Billy, do keep your hair on for just 2 minutes longer. Yvonne has been trying on my fancy dress, but she's nearly done." The neck and shoulders, below the laughing face, were bare, and a bare arm waved in a propitiatory fashion ere it vanished. "Looks as if the fancy dress is a minus quantity," observed Billy to his companion with a grin. "I didn't see any of it, did you?" Scott tried not to laugh. "Your sister?" he asked. Billy nodded affirmation. "She ain't a bad urchin," he observed, "as sisters go. We're staying here along with the Devines. Ever met 'em? Lady Grace is a holy terror. Her husband is a horrible stuck-up bore of an Anglo-Indian. Thinks himself everybody, and tells the most awful howlers. Rose, that's the daughter, is by way of being very beautiful. There she goes now, see, that golden-haired girl in red. She's another of your beastly star skaters. I bet she'll have that big bounder cutting capers with her before the day's out." "Think so?" said Scott. Billy nodded again. "I suppose he's a prince, at least. My word, doesn't he fancy himself? Look at that now. Side, sheer side." The skater under discussion had just executed a most intricate figure not far from them. Having accomplished it with that unerring and somewhat blatant confidence that so revolted Billy's schoolboy soul, he straightened his tall figure and darted in a straight line for the end of the rink above which they stood. His hands were in his pockets. His bearing was superb. He described a complete circle below them before he brought himself to a stand. Then he lifted his dark, arrogant face. He wore a short-clipped moustache, which by no means hid the strength of a well-modelled, though slightly sneering mouth. His eyes were somewhat deeply set, and shone extraordinarily blue under straight black brows that met. The man's whole expression was one of dominant self-assertion. He bore himself like a king. "Well, Stumpy," he said, "where's Isabel?" Scott's companion jumped, and beat a swift retreat. Scott smiled a little as he made reply. "I have been up to see her. She will be out presently. Biddy had to give her a sleeping draught last night." "Damn," said the other in a fierce undertone. Did she call you first? No. Then why the devil didn't she? I shall sack that woman. Isabel hasn't a chance to get well with a mischievous old hag like that always with her. I think Isabel would probably die without her, Stumpy responded, in his quiet voice, which presented a vivid contrast to his brother's stormy utterance. And Biddy would probably die too, if she consented to go, which I doubt. Oh, damn Biddy! The sooner she dies the better. She's nothing but a perpetual nuisance. What is Isabel like this morning? Scott hesitated, and his brother frowned. That's enough. What else could anyone expect? Look here, Scott, this thing has got to end. I shall take that sleeping stuff away. If you can get hold of it, put in Scott dryly. You must get a hold of it. You have ample opportunity. It's all very well to preach patience, but she has been taking slow poison for 7 years. I am certain of it. It's ridiculous. It's monstrous. It's got to end. He spoke with impatient finality, his blue eyes challenging remonstrance. Scott made none. Only after a moment he said, If you take away one prop, old chap, you must provide another. A broken thing can't stand alone. But need we discuss it now? As I told you, she is coming out presently, and this glorious air is bound to make a difference to her. It tastes like wine. It was at this point that the golden-haired girl in red suddenly glided up and sat down on the bank a few yards away to adjust a skate. Sir Eustace turned his head, and a sparkle came into his eyes. He watched her for a moment, then left his brother without further words. "Can I do that for you?" he asked. She lifted a flushed face. "Oh, how kind of you! But I have just managed it. How lovely the ice is this morning!" She rose with the words, balancing herself with a grace as finished as his own, and threw him a dazzling smile of gratitude. Scott, from his post of observation on the bank, decided that she certainly was beautiful. Her face was almost faultless, and yet it seemed to him that there was infinitely more of witchery in the face that had laughed from the window a few minutes before. Almost unconsciously he was waiting to see the owner of that face emerge. He watched the inevitable exchange of commonplaces between his brother and the beautiful Miss Devine, whose graciousness plainly indicated her willingness for a nearer acquaintance, and pleasantly he saw them move away side by side. "What did I tell you?" said Billy's voice at his shoulder. "But you might have said that chap belonged to you. How was I to know?" "Oh, quite so," said Scott. "Pray don't apologise. He doesn't belong to me either. It is I who belong to him." Billy's green eyes twinkled appreciatively. "You're his brother, aren't you?" Scott looked at him. "How on earth do you know that?" He looked back with his frank, engaging grin. "Oh, there's the same hang about you. I can't tell you what it is. Dina would know directly. You'd better ask her." "I don't happen to have the pleasure of your sister's acquaintance," observed Scott with his quiet smile. "Oh, I'll soon introduce you if that's what you want," said Billy. "Come along, there she is now, just crossing the road. By the way, I don't think you told me your name." "My name is Studley. Scott Studley. Stumpy to my friends," said Scott, in his whimsical, rather weary fashion. Billy laughed. "You're a sport," he said. "When I know you a bit better, I shall remember that. Hi, Dina. What a deuce of a time you've been. This is Mr. Studley, and he saw you at the window without anything on." "I'm sure he didn't, Billy. How dare you?" Dina's brown face burned an indignant red. She looked at Scott with instant hostility. "Oh, please," he protested mildly. "That's not quite fair on me." "Serves you right," declared Billy with malicious delight. "You played me a shabby trick, you know." Dina's brow cleared. She smiled upon Scott. "Isn't he a horrid little pig? How do you do? Isn't it a ripping day? It makes you want to climb, doesn't it? I wish I'd got an alpenstock." "Can't you get one anywhere?" asked Scott. "I thought they were always to be had." "Yes, but they cost money," sighed Dina, "and I haven't got any. It doesn't really matter, though. There are lots of things to do. Are you keen on luging?" "I am." Her bright eyes smiled into his with the utmost friendliness, and he knew that she would not commit Billy's mistake and ask him if he skated. Her smile was infectious. The charm of it lingered after it had passed. Her eyes were green like Billy's, only softer. They had a great deal of sweetness in them, and a spice, just a spice, of devilry as well. The rest of the face would have been quite unremarkable, but the laughter-loving mouth and pointed chin wholly redeemed it from the commonplace. She was a little brown thing like a woodland creature, and her dainty air and quick ways put Scott irresistibly in mind of a pert robin. In reply to her question, he told her that he had arrived only the night before. "And I am quite the tyro," he added. "I have been watching the luging on that slope, and thanking all the stars that control my destiny that I wasn't there." She laughed, showing a row of small white teeth. "Oh, you'd love it once you started. It's a heavenly sport if the run isn't bumpy. Isn't this a glorious atmosphere? It makes one feel so happy." She came and stood by his side to watch the skaters. Billy was seated on the bank, impatiently changing his boots. "I'm not going to wait for you any longer, Dina," he said. "I'm fed up." "Don't then," she retorted. "I never asked you to." "What a lie," said Billy, with all a brother's gallantry. She threw him a sister's look of scorn, and deigned no rejoinder. But in a moment the incident was forgotten. "Oh, look there!" she suddenly exclaimed. "Isn't that just like Rose Devine? She's always sure to appropriate the most handsome man within sight. I've been watching that man from my window. He is a perfect Apollo, and skates divinely, and now she's got him." Deep disgust was audible in her voice. Billy looked up with a sideways grin. "You don't suppose he'd look at a sparrow like you, do you? He prefers a swan, you bet." "Be quiet, Billy," commanded Dina, making an ineffectual dig at him with her foot. "I don't want him to look at me. I hate men. But it's too bad the way Rose always chooses the best. It's just the same with everything. And I long, oh, I do long, sometimes, to cut her out." "I should myself," said Scott unexpectedly. "But why don't you? I'm sure you could." She threw him a whimsical smile. "I?" she said. "Why, that's about as likely as—" She stopped short in some confusion. He laughed a little. "You mean I might as soon hope to cut out Apollo? But the cases are not parallel, I assure you. Besides, Apollo happens to be my brother, which makes a difference." "Oh, is he your brother? What a good thing you told me," laughed Dina. "I might have said something rude about him in a minute." "Like me," said Billy, stumbling to his feet. "I made a most horrific blunder, didn't I, Mr. Studley? I called him a bounder." Dina looked at him witheringly. "You would. Well, I hope you apologised." Billy stuck out his tongue at her. "I didn't then," he returned, and skated elegantly away on one leg. "Billy," remarked Dina dispassionately, "is not really such a horrid little beast as he seems." Scott smiled his courteous smile. "I had already gathered that," he said. Her green eyes darted him a swift look, as if to ascertain if he were in earnest. Then, "That was very nice of you," she said. "I wonder how you knew." He still smiled, but without much mirth. "A looker-on sees a good many things, you know," he said. Dina's eyes flashed, understanding. She said no more. End of Section 2. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, February 2022. Section 3 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Search. When Isabel came slowly forth at length from the hotel door whither Biddy had conducted her, Scott was sitting alone on a bench in the sunshine. He rose at once to join her. "Why, how quick you have been! Or else time flies here. Eustace is still skating. I had no idea he was so accomplished. See, there he is." But Isabel set her haggard face towards the mountain road that wound up beyond the hotel. "I am going to look for Basil," she said. "It's a waste of time," said Scott quietly, but he did not attempt to withstand her. They turned side by side up the hard, snowy track. For some time they walked in silence. At a short distance from the hotel, the road ascended steeply through a pine wood. dark and mysterious as an enchanted forest, through which there rose the sound of a rushing stream. Scott paused to listen, but instantly his sister laid an imperious hand upon him. "I can't wait," she said. "I'm sure he is just round the corner. I heard him whistle." He moved on in response to her insistence. "I heard that whistle too," he said, "but it was a mountain boy." He was right. At a curve in the road they met a young Swiss lad, who went by them with a smile and salute, and fell to whistling again when he had passed. Isabel pressed on in silence. She had started in feverish haste, but her speed was gradually slackening. She looked neither to right nor left, her eyes perpetually strained forward as though they sought for something just beyond the range of their vision. For a while Scott limped beside her without speaking, but at last, as they sighted the end of the pine wood, he gently broke the silence. "Isabel, dear, I think we must turn back very soon." "Oh, why?" she said. "Why? You always say that when—" There came a break in her voice, and she ceased to speak. Her pace quickened so that he had some difficulty in keeping up with her, but he made no protest. With the utmost patience he also pressed on. But it was not long before her strength began to fail. She stumbled once or twice, and he put a supporting hand under her elbow. As they neared the edge of the pines, it became evident that the road dwindled to a mere mountain path, winding steeply upwards through the snow. The sun shone dazzlingly upon the great waste of whiteness. Very suddenly Isabel stopped. "He can't have gone this way after all," she said, and turned to her brother with eyes of tragic hopelessness. "Stumpy, Stumpy, what shall I do?" He drew her hand very gently through his arm. "We will go back, dear," he said. A low sob escaped her, but she did not weep. "If only I had the strength to go on and on and on," she said. "I knew I should find him some day then." "You will find him some day," he answered with grave assurance. "But not yet." They went back to the turn in the road, where the sound of the stream rose like fairy music from an unseen glen. The snow lay pure and untrodden under the trees. Scott paused again, and this time Isabel made no remonstrance. They stood together, listening to the rush of the torrent. "How beautiful this place must be in springtime," he said. She gave a sharp shiver. "It's like a dead world now." "A world that will very soon rise again," he answered. She looked at him with vague eyes. "You are always talking of the resurrection," she said. "When I am with you, I am often thinking of it," he said with simplicity. A haunted look came into her face. "But that implies death," she said, her voice very low. "And what is death?" said Scott gently, as if he reasoned with a child. "Do you think it is more than a step further into life? The passing of a boundary? That is all." "But there is no returning," she protested piteously. "It must be more than that." "My dear, there is never any returning," he said gravely. "None of us can go backwards. Yesterday is but a step away, but can we retrace that step? No, not one of us." She made a sudden, almost fierce gesture. "Oh, to go back!" she cried. "Oh, to go back! Why should we be forced blindly forward, when we only want to go back?" "It is the universal law," said Scott. "That is God's will." "It's cruel, it's cruel," she wailed. "No, it is merciful. So long as there is death in the world we must go on. We have to get past death." She turned her tragic eyes upon him. "And what then? What then?" Scott was gazing steadfastly into her face of ravaged beauty. "Then the resurrection," he said. "There are millions of people in the world, Isabel, who are living their lives solely for the sake of that, because they know that if they only keep on, the resurrection will give back to them all that they have lost. My dear, it is not going back that could help anyone. The past is past. The present is passing. There is only the future that can restore all things. We are bound to go forward, and thank God for it." Her eyes fell slowly before his. She did not speak, but after a moment gave him her hand with a shadowy smile. They continued the descent side by side. Another curve of the road brought them within sight of the hotel. Scott broke the silence. "Here is Eustace, coming to meet us." She looked up with a start, and into her face came a curious, veiled expression, half furtive, half afraid. "Don't tell him, Stumpy," she said quickly. "What, dear?" "Don't tell him I have been looking for Basil this morning. He wouldn't understand, and you know, I must look for him sometimes. I shall lose him altogether if I don't." "Shall we pretend we are enjoying ourselves?" said Scott with a smile. She answered him with a feverish earnestness. "Yes, yes, let us do that. And Stumpy dear, you are good. You can pray. I can't, you know. Will you pray sometimes, that I may find him?" "I shall pray that your eyes may be opened, Isabel," he answered, "so that you may know you have never really lost him." She smiled again, her fleeting, phantom smile. "Don't pray for the impossible, Stumpy," she said. I think that would be a mistake." "Is anything impossible?" said Scott. He raised his hand before she could make any answer, and sent a cheery hulloa down to his brother, who waved a swift response. They quickened their steps to meet him. Eustace was striding up the hill with the easy swing of a giant. He held out both hands to Isabel as he drew near. She pulled herself free from Scott, and went to him as one drawn by an unseen force. "Ah, that's right," he said, and bent to kiss her. "I'm glad you've been for a walk, but you might have come and spoken to me first. I was only on the rink." "I didn't want to see a lot of people," said Isabel, shrinking a little. I don't like so many strangers, Eustace." "Oh, nonsense," he said lightly. "You have been buried too long. It's time you came out of your shell. I shan't take you home again till you have got quite over that." His tone was kindly, but it held authority. Isabel attempted no protest, only she looked away over the sparkling world of white and blue, with something near akin to despair in her eyes. Scott took out his cigarette case and handed it to his brother. "Isabel's birthday present to me," he said. Eustace examined it with a smile. "Very nice. Did you think of it all by yourself, Isabel?" "No," she said with dreary listlessness. "Biddy reminded me." Eustace's face changed. He frowned slightly and gave the case back to his brother. "Have a cigarette," said Scott. He took one absently, and Scott did the same. "How did you get on with the lady in red?" he asked. Eustace threw him a glance, half humorous, half malicious. "If it comes to that, how did you get on with the little brown girl?" "Oh, very nicely," smiled Scott. "Her name is Dina." "Your lady's name is Rose Devine, if you care to know." "Really?" said Eustace. "And who told you that?" "Dina, of course, or Dina's brother, I forget which. They belong to the same party. I should think that little snub-nosed person feels somewhat in the shade," observed Eustace. "I expect she does, but she has plenty of wits to make up for it. She seems to find life quite an interesting entertainment." "She can't skate a bit," said Eustace. "Can't she? You'll have to give her a hint or two. I'm sure she would be very grateful." "Did she tell you so?" "I'm not going to tell you what she told me. It wouldn't be fair." Eustace laughed with easy tolerance. "Oh, I've no objection to giving her a hand now and then if she's amusing, and doesn't become a nuisance. I'm not going to let myself be bored by anybody this trip. I'm out for sport only." "It's a lovely place," observed Scott. "Oh, perfect. I am going to ski this afternoon. How do you like it, Isabel?" Abruptly the elder brother accosted her. She was walking between them as one in a dream. She started at the sound of her name. "I don't know yet," she said. "It's rather cold, isn't it? I am not sure that I shall be able to sleep here." Eustace's eyes held hers for a moment. "Oh, no one expects to sleep here," he said lightly. "You skate all day and dance all night. That's the programme." Her lips parted a little. "I? Dance?" she said. "Why not?" said Eustace. She made a gesture that was almost expressive of horror. "When I dance," she said in her deep voice, "you may put me under lock and key, for good and all, for I shall be mad indeed." "Don't be silly," he said sharply. She shrank as if at a blow, and on the very instant, very quietly, Scott intervened. "Isabel and I prefer to look on," he said, drawing her hand gently through his arm. "I fancy it suits us both best." His eyes met his brother's quick frown deliberately, with the utmost steadiness, and for a few electric seconds there was undoubtedly tension between them. Isabel was aware of it, and gripped the supporting arm very closely. Then, with a shrug, Eustace turned from the contest. "Oh, go your own way. It's all one to me. You're one of the slow coaches that never get anywhere." Scott said nothing whatever. He smoked his cigarette without a sign of perturbation, save for a certain steeliness in his pale eyes. His habitually placid expression remained unaltered. He walked in silence for a few moments, then without effort began to talk in a general strain of their journey of the previous day. Had Isabel cared about the sleigh ride? If so, they would go again one day. She lighted up in response with an animation which she had not displayed during the whole walk. Her eyes shone a little, as if with a far-off fire of gratitude. "I should like it if you would, Stumpy," she said. "Then we will certainly go," he said. "I should enjoy it very much." Eustace came out of a somewhat sullen silence to throw a glance of half-reluctant approval towards his brother. He plainly regarded Scott's move as an achievement of some importance. "Yes, go by all means," he said. "Enjoy yourselves. That is all I ask." Isabel's faint smile flitted across her tired face, but she said nothing. Only as they reached and entered the hotel, she pressed Scott's hand for a moment in both her own. End of Section 3. Read by Helena Dunstan, Oxford, February 2022. Section 4 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The Magician. "Well, Dina, my dear, are you ready?" Rose Devine, very slim and graceful, with her beautiful hair mounted high above her white forehead, and falling in a shower of golden ringlets behind, after the style of 100 years ago, stood on the threshold of Dina's room, awaiting permission to enter. Her dress was of palest green satin brocade, a genuine court dress of a century old. Her arms and neck gleamed with a snowy whiteness. She looked as if she had just stepped out of an ancient picture. There came an impatient cry from within the room. "Oh, come in, come in. I'm not nearly ready. Never shall be, I think. Where is Yvonne? Couldn't she spare me a single moment?" The beautiful lady entered with a smile. She could afford to smile, being complete to the last detail, and quite sure of taking the ballroom by storm. She found Dina scurrying barefooted about the room, with her hair in a loose bunch on her neck, her attire of the scantiest description, her expression one of wild desperation. "I've lost my stockings. Where can they be? I know I had them this morning. Can Yvonne have taken them by mistake? She put everything ready for me. Or said she had." The bed was littered with articles of clothing, all flung together in hopeless confusion. Rose came forward. "Surely Yvonne didn't leave your things like this," she said. "No, I've been hunting through everything for the stockings. Where can they be? I shall have to go without them, that's all." "My dear child, they can't be far away. You had better get on with your hair while I look for them. I am afraid you will not be able to count on any help from Yvonne tonight. She has only just finished dressing me, and has gone now to help Mother. You know what that means." "Oh, goodness, yes," said Dina. "I wish I'd never gone in for this stupid fancy dress at all. I shall never be done." Rose smiled in her indulgent way. She was always kind to Dina. "Well, I can help you for a few minutes. I can't think how you come to be so late. I thought you came in long ago." "Yes, but Billy wanted some buttons sewn on, and that hindered me." Dina was dragging at her hair with impatient fingers. "What a swell you look, Rose. I'm sure no one will dare to ask you for any but square dances." "Do you think so, dear?" said Rose, looking at herself complacently in the glass over Dina's head. Dina made a sudden and hideous grimace. "Oh, drat my hair! I can't do anything with it. I believe I shall cut it all off, put on just a pinafore, and go as a pickaninny." "That sounds a little vulgar," observed Rose. "There are your stockings under the bed. You must have dropped them under." "I should think the more simply you do your hair the better, if you are going to wear a coloured kerchief over it. You have natural ringlets in front, and that is the only part that will show." "And they will hang down over my eyes," retorted Dina, "unless I fasten them back with a comb, which I haven't got." "Oh, don't stay, Rose. I know you are wanting to go, and you can't help me. I shall manage somehow." "Are you quite sure?" said Rose, turning again to survey herself. "Quite. I shall get on best alone. I'm in a bad temper too, and I want to use language, horrid language," said Dina, tugging viciously at her dark hair. Rose lowered her stately gaze and watched her for a moment. Then, as Dina's green eyes suddenly flashed resentful inquiry upon her, she lightly touched the girl's flushed cheek and turned away. "Poor little Dina," she said. The door closed upon her graceful figure in its old-world sweeping robe, and Dina whizzed round from the glass like a naughty fairy in a rage. "Rose Devine, I hate you!" she said aloud, and stamped her unshod foot upon the floor. A period of uninterrupted misfortune followed this outburst. Everything went wrong. The costume, which the French maid had so deftly fitted upon her that morning, refused to be adjusted properly. The fastenings baffled her, and finally a hook at the back took firm hold of the lawn of her sleeve and maliciously refused to be disentangled therefrom. Dina struggled for freedom for some minutes till the lawn began to tear, and then at last she became desperate. "Billy must do it," she said, and almost in tears she threw open the door and ran down the passage. Billy's room was round the corner, and this end of the corridor was dim. As she turned it, she almost collided with a figure coming in the opposite direction. A boyish-looking figure in evening dress, which she instantly took for Billy. "Oh, there you are!" she exclaimed. "Do come along and help me like a saint. I'm in such a fix." There was an instant's pause before she discovered her mistake, and then, in the same moment, a man's voice answered her. "Of course I will help you with pleasure. What is wrong?" Dina stared back, as if she would flee in dismay, but perhaps it was the kindness of his response, or possibly only the extremity of her need. Something held her there. She stood her ground, as if it were in spite of herself. "Oh, it is you. I do beg your pardon. I thought it was Billy. I've got my sleeve caught up at the back, and I want him to undo it." "I'll undo it, if you will allow me," said Scott. "Oh, would you? How awfully kind. My arm is nearly broken with trying to get free. You can't see here, though," said Dina. "There's a light by my door." "Let us go to it, then," said Scott. "I know what it is to have things go wrong at a critical time." He accompanied her back again with the utmost simplicity, stopped by the light, and proceeded with considerable deftness to remedy the mischief. "Oh, thank you," said Dina, with heartfelt gratitude, as he freed her at last. "Billy would have torn the stuff in all directions. I'm dressing against time, you see, and I've no one to help me." "Do you want any more help?" asked Scott, looking at her with a quizzical light in his eyes. She laughed, albeit she was still not far from tears. "Yes, I want someone to pin a handkerchief on my head in the proper Italian fashion. I don't look much like a contadina yet, do I?" He surveyed her more critically. "It's not a bad get-up. You look very nice, anyhow. If you like to bring me the handkerchief, I will see what I can do. I know a little about it from the point of view of an amateur artist. You want some earrings. Have you got any?" Dina shook her head. "Of course not." "I believe my sister has," said Scott. "I'll go and see." "Oh, no, no, what will she think?" cried Dina in distress. He uttered his quiet laugh. "I will present you to her by and by, if I may. I am sure she will be interested and pleased. You finish off as quickly as you can. I shall be back directly." He limped away again, down the passage, moving more quickly than was his wont, and Dina hastened back into her room, wondering if this informality would be regarded by her chaperone as a great breach of etiquette. "Rose thinks I'm vulgar," she murmured to herself. "I wonder if I really am. But really, he is such a dear little man, how could I possibly help it?" The dear little man's return put an end to her speculations. He came back in an incredibly short time, armed with a leather jewel case which he deposited on the threshold. Dina came light-footed to join him, all her grievances forgotten. Her hair, notwithstanding its waywardness, clustered very prettily about her face. There was a bewitching dimple near one corner of her mouth. "You can come in if you like," she said. "I'm quite dressed, all except the handkerchief." "Thank you, but I won't come in," he answered. "We mustn't shock anybody. If you could bring a chair out, I could manage quite well." She fetched the chair. "If anyone comes down the passage, they'll wonder what on earth we are doing," she remarked. "They will take us for old friends," said Scott in a matter-of-fact tone, as he opened the jewel case. She laughed delightedly. There was a peculiarly happy quality about her laugh. Most people smiled quite involuntarily when they heard it, though Billy compared it to the neigh of a cheery colt. "Now," said Scott, looking at her quizzically, "are you going to sit in the chair, or am I going to stand on it?" "Oh, I'll sit," she said. "Here's the handkerchief. You will fasten it so that it doesn't flop, won't you? May I hold that case? I won't touch anything." He put it, open, into her lap. "There is a chain of coral there. Perhaps you can find it. I think it would look well with your costume." Dina pored over the jewels with sparkling eyes. "But are you sure, quite sure, your sister doesn't mind?" "Quite sure," said Scott, beginning to drape the handkerchief adroitly over her bent head. "How very sweet of her! Of you both," said Dina. "I feel like Cinderella being dressed for the ball." "Oh, what lovely pearls! I never saw anything so exquisite." She had opened an inner case, and was literally revelling in its contents. "They were her husband's wedding present to her," said Scott, in his rather monotonous voice. "How lovely it must be to be married," said Dina with a little sigh. "Do you think so?" said Scott. She turned in her chair to regard him. "Don't you?" "I can't quite imagine it," he said. "Oh, can't I?" said Dina. "To have someone in love with you, wanting no one but you, thinking that there's no one else in the world like you. Have you never dreamt that such a thing has happened? I have, and then waked up to find everything very flat and uninteresting." Scott was intent upon fastening an old gold brooch in the red kerchief above her forehead. He did not meet the questioning of her bright eyes. "No," he said. "I don't think I ever cajoled myself, either waking or sleeping, into imagining that anybody would ever fall in love with me to that extent." Dina laughed, her upturned face abrim with merriment. "If any woman ever wants to marry you, she'll have to do her own proposing, won't she?" she said. "I think she will," said Scott. "I wish Rose Devine would fall in love with you then," declared Dina. "Men are always proposing to her. She leads them on until they make perfect idiots of themselves. I think it's simply horrid of her to do it, but she says she just can't help being beautiful. Oh, how I wish—" Dina broke off. "What do you wish?" said Scott. She turned her face away to hide a blush. "You must think me very silly and childish. So I am. But I'm not generally so. I think it's in the air here. I was going to say how I wished I could outshine her for just one night. Isn't that piggy of me? But I am so tired of being always in the shade. She called me poor little Dina, only tonight. How would you like to be called that?" "Most people call me Stumpy," observed Scott, with his whimsical little smile. "How rude of them! How horrid of them!" said Dina. "And do you actually put up with it?" He bent with her over the jewel case and picked out the coral chain. "I don't care the toss of a halfpenny," he said. She gave him a quick searching glance. "Not really? Not in your secret heart?" "Not in the deepest depths of my unfathomable soul," he declared. "Then you're a great man," said Dina with conviction. Scott's laugh was one of genuine amusement. "Oh, does that follow? I've never seen myself in that light before." But Dina was absolutely serious and remained so. There was even a touch of reverence in her look. "You evidently don't know yourself in the least," she said. "Anyhow, you've made me feel a downright toad." "I don't know why," said Scott. "You don't look like one, if that's any comfort." He stooped to fasten the necklace. "Now for the earrings, and you are complete." "It is good of you," she said gratefully. "I am longing to go and look at myself, but can you fasten them first? I'm sure I can't." He complied, with his almost feminine dexterity, and in a few moments a sparkling and glorified Dina rose and skipped into her room to see the general effect of her transformation. Scott lingered to close the jewel case. Frankly, he had enjoyed himself during the last 10 minutes. Moreover, he was sure she would be pleased with the result of his labours, but he was hardly prepared for the cry of delight that reached him as he turned to depart. He paused as he heard it, and in a moment Dina flashed out again, like a radiant butterfly, and gave him both her hands. "You magician!" she cried. "How did you do it? How can I thank you? I have never been so nearly pretty in my life." He bowed in a courtly fashion over the little brown hands. "Then you have never seen yourself with the eyes of others," he said. "I congratulate you on doing so tonight." She laughed her merry laugh. "Thank you 100 times. I've only one thing left to wish for." "What is that?" he said. She told him with a touch of shyness that Apollo will dance with me. Scott laughed and let her go. "Oh, is that all? Then I will certainly see that he does." "Oh, but don't tell him," pleaded Dina. "I never repeat confidences," declared Scott. "Goodbye, signorina." And with another bow, he left her. End of section 4. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, February 2022. Section 5 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Apollo. The salon was a blaze of lights and many shifting colours. The fantastic crowd that trooped thither from the salle à manger was like a host of tropical flowers. The talking and laughter nearly drowned the efforts of the string band in the far corner. Scott, in ordinary evening dress, stood near the door talking to an immense Roman emperor, looking, by contrast, even smaller and more insignificant than usual. Yet a closer observation would have shown that the same instinctive dignity of bearing characterised them both. Utterly unlike though they were, yet in this respect it was not difficult to trace their brotherhood. Though moulded upon lines so completely dissimilar, they bore the same indelible stamp, the stamp of good birth, which can never be attained by such as have it not. Sir Eustace Studley was the handsomest man in the room. His imperial costume suited his somewhat arrogant carriage. He looked like a man born to command. His keen eyes glanced hither and thither with an eagle-like intensity that missed nothing. He seemed to be on the watch for someone. "Who is it?" asked Scott, with a smile. "The lady of the rink?" The black brows went up haughtily for a moment, then descended in an answering smile. "She is the only woman I've seen here yet that is worth looking at," he observed. "Don't you be too sure of that," said Scott. "I can show you a little Italian peasant girl who is well worth your august consideration. I think you ought to bestow a little favour on her, as you have each chosen to assume the same nationality." Sir Eustace laughed. "A protégée of yours, eh? That little brown girl, I suppose. Charming, no doubt, my dear fellow, but ordinary. Distinctly ordinary." "You haven't seen her yet," said Scott. "You had your back to her in the salle à manger." "Where is she, then? You had better find her before the beautiful Miss Devine makes her appearance. I don't mind giving her a dance or two, but you must take her off my hands if we don't get on." "I will certainly do that," said Scott, in his quiet voice, that seemed to veil a touch of irony. "I believe she is in the vestibule now. No, here she is." Dina, with laughing lips and sparkling eyes, had just ventured to the door with Billy. "We'll just peep," she said to her brother, in the gay young tones that penetrated so much further than she realised. "But I shall never dare to dance. Why, I've never even seen the inside of a ballroom before, and as to dancing with a real live man—" She broke off as she caught sight of the two brothers standing together near the entrance. Eustace turned his restless eyes upon her, gave her a swift, critical glance, and muttered something to Scott. The latter at once stepped forward, receiving a smile so radiant that even Eustace was momentarily dazzled. The little brown girl certainly had points. "May I introduce my brother?" said Scott. "Sir Eustace Studley, Miss—" "I am afraid I don't know your surname." "Sketchy," murmured Eustace, as he bowed. But Dina only laughed her ringing, merry laugh. "Of course you don't know. How could you? Our name is Bathurst. I'm Dina, and this is Billy. I'm years older than he is, of course." She gave Eustace a shy glance. "How do you do?" "She's just 30, announced Billy, in shrill, cracked tones. "She's just pretending to be young tonight, but she ain't young really. You should see her without her war paint." The music became somewhat more audible at this point. Eustace bent slightly, looking down at the girl, with eyes that were suddenly soft as velvet. "They are beginning to dance," he said. "May I have the pleasure? It's a pity to lose time." Her red lips smiled delighted assent. She laid her hand with a feathery touch upon the arm he offered. "Oh, how lovely!" she said, and slid into his hold like a giddy little waterfowl taking to its own beloved element. "Well, I'm jiggered," said Billy, "and she's never even danced with a man, except of course me, before." "Live and learn," said Scott. He watched the couple go up the great room, and saw that, as he had suspected, Dina was an exquisite dancer. Her whole being was merged in movement. She was an instrument in the hand of a skilled player. Sir Eustace Studley was an excellent dancer too, though he didn't often trouble himself to dance as perfectly as he was dancing now. It was not often that he had a partner worthy of his best, and it was a semi-conscious habit of his never voluntarily to give better than he received. But this little gypsy girl of Scott's discovery called forth all his talent. She did not want to talk. She only wanted to dance, to spend herself in a passion of dancing that was an ecstasy beyond all speech. She was as sensitive as a harp string to his touch. She was music. She was poetry. She was charm. The witchery of her began to possess him. Her instant response to his mood, her almost uncanny interpretation thereof, became like a spell to his senses. From wonder he passed to delight, and from delight to an almost feverish desire for more. He swayed her to his will with a nigh savage exaltation, and she gave herself up to it so completely, so freely, so unerringly, that it was as if her very individuality had melted in some subtle fashion and become part of his. And to the man there came a moment of sheer intoxication, as though he drank and drank of a sparkling, inspiriting wine that lulled him, that thrilled him, that enslaved him. It was just when the sensation had reached its height that the music suddenly quickened for the finish. That brought him very effectually to earth. He ceased to dance and led her aside. She turned her bright face to him for a moment. In her eyes the dazed, incredulous look of one awaking from an enthralling dream. "Oh, can't we dance it out?" she said, as if she pleaded against being aroused. He shook his head. "I never dance to a finish. It is too much like the clown's turn after the transformation scene. It is bathos on top of the superb. At least it would be in this case. Who in wonder taught you to dance like that?" Dina opened her eyes a little wider, and gave him the homage of shy admiration. But she met a look in return that amazed her, that sent the blood in a wild, unreasoning race to her heart. For those eyes of burning, ardent blue had suddenly told her something that no eyes had ever told her before. It was incredible, but true. Homage had met homage. Aye, and more than homage. There was mastery in his look, but there was also wonder, and a curious species of half-grudging reverence. She had amazed him. This witch with the sparkling eyes that shone so alluringly under the scarlet kerchief. She had swept him, as it were, with a fan of flame. She had made him live, and he had pronounced her ordinary. "I have always loved to dance," she said in answer to his almost involuntary question. "Do you like my dancing? I'm so glad." "Like it?" He laughed with an odd shamefacedness. "I could dance with you the whole evening. But I should probably end by making a fool of myself, like a man who has had too much champagne." Dina laughed. She had an exhilarating sense of having achieved a conquest undreamed of. She also was feeling a little giddy, a little uncertain of the ground under her feet. "Do you know," she said, dropping her eyes instinctively before the fiery intensity of his, "I've never danced with a man before. I was a little afraid, just at first, lest you should find me gawky." "Ye gods," said Sir Eustace. "And you have really never danced with a man before? Tell me, how did you like it?" "It was heavenly," said Dina, drawing a deep breath. "Will you dance with me again?" he asked. She nodded. "Yes." "The very next dance?" She nodded again. "Yes." "And again after that?" said Sir Eustace. She threw him a glance, half shy, half daring. "Don't you think it might be too much for you?" He laughed. "I'll risk it if you will." She turned towards him with a small, confidential gesture. "What about Rose Devine?" she said. "Don't you want to dance with her?" "Oh, presently," he said. "She'll keep." Dina broke into her high, sweet laugh. "And what about all my other partners?" she said, with more assurance. He bent to her. "They must keep too." Seriously, you don't want to dance with any other fellow, do you?" "I'm not a bit serious," said Dina. "Do you?" he insisted. She lifted her eyes momentarily. "You don't," he insinuated. She surrendered without conditions. "Of course I don't." "Then you mustn't," he said. "Consider yourself booked to me for tonight, and when you're not dancing with me, you can rest. Sit out with Scott, if you like. Will you do that?" "Why?" whispered Dina. Again her heart was beating very fast. She wondered why. He answered her with an impetuosity that seemed to carry her along with it. "Because your dancing is superb, magnificent, and I want to keep it for myself. It may not be the same when you've danced with another man. A flower fresh plucked is always sweeter than one someone else has worn." Dina's hands clasped each other unconsciously. She had never dreamed that Apollo could so stoop to favour her. "I will do as you like," she murmured after a moment, "but I don't suppose for an instant that anyone else would want to dance with me. I don't know anyone else." He smiled. "I'm glad of that. It would be sheer sacrilege for you to dance with a young oaf who didn't know how. It's a bargain, then. I'll give you all I can. You mustn't tell, of course." "Oh, I won't tell," laughed Dina. He gave her his arm. "They are tuning up. We won't lose a minute. I always like a clear floor before the rabble begin." He led her to the top of the room, stood for a moment, then, as the music began, caught her to him, and they floated once more into the shining, enchanted mazes of their dreamland. And Dina danced as one inspired, for it seemed to her that her feet moved upon air as though winged. Apollo had drawn her up to Olympus, and she drifted in his arm, in spheres unknown, far above the clouds. End of Section 5. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, February 2022. Section 6 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Cinderella. "Come and sit down," said Scott. Dina gave a little start. She was standing close to him, but she had not seen him. She looked at him for a second with far-away eyes, as if she did not know him. Then recognition flashed into them. She smiled an eager greeting. "Oh, Mr. Studley, I want to thank you for the very happiest evening of my life." He smiled also as he sat down beside her. "You are enjoying yourself?" "Oh, yes, indeed I am," she assured him. "Thank you 100,000,000 times." "Why thank me?" questioned Scott. She drew a long, long breath. "Because you were the magician who pulled the strings. I should never have got dressed in the first place but for you." He gave a laugh of amused protest. "Oh, surely I don't feel I deserve that." She laughed with him. "You did it anyhow. And in the second place, you got me out of a villainous bad temper and turned an ugly goblin into a very happy butterfly. I'm downright ashamed of myself for being so horrid about Rose Devine. She isn't at all a bad sort, though she is so impossibly beautiful. Your brother is going to dance with her now. See, there they go." She looked after them with a smile of complete content. "You're feeling generous," remarked Scott. She turned to him again, flushed and radiant. "I can afford to. Though it's for the first time in my life, I've never had such a happy time. Never, never, never. Isn't your brother wonderful? His dancing is—" Words failed her. She raised her hands and let them fall with a gesture expressive of unbounded admiration. "You mustn't let him monopolize you," said Scott. "He has plenty to choose from, you know. Others haven't." She laughed. "He says, I wonder if it's true, He says I'm the best dancer he has ever met. Scott smiled at her beaming face. That is very nice, for him, he observed. I thought you seemed to be getting on very well. Her eyes travelled across the room again, to her late partner and the beautiful Miss Devine. She watched them intently for a few seconds. Poor Rose, she said suddenly. Scott was watching her. Isn't she a good dancer? He asked. She turned back to him. Oh, yes, I believe she is. She always has plenty of partners anyway. At least, I've always heard so. Is your sister dancing? I don't think I can have seen her yet. No, she is in her sitting room upstairs. I wanted her to come down, but she wouldn't be persuaded. Scott hesitated a moment. Is not fond of gaiety. Then I shan't see her, said Dina, in tones of genuine disappointment. I did so want to thank her for lending me these lovely things. I can take you to her, if you'll come, said Scott. Oh, can you? Yes, I'll come. I can come now. But are you sure she will like it? Dina's bright eyes met his with frank directness. I don't want to intrude on her, you know, she said. He smiled a little. I'm sure you won't intrude. Shall we go then? Are you sure there is no one else you want to dance with here? Oh, quite sure. Again, momentarily, Dina's look sought her late partner. Then, briskly, she stood up. Scott rose also, and gave her his arm. She bestowed a small, friendly squeeze upon it. I've never enjoyed myself so much before, she said. And it's all your doing. Oh, not really, he said. She nodded vigorously. But it is. I should never have been presentable but for you. And I should certainly never have danced with your brother. He has actually promised to help me with my skating tomorrow. Isn't it kind of him? I wonder, said Scott. What do you wonder? Dina looked at him curiously, but he only smiled a baffling smile and turned the subject. Wouldn't you like something to drink before we go up? Dina declined. She was not in the least thirsty. She did not feel as if she would ever want to eat or drink again. Only to dance, said Scott. Well, I mustn't keep you long, then. Who is that lady making signs to you? Hadn't you better go and speak to her? Oh, bother, said Dina. You come too, then. It's only Lady Grace. Rose's mother. I'm sure it can't be anything important. Scott piloted her across the vestibule, to the couch on which Lady Grace sat. She was a large, fair woman, with limpid eyes and drawling speech. She extended a plump white hand to the girl. Dina, my dear, I think you have had almost enough for tonight, and they were so very behind time in starting. Your mother would not like you to stay up late, I feel sure. You had better go to bed when this dance is over. You are not accustomed to dissipation, remember. A swift cloud came over Dina's bright face. Oh, but Lady Grace, I'm not in the least tired. And I'm not a baby, you know. I'm nearly 20. I really couldn't go yet. You will have plenty more opportunities, dear, said Lady Grace, quite unruffled. Rose has decided to retire after this dance, and I shall do the same. The Colonel is suffering with dyspepsia, and he does not wish us to be late. Dina bit her lip. Oh, very well, she said somewhat shortly. And to Scott, we had better go at once, then. He led her away obediently. They ascended the stairs together. As they reached the top of the flight, Dina's indignation burst its bounds. Isn't it too bad? Why should I go to bed just because the Colonel's got dyspepsia? I don't believe it's that at all, really. It's Rose, who can't bear to think that I am having a good time, or better than she is. May I say what I think? Asked Scott politely. She stopped, facing him. Yes, do. He was smiling somewhat whimsically. I think that, like Cinderella, you may break the spell if you stay too long. But isn't it too bad? protested Dina. Your brother too. I can't disappoint him. Scott's smile became a laugh. Oh, believe me, it would do him good, Miss Bathurst. He gets his own way much too often. She smiled, but not very willingly. It does seem such a shame. He has been so awfully nice to me. That's nothing, said Scott airily. We can all be nice when we are enjoying ourselves. Dina looked at him with sudden attention. Are you pointing a moral? She asked severely. Trying to, said Scott. She tried to frown upon him, but very abruptly and completely failed. Her pointed chin went up in a gay laugh. You do it very nicely, she said. Thank you, Mr. Studley. I won't be grumpy any more. It would be a pity to break the spell, as you say. Will you explain to the prince? Certainly, he said, leading her on again. I shall make it quite clear to him that Cinderella was not to blame. Here is our sitting room, at the end of this passage. He stopped at the door, and would have opened it, but Dina, smitten with sudden shyness, drew back. Hadn't you better go in first and explain, she said. Oh no, quite unnecessary, he said, and turned the handle. At once a woman's voice accosted him. For the Lord's sake, Master Stumpy, come in quick and shut the door behind you. The racket downstairs is sending Miss Isabel nearly crazy, poor lamb, and it's myself that's wondering what we'll do tonight, for there's no peace at all in this wooden shanty of a place. Be quiet, Biddy. Scott's voice made calm, undaunted answer. You can go if you like. I've come to sit with Miss Isabel for a while, and I've brought her a visitor. Isabel, my dear, I've brought you a visitor. Dina moved forwards in response to his gentle insistence, but her shyness went with her. She was aware of something intangible in the atmosphere that startled, that almost frightened her. The gaunt figure of a woman, clad in a long white robe, sat at a table in the middle of the room, with a sheaf of letters littered before her. Her emaciated arms were flung wide over them. Her white head was bowed. But, at Scott's quiet announcement, it was raised with the suddenness of eager expectancy. For the fraction of a second, Dina saw dark, sunken eyes, ablaze with a hope that was almost terrible in its intensity. It was gone on the instant. They looked at her with a species of dull wonder. Are you a friend of Scott's? I am very pleased to meet you, a hollow voice said. A thin hand was extended to her, and as Dina clasped it, a sudden great pity surged through her, dispelling her doubt. Something in her responded swiftly, even passionately, to the hunger of those eyes. The moment's shock passed from her like a cloud. My sister, Mrs. Everard, said Scott's voice at her shoulder. Isabel, this is Miss Bathurst, of whom I was telling you. You lent me your jewels, said Dina, looking into the wasted face with a sympathy at her heart that was almost too poignant to be borne. Thank you so very, very much for them. It was so very kind of you, to lend them to a total stranger like me. The strange eyes were gazing at her with a curious, growing interest. A faint, faint smile was in their depths. Are we strangers, child? The low voice asked. I feel as if we had met before. Why do you look at me so kindly? Most people only stare. Dina was suddenly conscious of a hot sensation at the throat that made her want to cry. It is you who have been kind, she said, and her little hand closed with confidence upon the limp, cold fingers. I am wearing your things still, and I have had such a lovely time. Thank you again for letting me have them. I am going to return them now. You need not do that. Isabel spoke with her eyes still fixed upon the girlish face. Keep them, if you like them. I shall never wear them again. They tell me I am a widow. Miss Isabel Darlint, Biddy spoke sibilantly from the background. "Don't be talking to the young lady of such things. Won't you sit down then, miss, and maybe I can get you a cup of tea?" "Ah, do, Biddy," Scott put in his quiet word. "There's no tea like yours. Isabel, Miss Bathurst is a keen dancer. She and Eustace have been most energetic. It was a pity you couldn't come down and see the fun." "Oh, did you enjoy it?" Isabel still looked into the brown, piquant face, as though loath to turn her eyes away. "I loved it," said Dina. "Was Eustace kind to you?" "Oh, most kind." Dina spoke with candid enthusiasm. "I am glad of that." Isabel's voice held a note of satisfaction. "But I should think everyone is kind to you, child," she said, with her faint, glimmering smile. "How beautiful you are." "Me?" Dina opened her eyes in genuine astonishment. "Oh, you wouldn't think so if you saw me in my ordinary dress," she said. "I'm nothing at all to look at, really. It's just a case of fine feathers, nothing else." "My dear," Isabel said, "I am not looking at your dress. I seldom notice outer things. I am looking through your eyes, into your soul. It is that that makes you beautiful. I think it is the loveliest thing that I have ever seen." "Oh, you wouldn't say so if you knew me," cried Dina, conscience-stricken. "I have horrid thoughts, often, very often." The dark, witching eyes still smiled in their far-off way. "I should like to know you, dear child," Isabel said. "You have helped me. You could help me in a way that probably you will never understand. Won't you sit down? I will put my letters away, and we will talk." She began to collect the litter before her, laying the letters together, one by one, with reverent care. "Can I help?" asked Dina timidly, but she shook her head. "No, child, your hands must not touch them. They are the ashes of my life." An open box stood on the table. She drew it to her and laid the letters within it. Then she rose and drew her guest to a lounge. "We will sit here," she said. "Stumpy, why don't you smoke?" "Ah, the music has stopped at last. It has been racking me all the evening." "Yes, you love it, of course. That is natural. I loved it once. It is always sweet to those who dance, but to those who sit out. Those who sit out." Her voice sank, and she said no more. Dina's hand slipped softly into hers. "I like sitting out too sometimes," she said. "At least I like it now." Isabel's eyes were upon her again. They looked at her with a kind of incredulous wonder. After a moment she sighed. "You would not like it for long, child. I am a prisoner. I sit in chains while the world goes by. They are all hurrying forward, so eager to get on. But there is never any going on for me. I sit and watch and watch." "Surely we must all go forward somehow," said Dina shyly. "Surely," said Scott. But Isabel only shook her head with dreary conviction. "Not the prisoners," she said. "They die by the wayside." There fell a brief silence. Then impetuously Dina spoke, urged by the fullness of her heart. "I think we all feel like that sometimes. I know at home it's just like being in a cage. Nothing ever happens worth mentioning. And then quite suddenly the door is opened and out we come. That's partly why I am enjoying everything so much," she explained. "But it won't be a bit nice going back." "What about your mother?" said Scott. Dina's bright face clouded again. "Yes, of course, there's Mother," she agreed. She looked across at Scott, as if she would say more, but he passed quietly on. "Where is your home, Miss Bathurst?" "Right in the very heart of the Midlands. It is very pretty country, but oh, so dull. The Devines are the rich people of the place. They belong to the county. We don't, said Dina with a sigh. Scott laughed, and she looked momentarily hurt. I don't see what there is funny in that. The county people and the shop people are the only ones that get any fun. It's horrid to be between the two. Forgive me, Scott said. I quite see your point. But if you only knew it, the people who call themselves county are often the dullest of the dull. You say that because you belong to them, I expect, retorted Dina. But if you were me, and lived always under the shadow of the Devines, you wouldn't think it a bit funny. Who are the Devines? Asked Isabel suddenly. Dina turned to her. We are staying here with them, Billy and I. My father persuaded the Colonel to have us. He knew how dreadfully we wanted to go. The Colonel is rather good-natured over some things, and he and Dad are friends. But I don't think Lady Grace wanted us as much. You see, she and Rose are so very smart. I see, said Scott. Rose has been presented at court, pursued Dina. They always go up for the season. They have a house in town. We always say that Rose is waiting to marry a marquis, but he hasn't turned up yet. You see, she really is much too beautiful to marry an ordinary person, isn't she? Oh, much, said Scott. Dina heaved another little sigh. Then suddenly she laughed. But your brother has promised to help me with my skating tomorrow, anyhow, she said, so she won't have him all the time. Perhaps the Marquis will come along tomorrow, suggested Scott. I wish he would, said Dina with fervour. End of section 6. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, February 2022. Section 7 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Broken Spell. Biddy was in the act of handing round the tea when there came the sound of a step outside, and an impatient hand thrust open the door. "Hello, Stumpy," said a voice. "Are you here? What have you done with Miss Bathurst? She's engaged to me for the next dance." Eustace entered with the words, but stopped short on the threshold. "Hello, you are here. I thought you had given me the slip." Dina looked up at him with merry eyes. "So I have, practically. I am on my way to bed." "Oh, nonsense," he said, with his easy imperiousness. "I can't spare you yet. I must have one more dance just to soothe my nerves. I've been dancing with a faultless automaton who didn't understand me in the least. Now I want the real thing again." "Have some tea," said Scott. "Thanks." Sir Eustace sat down on the edge of the table, facing his sister and Dina. "You're not going to let me down now, are you?" he said. "I'm counting on that dance, and I haven't enjoyed myself at all since I saw you last. That girl is machine-made. There isn't a flaw in her. She's been turned out of a mould. I'm certain of it." "Miss Bathurst, why are you laughing?" "Because I'm pleased," said Dina. "Pleased? I thought you'd be sorry for me. You're going to take pity on me anyway, I hope. The beautiful automaton has gone back to her bandbox for the night, so we can enjoy ourselves quite unhindered. Is that for me? Thanks, Biddy. I'm needing refreshment badly." "You would have preferred coffee," observed Isabel. It was the first time she had spoken since his entrance. He gave her a keen, intent look. "Oh, this'll do, thanks," he said. "It's all nectar tonight. Why haven't you been down to the ballroom, Isabel? You would have enjoyed it." Her lips twisted a little. "I have been listening to the music upstairs," she said. "You ought to have come down," he said imperiously. "I shall expect you next time." His hand inadvertently touched the box on the table, and he looked sharply downwards. "Here, Biddy, take this thing away," he ordered with a frown. Isabel leaned swiftly forward. "Give it to me," she said. His hand closed upon it. No, let Biddy take it. Let me, said Dina suddenly, and sprang to her feet. She took it from him before he had time to protest, and gave it forthwith into Isabel's outstretched hands. Eustace took up his cup in heavy silence and drained it. Then he rose. Come along, Miss Bathurst. But Dina remained seated. I am very sorry, she said, but I can't. Oh, nonsense. He smiled very suddenly and winningly upon her. Surely you won't disappoint me. She shook her head. Her eyes were wistful. I'm disappointing myself quite as much, but I mustn't. The Colonel has gone to bed with dyspepsia, and Lady Grace and Rose have gone too by this time. I can't come down again. Nonsense, he said again. You want to. You know you do. No one pays any attention to Mrs. Grundy out here. She simply doesn't exist. Scott can come and play propriety. He's stayed enough to chaperone a whole girls' school. Thanks, old chap, said Scott, but I'm not coming down again either. Eustace looked over his head. Then you must, Isabel. Come along, just to oblige Miss Bathurst. It won't hurt you to sit in a safe corner for one dance. Isabel looked up at him with a startled expression, as of one trapped. Oh, don't ask me, she said. I couldn't. No, don't, said Dina. It isn't fair to bother anyone else on my account. I'm dreadfully sorry to have to refuse, but in any case I ought not to come. What of that? Said Eustace lightly. Do you always do what you ought? What a dull programme. Dina flushed. Dull, but respectable, she said, with a touch of spirit. He laughed. But I'm not asking you to do anything very outrageous, and I shouldn't ask it at all if I didn't know you wanted to do it. Besides, you promised. It's generally considered the respectable thing to do to keep one's promises. That reached Dina. She wavered perceptibly. Lady Grace will be so vexed, she murmured. He snapped his fingers in careless disdain. She turned appealingly to Scott. I think I might go. Just for one dance, don't you? Scott's pale eyes met her with steady comradeship. I think I shouldn't, he said. Eustace turned, as if he had not heard, and strolled to the door. He opened it, and at once the room was filled with the plaintive, alluring strains of waltz music. He stood and looked back. Dina met the look, and suddenly she was on her feet. He held out his hand to her with a smile, half mocking, half persuasive. The music swung on with a subtle enchantment. Dina uttered a little quivering laugh and went to him. In another moment the door closed, and they stood alone in the passage. I knew you wanted to, said Eustace, smiling down into her eyes with the arrogance of the conqueror. Dina was panting a little, as one who had suffered a sudden strain. Of course I wanted to, she returned, but that doesn't make it right. He pressed her hand to his heart for a moment, and she caught again a glimpse of that fire in his eyes that had so thrilled her. She could not meet it. She stood in palpitating silence. Where is the use of fighting against fate? He asked her softly. A gift of the gods is never offered twice. She did not understand him, but her heart was beating wildly, tumultuously, and an inner voice urged her to be gone. She slipped her hand free. Aren't we wasting time? She whispered. He laughed again in that subtle, half-mocking note, but he met her wish instantly. They went downstairs to the salon. There were not so many dancers now. The Devines had evidently retired. One rapid glance told Dina this, and she dismissed them therewith from her mind. The rhythm and lure of the music caught her. She slid into the dance with delicious abandonment. The wonder and romance of it had got into her veins. No stolen pleasure was ever more keenly enjoyed than was that last perfect dance. Her very blood was afire with the strange, intoxicating joy of life. She wanted to go on forever. but it ended at length. She came to earth after her rapturous flight, and found herself standing with her partner in a curtained recess of the ballroom, from which a glass door led onto the veranda that ran round the hotel. "Just a glimpse of the moonlight on the mountains," he said, "before we say good night." She went with him without a moment's thought. She was as one caught in the meshes of a great enchantment. He opened the door, and she passed through onto the veranda. The music throbbed into silence behind them. Before them lay a fairy world of dazzling silver and deepest, darkest sapphire. The mountains stood in solemn grandeur, domes of white mystery. The great vault of the sky was alight with stars, and a wonderful moon hung like a silver shield, almost in the zenith. "How beautiful," breathed Dina. The air was crystal clear, cold but not piercing. The absolute stillness held her spellbound. "It is like a dream world," she whispered. "In which you reign supreme," he murmured back. She glanced at him with uncomprehending eyes. Her veins were still throbbing with the ecstasy of the dance. "Oh, how I wish I had wings," she suddenly said, "to swim through that glorious ether right above the mountain tops, as one swims through the sea. Don't you think flying must be very like swimming?" "With variations," said Eustace. His eyes dwelt upon her. They were fierily blue in that great flood of moonlight. His hand still rested upon her waist. "But what a mistake to want the impossible," he said after a moment. "I always do," said Dina. "At least," she glanced up at him again, "I always have, until tonight." "And tonight?" he questioned, dropping his voice. "Oh, I am quite happy tonight," she said, with a little laugh, "even without the wings. If I hadn't thought of them, I should have nothing left to wish for." "I wish I could say the same," said Sir Eustace, with the faint mocking smile at the corners of his lips. "What can you want more?" asked Dina innocently. He leaned to her. "A big thing? A small thing? Would you give it to me, my elf of the mountains, if I dared to tell you what it was?" Her eyes fluttered and fell before the flaming ardour of his. I don't know," she faltered in sudden confusion. "I expect so, if I could." His arms slipped round her. "Would you?" he whispered. "Would you?" She gave a little gasp, caught unawares like a butterfly on the wing. All the magic of the night seemed suddenly to be concentrated upon her like fairy batteries. Her first feeling was dismay, followed instantly by the wonder if she could be dreaming. And then, as she felt the drawing of his arms, something vehement, something almost fierce awoke within her, clamouring wildly for freedom. It was a blind instinct, but she obeyed it without question. She had no choice. "Oh no," she cried. "Oh no, I couldn't," and wrested herself from him in a panic. He let her go, and she heard him laugh as she broke away, but she did not wait for more. To linger was unthinkable. Urged by that imperative inner prompting, she turned and fled, not pausing for a moment's thought. The glass door closed behind her. She burst impetuously into the deserted ballroom, and here, on the point of entering the small recess from which she was escaping, she suddenly came face to face with Scott. So headlong was her flight that she actually ran into him. He put out a steadying hand. "I was just coming to look for you," he said in his quiet, composed fashion. She stopped unwillingly. "Oh, were you? How kind. I think I ought to go up now. It's getting late, isn't it? Good night." He did not seek to detain her. She wondered with a burning sense of shame what he could have thought of her wild rush, but she was too agitated to attempt any excuse, too agitated to check her retreat. Without a backward glance, she hastened away like Cinderella, overtaken by fate. The spell was broken. The glamour gone. End of Section 7. Read by Helena Dunstan, Oxford, March 2022. Section 8 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Mr. Greatheart. It was a very meek and subdued Dina who made her appearance in the salle à manger on the following morning. She and Billy were generally in the best of spirits, and the room usually rang with their young laughter. But that morning even Billy was decorously quiet, and his sister scarcely spoke or raised her eyes. Colonel Devine, white-moustached and martial, sat at the table with them, but neither Lady Grace nor Rose was present. The Colonel's face was stern. He occupied himself with letters, with scarcely so much as a glance for the boy and girl on either side of him. There was a letter by Dina's plate also, but she had not opened it. Her downcast face was very pale. She ate but little, and that little only when urged thereto by Billy, whose appetite was rampant, notwithstanding the decorum of his behaviour. Scott, breakfasting with his brother at a table only a few yards distant, observed the trio with unobtrusive interest. He had made acquaintance with the Colonel on the previous evening, and after a time the latter caught his eye, and threw him a brief greeting. Most people were polite to Scott, but the Colonel's whole aspect was forbidding that morning, and his courtesy went no further. Sir Eustace did not display the smallest interest in anyone. His black brows were drawn, and he looked even more haughtily unapproachable than the Colonel. He conversed with his brother in low tones on the subject of the morning's mail, which lay at Scott's elbow, and which he was investigating while he ate. Now and then he gave concise and somewhat peremptory instructions, which Scott jotted down in a notebook with business-like rapidity. No casual observer would have taken them for brothers that morning. They were employer and secretary. Only when the last letter had been discussed and laid aside did the elder abruptly abandon his aloof attitude to ask a question upon a more intimate matter. "Did Isabel go without a sleeping draught last night?" Scott shook his head. Eustace's frown became even more pronounced. "Did Biddy administer it on her own?" "No, I authorized it." Scott's voice was low. He met his brother's look with level directness. Eustace leaned towards him across the table. "I won't have it, Stumpy," he said very decidedly. "I told you so yesterday." "I know," very steadily Scott made answer. "But last night there was no alternative. It is impossible to do the thing suddenly. She has hardly got over the journey yet." "Rubbish," said Eustace curtly. Scott slightly raised his shoulders and said no more. "It comes to this," Eustace said, speaking with stern insistence. "If you can't, or won't, assert your authority, I shall assert mine. It is all a question of influence." "Or forcible persuasion?" said Scott, with a touch of irony. "Very well, call it that. It is in a good cause. If you haven't the strength of mind, I have, and I shall exercise it. These drugs must be taken away. Can't you see it's the only possible thing to do?" "Not yet," Scott said. He was still facing his brother's grim regard very gravely and unflinchingly. "I tell you, man, it is too soon. She is better than she used to be. She is calmer, more reasonable. We must do the thing gradually, if at all. To interfere forcibly would do infinitely more harm than good. I know what I am saying. I know her far better than you do now. I am in closer touch with her. You are out of sympathy. You only startle her when you try to persuade her to anything. You must leave her to me. I understand her. I know how to help her." "You haven't achieved much in the last 7 years," Eustace observed. "But I have achieved something." Scott's answer was wholly free from resentment. He spoke with quiet confidence. "I know it is a slow process, but she is moving in the right direction. Give her time, old chap. I firmly believe that she will come back to us by slow degrees." "Damnably slow," commented Eustace. "You are so infernally deliberate always. You talk as if it were your life work." Scott's eyes shone with a whimsical light. "I begin to think it is," he said. "Have you finished? Suppose we go." He gathered up the sheaf of papers at his elbow and rose. "I will attend to these at once." Eustace strode down the long room, looking neither to right nor left, moving with a free British arrogance that served to emphasize somewhat cruelly the meagreness and infirmity of the man behind him. Yet it was upon the latter's slight, halting figure that Dina's eyes dwelt till it finally limped out of sight, and in her look were wonder and a vagrant admiration. There was an undeniable attraction about Scott that affected her very curiously, but wherein it lay she could not possibly have said. She was furious when a murmured comment and laugh from some girls at the next table reached her. "What a dear little lapdog," said one. "Yes, I've been wanting to pet its head for a long time," said another. "Warranted not to bite," laughed a third. "Can it really be full grown?" "Oh, no doubt, my dear. Look at its pretty little whiskers. It's just a toy, you know, nothing but a toy." Dina turned in her chair and gazed scathingly upon the group of critics. Then, aware of the Colonel's eyes upon her, she turned back and gave him a swift look of apology. He shook his head at her repressively, his whole air magisterial and condemnatory. "You may go if you wish," he said, in the tone of one dismissing an offender, "but be good enough to bear in mind what I have said to you." Billy leapt to his feet. "Can I go too, sir?" he asked eagerly. The Colonel signified majestic assent. His mood was very far from genial that morning, and he had not the smallest desire to detain either of them. In fact, if he could have dismissed his 2 young charges altogether, he would have done so with alacrity. But that, unfortunately, was out of the question, unless by their behaviour they provoked him to fulfil the very definite threat that he had pronounced to Dina in the privacy of his wife's room an hour before. He was very seriously displeased with Dina, more displeased than he had been with anyone since his soldiering days, and he had expressed himself with corresponding severity. If she could not conduct herself becomingly and obediently, he would take them both straight home again, and thus put summary end to temptation. His own daughter had never given him any cause for uneasiness, and he did not see why he should be burdened with the escapades of anyone else's troublesome offspring. It was too much to expect at his time of life. So a severe reprimand had been Dina's portion, to which she, very meek and crestfallen, shorn of all the previous evening's glories, had listened with a humility that had slightly mollified her judge, though he had been careful not to let her know it. She had been wild and flighty, and he was determined that she should feel the rod of discipline pretty smartly. But when he finally rose from the table and stalked out of the room, it was a little disconcerting to find the culprit awaiting him in the vestibule, to slip a shy hand inside his arm and whisper, "Do forgive me, I'm so sorry." He looked down into her quivering face, saw the pleading eyes swimming in tears, and abruptly found that his displeasure had evaporated so completely that he could not even pretend to be angry any longer. He had never taken much notice of Dina before, treating her, as did his wife and daughter, as a mere child and of no account. but now he suddenly realised that she was an engaging minx after all. "Ashamed of yourself?" he asked gruffly, his white moustache twitching a little. Dina nodded mutely. "Then don't do it again," he said, and grasped the little brown hand for a moment with quite unwonted kindness. It was a tacit forgiveness, and as such Dina treated it. She smiled thankfully through her tears, and slipped away to recover her composure. Nearly an hour later, Scott, having finished his letters, came upon her sitting somewhat disconsolately in the veranda. He paused on his way out. "Good morning, Miss Bathurst. Aren't you going to skate this morning?" She turned to him with a little movement of pleasure. "Good morning, Mr. Studley. I have been waiting here for you. I have brought down your sister's trinkets. Here they are." She held out a neat little paper parcel to him. "Please will you thank her again for them, very, very much. I do hope she didn't think me very rude last night, though I am afraid I was." Her look was wistful. He took the packet from her with a smile. "Of course she didn't. She was delighted with you. When are you coming to see her again?" "I don't know," said Dina. "Come to tea," suggested Scott. Dina hesitated, flushing. "You've something else to do?" he asked in his cheery way. "Well, come another time, if it won't bore you." "Oh, it isn't that," said Dina, and her flush deepened. I would love to come, only—" She glanced round at an elderly couple who had just come out, and stopped. "I'm going down to the village with my letters," said Scott. "Will you come too?" She welcomed the idea. "Oh, yes, I should like to. It's such a glorious morning again, isn't it? It's a shame not to go out." "Sure you're not wanting to skate?" he questioned. "Yes, quite sure. I'm rather tired this morning, but a walk will do me good." They passed the rink without pausing, though Scott glanced across to see his brother skimming along in the distance with a red-clad figure beside him. He made no comment upon the sight, and Dina was silent also. Her gay animation that morning was wholly a minus quantity. They went on down the hill, talking but little. Speech in Scott's society was never a necessity. His silences were so obviously friendly. He had a shrewd suspicion on this occasion that the girl beside him had something to say, and he waited for it with a courteous patience, abstaining from interrupting her very evident preoccupation. They walked between fields of snow, all glistening in the sunshine. The blue of the sky was no longer sapphire, but glorious turquoise. The very air sparkled, diamond clear in the crystal splendour of the day. Suddenly Dina spoke. "I suppose one always feels horrid the next morning." "Are you feeling the reaction?" asked Scott. "Oh, it isn't only that. I'm feeling ashamed," said Dina, blushing very deeply. He did not look at her. "I don't see why," he said gently after a moment. "Oh, but you do," she said impatiently. "At least you can if you try. You knew I was wrong to go down again for that last dance, just as well as I did. Why, you tried to stop me." "Which was very presumptuous of me," said Scott. "No, it wasn't. It was kind. And I was a perfect pig not to listen. I want you to know that, Mr. Studley. I want you to know that I am very, very sorry I didn't listen." She spoke with trembling vehemence. Scott smiled a little. He was looking very tired that morning. There were weary lines about his eyes. "I don't know why you should be so very penitent, Miss Bathurst," he said. "It was quite a small thing." "It got me into bad trouble anyway," said Dina. "I've had a tremendous wigging from the Colonel this morning, and if I ever do anything so bad again, we're to be sent home." "I call that unreasonable," said Scott with decision. "It was not such a serious matter as all that. If you want my opinion, I think it was a mistake. A small mistake on your part. Nothing more. But that wasn't all, said Dina, looking away from him and quickening her pace. I have offended your brother too. Good heavens, said Scott. And is that serious too? Don't laugh, protested Dina. Of course it's serious. He won't even look at me this morning. The sound of tears came suddenly into her voice. I was waiting for you on the veranda a little while ago, and he went by with Rose and never glanced my way. All because... Oh, I'm a little fool, she declared, with an angry stamp of the foot as she walked. He's the fool, said Scott, rather shortly. I shouldn't bother myself over that if I were you. I can't help it, said Dina, her voice squeaking on a note, half indignant, half piteous. I behaved so idiotically, just like a raw schoolgirl, and I hate myself for it now. Scott looked at her for the first time since the beginning of her confidences. Do you know, Miss Bathurst, he said, I have a suspicion that you are much too hard on yourself. Of course, I don't know what happened, but I do know that my brother is much more likely to have been in the wrong than you were. The best thing you can do is simply to dismiss the matter from your mind. Behave as if nothing had happened. Cut him next time. It is far the best way of treating him. Dina smiled woefully. And he will spread himself at Rose's feet like all the rest, and never come near me again. Scott frowned a little. Mr. VIII won't have the monopoly, I can assure you. She will, protested Dina. She knows how to flirt without being caught. I don't. Thank the gods for that, said Scott with fervour. So he tried to flirt, did he? And you objected? Was that it? Something like that, murmured Dina, with hot face averted. Then in heaven's name continue to object, he said, with unusual vehemence. You did the right thing, child. Don't be drawn into doing what others do. Strike out a straight line for yourself and stick to it. Above all, don't be ashamed of sticking to it. No woman was ever yet the better or the more attractive for cultivating her talent for flirting. Don't you know that it is your very genuineness and straightforwardness that is your charm? Dina looked at him in sheer surprise. I haven't got any charm, she said. That's just the trouble. It was only my dancing that made your brother fancy I had last night. Scott's frown deepened, became almost formidable, then suddenly vanished in a laugh. That's just your point of view, he said. Perhaps it's a pity to open your eyes, but whatever you do, don't try to humour my brother's whims. It would be very bad for him, and you certainly wouldn't gain anything by it. Put up with me for a change, and come to tea instead. A flash of gaiety gleamed for a moment in Dina's eyes. It was the first he had seen that morning. I'll come, she said, if Lady Grace will let me. But I think I had better ask first, don't you? Perhaps it would be safer, agreed Scott. Tell her my sister is an invalid. I don't think she will object. I made the acquaintance of the Doughty Colonel last night. You know, he isn't a bad sort, said Dina. He is much nicer than Lady Grace or Rose. Of course, he's rather stuck up, but that's only natural. He's lived so long in India, and now he's a J.P. into the bargain. It would be rather wonderful if he were anything else. Billy can't bear him, but then Billy's a boy. I like Billy, observed Scott. Yes, and Billy likes you, she answered warmly. He's quite an intelligent boy. Evidently, agreed Scott with a smile. Now here is the village. Where do I post my letters? Dina directed him with cheerful alacrity. She was feeling much happier. Her tottering self-respect was almost restored. "Here is a dear little man," she said to herself with enthusiasm, as she waited for him to purchase some stamps. "You've done me no end of good," she said frankly to the man himself as they turned back. "I am very pleased to hear it," said Scott, "and it is extremely kind of you to say so." "It's the truth," she maintained. "And, oh, you haven't been smoking all this time. Don't you want to?" He stopped at once and took out his cigarette case. "Now you mention it, I think I do. But I mustn't dawdle. I have got to get back to Isabel." Dina waited while the cigarette kindled. Then, with a touch of shyness, she spoke. "Mr. Studley, has your sister been an invalid for long?" He looked at her. "Do you want to hear about her?" "Yes, please," said Dina, "if you don't mind." He began to walk on. It was evident that the hill was something of a difficulty to him. He moved slowly, and his limp became more pronounced. "No, I should like to tell you about her," he said. "You were so good yesterday, and I hadn't prepared you in the least. I hope it didn't give you a shock." "Of course it didn't," answered Dina. "I'm not such a donkey as that. I was only very, very sorry." "Thank you," he said, as if she had expressed direct sympathy with himself. "It's hard to believe, isn't it, that 7 years ago she was even lovelier than the beautiful Miss Devine, only in a very different style." "Not in the least," Dina assured him. "She is far lovelier than Rose now. She must have been beautiful." "She was," said Scott. "She was like Eustace, except that she was always much softer than he is. You would scarcely believe either that she is 3 years younger than he is, would you?" "I certainly shouldn't," Dina admitted. "But then, she must have come through years of suffering." "Yes." Scott spoke with slight constraint, as though he could not bear to dwell on the subject. "She was a girl of intensely vivid feelings, very passionate and warm-hearted. She and Eustace were inseparable in the old days. They did everything together. He thought more of her than of anyone else in the world. He does still." "He wasn't very nice to her last night," Dina ventured. "No, he is often like that, and she is afraid of him. But the reason of it is that he feels her trouble so horribly, and whenever he sees her in that mood, it hurts him intolerably. He is quite a good chap underneath, Miss Bathurst. Like Isabel, he feels certain things intensely. Of course, he is 5 years older than I am, and we have never been pals in the sense that he and she were pals. I was always a slow goer, and they went like the wind. But I know him. I know what his feelings are, and what this thing has been to him, and though I am now much more to Isabel than he will probably ever be again, he has never resented it, or been anything but generous, and willing to give place to me. That, you know, indicates greatness. With all his faults, he is great." "He shouldn't make her afraid of him," Dina said. "I'm afraid that is inevitable. He is strong, and she has lost her strength. Her marriage, too, alienated them in the first place. She had refused so many before Basil Everard came along, and I suppose he had begun to think that she was not the marrying sort. But Everard caught her almost in a day. They met in India. Eustace and she were touring there one winter. Everard was a senior subaltern in a Gurkha regiment. An awfully taking chap, evidently. They practically fell in love with one another at sight. Poor old Eustace." Scott paused, faintly smiling. "He meant her to marry well if she married at all, and Basil was no more than the son of a country parson, without a penny to his name. However, the thing was past remedy. I saw that when they came home, and Isabel told me about it. I was at Oxford then. She came down alone for a night, and begged me to try and talk Eustace over. It was the beginning of a barrier between them, even then. It has grown high since. Eustace is a difficult man to move, you know. I did my level best with him, but I wasn't very successful. In the end, of course, the inevitable happened. Isabel lost patience and broke away. She was on her way out again before either of us knew. Eustace, of course, Eustace was furious. Scott paused again. Dina's silence denoted keen interest. Her expression was absorbed. He went on, the touch of constraint again apparent in his manner. It was evident that the narration stirred up deep feelings. We three had always hung together. The family tie meant a good deal to us, for the simple reason that we were practically the only Studleys left. My father had died 6 years before. My mother at my birth. Eustace was the head of the family, and he and Isabel had been all in all to each other. He felt her going more than I can possibly tell you. And scarcely a week after the news came, he got his things together and went off in the yacht to South America to get over it by himself. I stayed on at Oxford, but I made up my mind to go out to her in the vacation. A few days after his going, I had a cable to say they were married. A week after that, there came another cable to say that Everard was dead. Oh! Dina drew a short, hard breath. Poor Isabel, she whispered. Yes. Scott's pale eyes were gazing straight ahead. He was killed 2 days after the marriage. They had gone up to the hills, to a place he knew of, right in the wilds on the side of a mountain, and pitched camp there. There were only themselves, a handful of Pathan coolies with mules, and a shikari. The day after they got there, he took her up the mountain to show her some of the beauties of the place, and they lunched on a ledge about a couple of 100 feet above a great lonely tarn. It was a wonderful place, but very savage, horribly desolate. They rested after the meal, and then, Isabel being still tired, he left her to bask in the sunshine while he went a little further. He told her to wait for him. He was only going round the corner. There was a great bastion of rock jutting onto the ledge. He wanted to have a look round the other side of it. He went, and he never came back. He fell? Dina turned a shocked face upon him. Oh, how dreadful! He must have fallen. The ledge dwindled on the other side of the rock to little more than 4 feet in width for about 6 yards. There was a sheer drop below into the pool. A man of steady nerve, accustomed to mountaineering, would make nothing of it, and from what Isabel has told me of him, I gather he was that sort of man. But on that particular afternoon something must have happened. Perhaps his happiness had unsteadied him a bit, for they were absolutely happy together. Or it may have been the heat. Anyhow, he fell. He must have fallen, and no one ever knew any more than that. How dreadful, Dina whispered again. And she was left all alone? Quite alone, except for the natives, and they didn't find her till the day after. She was pacing up and down the ledge then, up and down, eternally, and she refused, flatly refused, to leave till he should come back. She had spent the whole night there alone, waiting, getting more and more distraught. And they could do nothing with her. They were afraid of her. Never from that day to this has she admitted for a moment that he must have been killed, though in her heart she knows it, poor girl, just as she knew it from the very beginning. But what happened? Breathed Dina. What did they do? They couldn't leave her there. They didn't know what to do. The shikari was the only one with any ideas among them, and he wasn't especially brilliant. But after another day and night, he hit on the notion of sending one of the coolies back with the news, while he and the other men waited and watched. They kept her supplied with food. She must have eaten almost mechanically, but she never left that ledge. And yet she was kept from taking the one step that would have ended it all. I sometimes wonder if it wouldn't have been better, more merciful. He broke off. Perhaps God was watching her, murmured Dina shyly. Yes, I tell myself that. But even so, I can't help wondering sometimes. Scott's voice was very sad. She was left so terribly desolate, he said. Those letters that you saw last night are all she has of him. He has gone, and taken the mainspring of her life with him. I hate to think of what followed. They sent up a doctor from the nearest station, and she was taken away, taken by force. When I got to her 3 weeks later, she was mad, raving mad, with brain fever. I had the old nurse, Biddy, with me. We nursed her between us. We brought her back to what she is now. Some day, please God, we shall get her quite back again, but whether it will be for her happiness, He only knows. Scott ceased to speak. His brows were drawn as the brows of a man in pain. Dina's eyes were full of tears. "Oh, thank you for telling me. Thank you," she murmured. "I do hope you will get her quite back, as you say." He looked at her, saw her tears, and put out a gentle hand that rested for a moment upon her arm. "I am afraid I've made you unhappy. Forgive me. You are so sympathetic, and I have taken advantage of it. I think we shall get her back. She is coming very, very gradually. She has never before taken such an interest in anyone as she took in you last night. She was talking of you again this morning. She has taken a fancy to you. I hope you don't mind." "Mind?" Dina choked a little and smiled a quivering smile. "I am proud, very proud. I only wish I deserved it. What made you bring her here?" "That was my brother's idea. Since we brought her home, she has never been away, except once on the yacht, and then she was so miserable that we were afraid to keep her there. But he thought a thorough change, mountain air, might do her good. The doctor was not against it, so we came." "And do you never leave her?" questioned Dina. "Practically never. Ever since that awful time in India, she has been very dependent upon me. Biddy, of course, is quite indispensable to her, and I am nearly so." "You have given yourself up to her, in fact." Quick admiration was in Dina's tone. He smiled. "It didn't mean so much to me as it would have meant to some men, Miss Bathurst. As it would have meant to Eustace, for instance. I am not much of a man. To give up my college career and settle down at home wasn't such a great wrench. I'm not especially clever. I act as my brother's secretary, and we find it answers very well. He is a rich man, and there is a good deal of business in connection with the estate and so on. I am a poor man. By my father's will, nearly everything was left to him and to Isabel. I was something of an offence to him, being the cause of my mother's death, and misshapen into the bargain." "What a wicked shame!" broke from Dina. No, some people are like that. They are made so. I don't feel in the least bitter about it. He left me enough to live upon, though, as a matter of fact, neither he nor anyone else expected me to grow up at the time that will was made. It was solely due to Biddy's devotion, I believe, that I managed to do so." He uttered his quiet laugh. "I am talking rather much about myself. It's kind of you not to be bored. Bored? Echoed Dina, with shining eyes. I think you are simply wonderful. I hope Sir Eustace realises it. I hope he does, agreed Scott with a twinkle. He has ample opportunities for doing so. Ah, there he is. He is actually skating alone. What has become of the beautiful Miss Devine, I wonder? They walked on, nearing the rink. I'm not going to be horrid about her any more, said Dina suddenly. You must have thought me a perfect little cat. And so I was. Oh, please, protested Scott. I didn't. She laughed. That just shows how kind you are. But it doesn't make me feel the least bit better. I was a cat. There. Oh, your brother is calling you. I think I'll go. She blushed very deeply and quickened her steps. Sir Eustace had come to the edge of the rink. Stumpy, he called. Stumpy. How dare he call you that? Said Dina. I can't think how you can put up with it. Scott raised his shoulders slightly, philosophically. Doesn't the cap fit? He said. Not a bit, Dina declared with emphasis. I have another name for you that suits you far better. Oh, what is that? He looked at her with smiling curiosity. Dina's blush deepened from carmine to crimson. I call you Mr. Greatheart, she said, her voice very low, because you help everybody. A gleam of surprise crossed his face. He flushed also, but she saw that though embarrassed, he was not displeased. He put a hand to his cap. Thank you, Miss Bathurst, he said simply, and turned without further words to answer his brother's summons. Dina walked quickly on. The stroll with Scott had quite lifted her out of her depression. End of Chapter 8. Read by Helena Dunstan, Oxford, March 2022. Section 9 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Runaway Colt. It really is very tiresome, complained Lady Grace. I knew that child was going to be a nuisance from the very outset. What has she done now? Growled the Colonel. He was lounging in the easiest chair in the room, smoking an excellent cigar, preparatory to indulging in his afternoon nap. His wife reclined upon a sofa with a French novel which she had not begun to read. Through the great windows that opened onto the balcony, the sunshine streamed in a flood of golden light. Rose was seated on the balcony, enjoying the warmth. Lady Grace's eyes rested upon her slim figure in its scarlet coat as she made reply. These people, these Dudleys, won't leave her alone. Or else she runs after them. I can't quite make out which. Probably the latter. Anyhow, the sister, who, I believe, is what is termed slightly mental, has asked her to go to tea in their private sitting-room. I have told her she must decline. Quite right, said the Colonel. What did she say? Lady Grace uttered a little laugh. Oh, she was very ridiculous and high-flown, as you may imagine. But, as I told her, I am directly responsible to her mother for any friendships she may make out here, and I am not disposed to take any risks. We all know what Mrs. Bathurst can be like, if she considers herself an injured party. A perfect she-dragon, agreed the Colonel. I fancy the child herself is still kept in order with the rod. Why, even Bathurst, great hulking ox, is afraid of her. Billy isn't. But then, Billy apparently can do no wrong. She certainly loves no one else, said Lady Grace. I never met anyone with such an absolutely vixenish and uncontrolled temper. I am sorry for Dina. I have always pitied her, for she certainly works hard, and gets little praise for it. But at the same time, I can't let her run wild now she is off the rein for a little. It wouldn't be right, and these people are total strangers. I believe they are a very good family, said the Colonel. The title is an old one, and Sir Eustace is evidently a rich man. I had the opportunity for a little talk with the brother yesterday evening. A very courteous little chap, quite unusually so. I think we may regard them as quite passable. His eyes also wandered to the graceful, lounging figure on the balcony. At the same time, I shouldn't let Dina accept hospitality from them anyhow at this stage. She is full young. She must be content to stay in the background, at least for the present. Just what I say, said Lady Grace. Of course, if the younger brother should take a fancy to her, and he certainly seems to be attracted, it might be a very excellent thing for her. Her mother can't hope to keep her as a maid-of-all-work forever. But I can't have her pushing herself forward. I was very glad to hear you reprimand her so severely this morning. She deserved it, said the Colonel judicially. But at the same time, if there is any chance of what you suggest coming to pass, I have no wish to stand in the child's way. I have a fancy that she will find the bondage at home considerably more irksome after this taste of freedom. It might, as you say, be a good thing for her if the little chap did fall in love with her. Her mother can't expect much of a match for her. Oh, if that really happened, her mother would be charmed, said Lady Grace. She is a queer, ill-balanced creature, and I don't believe she has ever had the smallest affection for her. She would be delighted to get her off her hands, I should say. But things mustn't move too quickly, or they may go in the wrong direction. Again her eyes sought her daughter's graceful outline. You say Sir Eustace is rich? She asked, after a moment. Extremely rich, I should say. He has his own yacht, a house in town, as well as a large place in the country, and he will probably get a seat in Parliament at the next election. I'm not greatly taken with the man myself, declared Colonel Devine. He is too overbearing. At the same time, again his eyes followed his wife's, he would no doubt be a considerable catch. I don't mean Dina to have Sir Eustace, said Lady Grace very decidedly. It would be most unsuitable. Yes, what is it? As a low knock came at the door. Come in. It opened, and Dina, looking flushed and rather uncertain, made her appearance. I wish you would have the consideration not to disturb us at this hour, my dear Dina, said Lady Grace peevishly. What is it you want now? I am sorry, said Dina meekly, but I heard your voices, so I knew you weren't asleep. I just came in to say that Billy and I are going luging, if you don't mind. What next? Said Lady Grace, still fretful. Of course I don't mind, so long as you don't get up to mischief. Dina, come here, said the Colonel suddenly. Dina, on the point of beating a swift retreat, stood still with obvious reluctance. Come here, he repeated. She went to him, hesitatingly. He reached up a hand and grasped her by the arm. Were you eavesdropping just now? He demanded. Dina started, as if stung. Of course I wasn't, she declared with vehemence. How can you suggest such a thing? Quite sure, said the Colonel, still holding her. She wrenched herself from him in a sudden fury. Colonel Devine, you insult me. I am not the sort that listens outside closed doors. How dare you? How dare you? She stamped her foot with the words, gazing down at him with blazing eyes. The Colonel stiffened slightly, but he kept his temper. If I have done you an injustice, I apologize, he said. "You may go." And Dina went like a whirlwind, banging the door behind her. "Well, really," protested Lady Grace in genuine displeasure. Her husband smiled somewhat grimly. "A vixen's daughter, my dear. What can you expect?" "She behaves like a fishwife's daughter," said Lady Grace. "And if she wasn't actually eavesdropping, I am convinced she heard what I said." "So am I," said the Colonel dryly. "I was about to tax her with it, hence her masterly retreat. But she was not deliberately eavesdropping, or she would not have given herself away so openly. I quite agree with you, my dear. A match between her and Sir Eustace would not be suitable. And I also think Sir Eustace would be the first to see it. Anyhow, I shall take an early opportunity of letting him know that her birth is by no means a high one, and that her presence here is simply due to our kindness. At the same time, should the rather ludicrous little younger brother take it into his head to follow her up, so far as family goes, he is of course too good for her, but I am sorry for the child, and I shall put no obstacle in the way." "All the same, she shall not go to tea there unless Rose is invited too," said Lady Grace firmly. "There," said the Colonel pompously, "I think that you are right." Lady Grace simpered a little and opened her novel. "It really wouldn't surprise me to find that she is a born fortune hunter," she said. "I am certain the mother is avaricious." "The mother," said Colonel Devine, with the deliberation of one arrived at an unalterable decision, "is the most disagreeable, vulgar, and wholly objectionable person that I have ever met." "Oh, quite," said Lady Grace. "If she were in our set, she would be altogether intolerable. But, thank heaven, she is not. Now, dear, if you don't mind, I am going to read myself to sleep. I have promised Rose to go to the ice carnival tonight, and I need a little relaxation first." "I suppose Dina is going," said the Colonel. "Oh, yes, but she is nothing of a skater." Lady Grace suddenly broke into a little laugh. "I wonder if the redoubtable Mrs. Bathurst does really beat her when she is naughty. It would be excellent treatment for her, you know." "I haven't a doubt of it," said the Colonel. "She is absolutely under her mother's control. That great raw-boned woman would have a heavy hand too, I'll be bound." "Oh, there's no doubt Dina stands very much in awe of her. I never knew she had any will of her own till she came here. I always took her for the meekest little creature imaginable." "There's a good deal more in Miss Dina than jumps to the eye," said the Colonel. "In fact, if you ask me, I should say she is something of a dark horse. She is just beginning to feel her feet, and she'll surprise us all one of these days by turning into a runaway colt. Not, I do hope, while she is in my charge," said Lady Grace. "We will hope not," agreed the Colonel. "But, all the same, I rather think that her mother will find her considerably less tame and tractable when she sees her again than she has ever been before. Liberty, you know, is a dangerous joy for the young." "Then we must be more strict with her ourselves," said Lady Grace. End of Chapter 9. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, March 2022. Section 10 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. The House of Bondage. Dina ran swiftly down the corridor to her own room. As a matter of fact, she had intruded upon the Colonel and Lady Grace in the secret hope of finding a propitious moment for once again pressing her request to be allowed to accept Scott's invitation to tea. Her failure to do so added fuel to the flame, arousing in her an almost irresistible impulse to rebel openly. The fear of consequences alone restrained her, for to be escorted home in disgrace after only a week in this Alpine paradise was more than she could face. All her life the dread of her mother's wrath had overhung Dina like a cloud, sometimes near, sometimes distant, but always present. She had been brought up to fear her from her cradle. All through her childhood her punishments had been bitterly severe. She winced still at the bare thought of them, and she was fully convinced, as was Lady Grace, that her mother had never really loved her. To come under the ban of her displeasure meant days of harsh treatment, nor, now that her childhood was over, had the discipline been relaxed. She never attempted to rebel openly. Her fear of her mother had become an integral part of herself. Her spirit shrank before her fits of violence. But for her father and Billy, she sometimes thought that home would be an impossible place. But her affection for her father was of a very intense order. Lazy, self-indulgent, supremely easy-going, yet possessed of a fascination that had held her from babyhood. Such was Guy Bathurst, despised at least outwardly by his wife, and adored by his daughter. He went his indifferent way, enjoying life as he found it, and quite impervious to snubs. "I never interfere with your mother," was a very frequent sentence on his lips, and by that axiom he ruled his life, looking negligently on, while Dina was bent without mercy to the wheel of tyranny. He was fond of Dina. Her devotion to him made that inevitable, but he never obtruded his fondness to the point of interference on her behalf, for both of them were secretly aware that the harshness meted out to her had much of its being in a deep, unreasoning jealousy of that very selfish fondness. They kept their affection, as it were, for strictly private consumption, and it was that alone that made life at home tolerable to Dina. For upon one point her father was insistent. He would not part with her unless she married. He did not object to her working at home for his comfort, but the idea of her working elsewhere and making her living was one which he refused to consider. With rare self-assertion he would not hear of it, and when he really asserted himself, which was seldom, his wife was wont to yield, albeit ungraciously enough, to his behest. Besides, Dina was undoubtedly useful at home, and would certainly grow out of hand if she left her. Not very willingly had she agreed to let her go upon this Alpine jaunt with the Devines, but Billy had been so keen, and the invitation would scarcely have been extended to him alone. The whole idea had originated between the heads of the two families, riding home together after a day's hunting. Dina had chanced to come into the conversation, and the Colonel, comparing her with that of his own daughter, and being stirred to pity, had suggested that the two children might like to join them on their forthcoming expedition. Bathurst had at once accepted the tentative proposal, and had blurted forth the whole matter to his assembled family on his return, with the result that Billy's instant and eager delight had made it virtually impossible for his mother to oppose the suggestion. Dina had been delighted too, almost deliriously so, but she had kept her pleasure to herself, not daring to show it in her mother's presence till the actual arrival of the last day. Then indeed she had lost her head, had sung and danced and made merry, till some trifling accident had provoked her mother's untempered wrath, and a sound boxing of ears had quite sobered her enthusiasm. She had fared forth finally upon the adventure, with tearful eyes and drooping heart, her mother's frigid kiss of farewell hurting her more poignantly than her drastic punishment of an hour before. For Dina was intensely sensitive, keenly susceptible to rebuke and coldness, and her warm heart shrank from unkindness with a shrinking that was actual pain. She knew that the little social world of Perrythorpe looked down upon her mother, though not actually refusing to associate with her. Bathurst had married a circus girl in his green Oxford days, so the story went. A hard, handsome woman, older than himself, and fiercely, intensely ambitious. Lack of funds had prevented her climbing very high, and bitterly she resented her failure. He had never done a day's work in his life, but, unlike his wife, he had plenty of friends. He was well-bred, a good rider, a straight shot, and an entertaining guest. He knew everyone within a radius of 20 miles, and was upon terms of easy intimacy with the Devines, and many others, who received him with pleasure, but very seldom went out of their way to encounter his wife. Dina shrewdly suspected that this fact accounted for much of the bitterness of her mother's outlook. Her ambition had apparently died of starvation long since, but her resentment remained. Her hand was against practically all the world, including her daughter, whose fairy-like daintiness and piquancy was so obvious a contrast to the somewhat coarse and flashy beauty that had once been hers. For all that Dina inherited from her mother was her gypsy darkness. Mrs. Bathurst was not flashy now, and any attempt at personal adornment on Dina's part was always very sternly repressed. She had met and writhed under the eye of scornful criticism too often, and she distrusted her own taste. She was determined that Dina should never be subjected to the same humiliation. She humiliated her often enough herself. It was the only means she knew of asserting her authority, for she had no intention of ever being the object of her daughter's contempt. She was harsh to the point of brutality, so that the girl's heart was wont to quicken apprehensively whenever she heard her step. She scolded, she punished, she coerced. But from an outsider, the bare thought of a snub was unendurable, and the possibility that Dina might by any means lay herself open to one was enough to bring down the vials of wrath upon her head. Dina remembered still with shivering vividness the whipping she had received on one occasion for demeaning herself by running after the Devines' carriage to deliver a message. Her mother's whippings had always been very terrible, vindictively thorough. The indignity of them lashed her soul even more cruelly than the unsparing thong her body. Because of them she went in daily trepidation, submissive almost to the point of abjectness, lest this hateful and demoralizing form of punishment should be inflicted upon her. For some time now, by great wariness and circumspection, she had evaded it, and she had begun to entertain the trembling hope that she was at last considered to have passed the age for such childish correction. But her mother's outbreak of violence on the day of their departure had been a painful disillusion, and she knew well what it would mean to return home in disgrace with the Devines. Her cheeks burned and tingled still with the shame of the discovery. She felt that another of the old dreadful chastisements would overwhelm her utterly, and yet that she would most certainly have to endure it if she were unruly now, was the conviction that pressed like a cold weight upon her heart. Had not the letter she had received from her mother only that morning contained a stern injunction to her to behave herself as though she had been a naughty, wayward child? "It would kill me," she told herself passionately. "Oh, why can't I grow up quick and marry? But I never shall grow up at home. That's the horrible, horrible part of it. And I shall never have a chance of marrying with mother looking on. I'm just a slave. Other girls can have a good time, do as they like, flirt when they like, but I, never. Her fit of rebellion lasted long. The emancipation from the home bondage was beginning to work within her as the Colonel had predicted. Seen from a distance, the old tyranny seemed outrageous and impossible. To go back into it, monstrous. And yet, so far as she could see, there was no way of escape. She was not, apparently, to be allowed to make any friends outside her own sphere. The freedom she had begun to enjoy so feverishly had very suddenly been circumscribed, and if she dared to overstep the bounds marked out for her, she knew what to expect. And yet she longed for freedom as she had never longed in her life before. She was nearly desperate with longing. So sweet had been the first intoxicating taste thereof. For the first time she had seen life from the standpoint of the ordinary happy girl, and the contrast to the life she knew had temporarily upset her equilibrium. Her mother's treatment, harsh before, seemed unendurable now. Her cheeks burned afresh with a fierce, intolerable shame. No, no, she could never face it again. She could not. She could not. Already her brief emancipation had begun to cost her dear. She must find a way of escape ere she went back into thraldom, for she knew her mother's strength so terribly well. It would conquer all resistance by sheer, overwhelming weight. She could not remember a single occasion upon which she had ever, in the smallest degree, held her own against it. Her will had been broken to her mother's so often that the very thought of prolonged resistance seemed absurd. She knew herself to be incapable of it. She was bound to crumple under the strain, bound to be humbled to the dust, long ere the faintest hope of outmatching her mother's iron will had begun to dawn in her soul. The very thought made her feel puny and contemptible. If she resisted to the uttermost of her strength, yet would she be crushed in the end, and that end would be more horribly painful than she dared to contemplate. All her childhood it had been the same. She had been conquered ere she had passed the threshold of rebellion. She had never been permitted to exercise a will of her own, and the discovery that she possessed one had been something of a surprise to Dina. It was partly this discovery that had made her long so passionately for freedom. She wanted to grow, to develop, to get beyond the stultifying influence of that unvarying despotism. She longed to get away from the perpetual dread of consequences that so haunted her. She wanted to breathe her own atmosphere, live her own life, be herself. "I believe I could do lots of things, if I only had the chance," she murmured to herself, and then she was suddenly plunged into the memory of another occasion when she had received summary and austere punishment for omitting scales from her practising. But then no one ever liked doing what they must, and she had never had any real taste for music, or if she had had, it had vanished long since under the uninspiring goad of compulsion. All her morning depression came back while these bitter meditations racked her brain. Oh, if only her father had chosen a lady for his wife. It was disloyal, she knew, to indulge such a thought, but her mood was black and her soul was in revolt. She was sure, quite sure, that marriage presented the only possibility of deliverance, and deliverance was beginning to seem imperative. Her whole individuality, which this past week of giddy liberty had done so much to develop, cried aloud for it. She went to the window. Billy had grown tired of waiting and gone off without her. She fancied she could see his sturdy figure on the further slope. Her eyes took in the whole lovely scene, and suddenly, effervescently, her spirits began to rise. The inherent gaiety of her bubbled to the surface. What a waste of time to stay here grizzling while that paradise lay awaiting her! The sweetness of her nature began to assert itself once more, and an almost fevered determination to live in the present, to be happy while she could, entered into her. With impetuous energy she pushed the evil thoughts away. She would be happy. She would. She would. And happiness was not difficult to Dina. It bubbled in her, a natural spring that ever flowed again, even after the worst storms had forced it from its course. She even laughed to herself as she prepared to join Billy. Life was good. Oh yes, life was good. And home, and the trials thereof, were many miles away. Who could be unhappy for long in such a world as this, where the air sparkled like champagne, and the magic of it ran riot in the blood? The black mood passed away from her spirit like a cloud. She threw on cap and coat, and ran to join the merrymakers. End of Chapter 10. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, March 2022. Section 11 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Olympus. All through that afternoon, Dina and Billy played like cubs in the snow. They were very inexperienced in the art of luging, but they took their spills with much heartiness and a total disregard of dignity that made for complete enjoyment. When the sun went down, they forsook the sport, and joined in a snowballing match with a dozen or more of their fellow visitors. But Dina proved herself so adroit and impartial at this game that she presently became a general target, and found it advisable to retreat before she was routed. This she did with considerable skill and no small strategy, finally darting, flushed and breathless, into the hotel, covered with snow from head to foot, but game to the last. "Well done," commented a lazy voice behind her. "Now raise the drawbridge and lower the portcullis, and the honours of war are assured." She turned with the flashing movement of a bird upon the wing, and found herself face to face with Sir Eustace. His blue eyes met hers with deliberate nonchalance. "Sit down," he said, "while I fetch you some tea." Her heart gave an odd little leap, that was half of pleasure and half of dread. She stammered incoherently that he must not take the trouble, but he was evidently bent upon so doing, for he pressed her into the seat which he had just vacated. "Keep the place in the corner for me," he commanded, and lounged away upon his errand with imperial leisureliness. Dina watched his tall figure out of sight. The encounter both astounded and thrilled her. She wondered if she were cheapening herself by meekly obeying his behest, wondered what Rose, that practised coquette, would have done under such circumstances. But to depart seemed so wholly out of the question that she dismissed the wonder as futile. She could only wait for the play to develop, and trust to her own particular luck, which had so favoured her the night before, to give her a cue. He returned with tea and cake, which he set before her on a little table that he had apparently secured beforehand for the purpose. "I am sure you must be ravenous," he said in those high-bred and somewhat insolent accents of his. "I am," Dina admitted frankly. "Then let me see you satisfy your hunger," he said, seating himself in the corner he had reserved. "Oh, but not alone," she protested. You must have some too." He laughed. "No, I am going to smoke, with your permission. It will do me more good." "Oh, pray do," said Dina, embarrassed still, but strangely elated. "It makes me feel rather greedy, that's all." "I am greedy too," he told her, his blue eyes still upon her vivid, sparkling face. "And, always with your permission, I am going to indulge my greed." She did not understand him, but prudence restrained her from telling him so. Seated as she was, he was the only person in the vestibule whom she could see, her back being turned to all beside. She wondered, again with that delightful yet half-startled thrill, if his meaning were in any way connected with this fact. He certainly absorbed the whole of her attention, if that were what he wanted. Her hunger faded completely into the background. He lighted a cigarette and began to smoke. The space beyond them was full of moving figures and laughing voices, but the turmoil scarcely reached Dina. An invisible barrier seemed to shut them off from all the rest. They were not merely aloof. They were alone, and a curiously intimate touch pervaded their solitude. She felt her spirit start in quivering response to the call of his, just as the night before when she had floated with him above the clouds. What was happening to her she had not the least idea, but the consciousness of his near presence pulsed magnetically through and through her. Scott's brief advice of the morning was scattered from her memory like feathers before the wind. She had no memory. She lived only in this burning, splendid ardour of a moment. She drank her tea mechanically, finding nothing enigmatic in his silence. The direct look of his blue eyes discomfited her strangely, but it was a sublime discomfiture, the discomfiture of the moth around the flame. She longed to meet it, but did not wholly dare. With veiled glances she yielded to the attraction, not yet bold enough for complete surrender. He spoke at last, and she started. "Well, am I forgiven?" The nonchalant inquiry sent the blood in another hot wave to her cheeks. Had she ever presumed to be angry with this godlike person? "For what?" she asked, her voice very low. He leaned towards her. "Did I only fancy that by some evil chance I had offended you?" She kept her eyes lowered. "I thought you were the offended one," she said. "I?" She caught the note of surprise in his voice, and it sent a very curious little sense of shame through her. With an effort she raised her eyes. "Yes, I thought you were offended. You went by me this morning without seeing me." His look was very intent, almost as if he were searching for something, but it did not disconcert her as she had half expected to be disconcerted. His eyes were more caressing than dominant just then. "What if I didn't see you because I didn't dare?" he said. That gave her confidence. "I should think you couldn't be so silly as that," she said with decision. He smiled a little. "Thank you, milady. Then wasn't it almost equally silly, your word not mine, of you to be afraid of me last night?" She felt the thrust in a moment, and went white, conscious of the weak, sick feeling that so often came over her at the sound of her mother's step when she was in disgrace. He saw her distress, but he allowed several moments to elapse before he came to the rescue. Then, lightly, "Pray don't let the matter disturb you," he said. "Only, for your peace of mind, let me tell you that you really have nothing to fear. Out here we live in fairyland, and no one is in earnest. We just enjoy ourselves, and Mrs. Grundy simply doesn't exist. We are not ashamed of being frivolous, and we do whatever we like. And there are no consequences. Always remember that, Miss Bathurst. There are never any consequences in fairyland." His eyes suddenly laughed at her, and Dina was vastly reassured. Her dismay vanished, leaving a blithe sense of irresponsibility in its place. "I shall remember that," she said, with her gay little nod. "I dreamt last night that we were in Olympus." "We?" he said softly. She nodded again, flushed and laughing, confident that she had received her cue. "And you were Apollo." She saw his eyes change magically, flashing into swift life, and dropped her own before the mastery that dawned there. "And you?" he questioned under his breath. "Were Daphne?" "Perhaps," she said enigmatically. After all, flirting was not such a difficult art, and since he had declared that there could be no consequences, she did not see why she should bury this new-found talent of hers. "What a charming dream," he commented lazily. "But you know what happened to Daphne when she ran away, don't you?" She flung him a laughing challenge. "He didn't catch her, anyway." "True," smiled Eustace. "But have you never wondered whether it wouldn't have been more sport for her if he had? It wouldn't be very exciting, you know, to lead the life of a vegetable." "It isn't," declared Dina with abrupt sincerity. "Oh, you know something about it, do you?" he said. "Then the modern Daphne ought to have too much sense to run away." She laughed with a touch of wistfulness. "I wonder how she felt about it afterwards." "I wonder," he agreed, tipping the ash off his cigarette. "It didn't matter so much to Apollo, you see. He had plenty to choose from." Dina's wistfulness vanished in a swift breath of indignation. "Really?" she said. He looked at her. "Yes, really," he told her with deliberation. "And he didn't need to run after them either. But possibly," his gaze softened again, "possibly that was what made him want Daphne the most. Elusiveness is quite a fascinating quality if it isn't carried too far. Still," he smiled, "I expect he got over it in the end, you know. But in her case, I am not quite so sure." "I don't suppose he did ever get over it," maintained Dina with spirit. "All the rest must have seemed very cheap afterwards." "Perhaps he was more at home with the cheap variety," he suggested carelessly. His eyes had wandered to the buzzing throng behind her, and she saw a glint of criticism. Or was it merely easy contempt? Dispel the smile with which he had regarded her. His mouth wore a faint but unmistakable sneer. But in a moment his look returned to her, kindled upon her. "Are you for the ice carnival tonight?" he asked. She drew a quick, eager breath. "Oh, I do want to come, but I don't know, yet, if I shall be allowed." "Why ask?" he questioned. She hesitated. Then, ingeniously, she told him her difficulty. "I got into trouble last night for dancing so late with you, and I may be sent to bed early to make up for it." He frowned. "Do you mean to say you'd go?" She coloured vividly. "I'm only 19, and I have to do as I'm told." "Heavens above," he said. "You belong to the generation before the last, evidently. No girl ever does as she's told nowadays. It isn't the thing." "I do," whispered Dina, in dire confusion. "At least, generally." "And what happens if you don't?" he queried. "Do they whip you and put you to bed?" She clenched her hands hard. "Don't," she said. "You're only joking, I know, but I hate it." His manner changed in a moment, became half quizzical, half caressing. "Poor little brown elf. What a shame. Well, come if you can. I shall look out for you. I may have something to show you." "May you? Oh, what?" cried Dina, all eagerness in a moment. He laughed. There was a provoking hint of mystery in his manner. "Ah, that lies in the future, milady." "But tell me," she persisted. "Will you come, then?" he asked. "Perhaps," she said, "if I can." "Ah, and perhaps not," he said. "What then?" Dina's mouth grew suddenly firm. "I will come," she said. "You will?" His keen eyes held hers with smiling compulsion. "Yes, I will." He made a gesture as if he would take her hand, but restrained himself, and paused to tip the ash once more off his cigarette. "Now tell me," commanded Dina. "I don't think I will," he said deliberately. "But you must," said Dina. His eyes sought hers again with that look which she found it impossible to meet. She bent over her cup. "What will you show me?" she persisted. "Tell me." "I didn't say I would show you anything," he pointed out. "I said I might." "Tell me what it was anyhow," she said. He leaned nearer to her, and suddenly it seemed to her that they were quite alone, very far removed from the rest of the world. "It may not be tonight," he murmured, "or even tomorrow, but some day, in this land where there are no consequences, I will show you. When the fates are propitious, not before. Some of the things that Daphne missed when she ran away." He ceased to speak. Dina's face was burning. She could not look at him. She felt as if a magic flame had wrapped her round. Her whole body was tingling, her heart wildly aquiver. There was a rapture in that moment that was almost too intense, too poignant to be borne. He was the first to move. Calmly he leaned back and resumed his cigarette. Through the aromatic smoke his voice came to her again. "Are you angry?" Her whole being stirred in response. She uttered a little quivering laugh that was near akin to tears. "No, of course no. But I think I ought to go and dress. It's getting late, isn't it? Thank you for giving me tea." She rose, her movements quick and dainty as the flight of a robin. "Goodbye," she murmured shyly. He rose also with a sweeping bow. "À bientôt, Daphne," he said. She gave him a single swift glance from under fluttering lashes and turned away in silence. She went up the stairs with the speed of a bird on the wing, but she could not outpace the wonder and the wild delight at her heart. As she entered her own room at length, she laughed, a breathless, rippling laugh. How amazing and how gorgeous was this new life! End of chapter 11. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, March 2022. Section 12 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Wine of the Gods. The rink was ablaze with fairy lights under the starry sky. Rose Devine, exquisitely fair in ruby velvet and ermine furs, paused on the veranda, looking pensively forth. Very beautiful she looked, standing there, and Captain Brent of the Sappers, striding forth with his skates jingling in his hand, stopped as one compelled. "Are you waiting for someone, Miss Devine, or may I escort you?" She looked at him with a faint smile, as if in pity for his disappointment. "Too late, I am afraid, Captain Brent. I have promised Sir Eustace to skate with him." "Who?" Brent glanced towards the rink. "Why, he's down there already, dancing about with your little cousin. That's her laugh. Don't you hear it?" Dina's laugh, clear and ringing, came to them on the still air. Rose's slim figure stiffened very slightly, barely perceptibly, at the sound. "Sir Eustace has forgotten his engagement," she said icily. "Yes, Captain Brent, I will come with you." "Good business," he said heartily. "It's a glorious night. Somebody said there was a change coming, but I don't believe it." Maddening if a thaw comes before the luging competition. The run is just perfection now. I'm going up there presently. It's glorious by moonlight." He chattered inconsequently on, happy in the fact that he had secured the prettiest girl in the hotel for his partner, and not in the least disturbed by any lack of response on her part. To skate with her, hand in hand, was the utmost height of his ambition just then, his brain not being of a particularly aspiring order. Down on the rink, all was gaiety and laughter. The lights shone, ruby, emerald, and sapphire, upon the darting figures. The undernote of the rushing skates made magic music everywhere. The whole scene was fantastic, a glittering fairyland of colour and enchantment. "Each evening seems more splendid than the last," declared Dina. "They always will, if you spend them in my company," said Sir Eustace. "Do you know, I could very soon teach you to skate as perfectly as you dance." "I believe you could teach me anything," she answered happily. "Given a free hand, I believe I could," he said. "But the gift is yours, not mine. You have the most wonderful knack of divining a mood. You adapt yourself instinctively. I never knew anyone respond so perfectly to the unspoken wish. How is it, I wonder?" "I don't know," she answered shyly. "But I can't help understanding what you want." "Does that mean that we are kindred spirits?" he asked. And suddenly the clasp of his hands was close and intimate. "I expect it does," said Dina, but she said it with a touch of uneasiness. The voice that had spoken within her the night before, warning her, urging her to be gone, was beginning to murmur again, bidding her to beware. She turned from the subject with ready versatility, obedient to the danger signal. "Oh, there is Rose. I am afraid I ran away from her after dinner. They went upstairs for coffee, but I was so dreadfully afraid of being stopped that I hung behind and escaped. I do hope the Colonel won't be in a wax again, but I don't see that there was anything wicked in it, for Lady Grace herself is coming to look on presently." "I skated with Miss Devine nearly all the afternoon," observed Sir Eustace, "but she is a regular ice maiden. I couldn't get any enthusiasm out of her. Tell me, is she like that all through, or is it just a pose?" "Oh, I don't know," Dina said. "I've never got through the outer crust. But then, of course, I'm far beneath her." "How so?" asked Sir Eustace. She laughed up at him with the happy confidence of a child. "Can't you see it for yourself? I am a mere gutter snipe compared to the Devines. They live in a great house with lots of servants and cars. They never do a thing for themselves. I don't suppose Rose could do her hair to save her life, while we live in a tumble-down, ramshackle old place, and do all the work ourselves. I've never been away from home in my life before. You see, we're poor, and Billy's schooling takes up a lot of money. I had to leave school when he first went as a boarder, and that is 3 years ago now, so I have forgotten all I ever learnt." "Except dancing," he suggested. "Oh, well, that's born in me. I couldn't very well forget that. My mother—" Dina hesitated momentarily. "My mother was a dancer before she married." "And she taught you?" asked Sir Eustace. "No, no. She never taught me anything except useful things, like cooking and sewing and housework, and I detest them all," said Dina frankly. "I like sweeping the garden and digging the potatoes far better." "She keeps you busy, then," commented Sir Eustace, with semi-humorous interest. "Busy isn't the word for it," declared Dina. "I'm going from morning till night. We do the washing at home too. I get up at 5 and go to bed at 9. I make nearly all my own clothes too. That's why I haven't got any," she ended naively. He laughed. "Not really. But what makes you work so hard as that? You're wasting all your best time. You'll never be so young again, you know." "I know," cried Dina, and suddenly a wild gust of rebellion went through her. "It's hateful. I never knew how hateful till I came here. Going back will be too horrible for words. But—" her voice fell abruptly flat. "What am I to do?" "I should go on strike," he said lightly. "Tell your good mother that she must find someone else to do the work. You are going to take it easy and enjoy yourself." Dina uttered a short, painful laugh. "Wouldn't that do?" he asked. "No." "Why not?" he questioned with indolent amusement. "Surely you're not afraid of the broomstick?" Dina gave a great start, and suddenly, as they skated, pressed close to him, with the action of some small, terrified creature seeking shelter. "Oh, don't let us spoil this perfect night by talking of my home affairs," she pleaded, her voice quick and passionate. "I want to put everything right away. I want to forget there is such a place as home." His arm was around her in a moment. He held her caught to him. "I can soon make you forget that, my Daphne," he said. "I can lead you through such a wonderland as will dazzle you into complete forgetfulness of everything else. But you must trust me, you know. You mustn't be afraid." He was drawing her away from the glare of coloured lights as he spoke, drawing her to the further end of the rink, where stood a tiny, rustic pavilion. She went with him with a breathless sense of high adventure, skimming the ice in time with his rhythmic movements, mesmerised into an enchanted quiescence. They reached the pavilion, and he paused. The other skaters were left behind. They stood, as it were, in a magic circle all their own, and only the moon looked on. "Ah, Daphne," he said, and took her in his arms. There came to Dina, then, a wild and desperate sense of fear that was coupled with a wholly unreasoning and instinctive shame. She strained back from him. Oh no, she gasped. "I mustn't. I'm sure it's wrong." But he mastered her, very slowly, wholly without violence, yet wholly irresistibly. His dark face, with its blue, compelling eyes, dominated her, conquered her, and all her life resistance had been quelled in her. Her will wavered and was down. "Why should it be wrong?" he whispered. "I tell you that nothing matters. Nothing matters. We take our pleasures, and we tell no one. It is no one's business but our own, sweetheart. And nothing is wrong if no harm is done to anyone." Subtle, alluring, half laughing, half relentless, he drew her closer yet. He bent and pressed his lips upon her upturned face. But she quivered still and shrank, though unresisting. She could not give her lips to his. His kiss burned through and through her, so that she longed to flee away and hide. For though that kiss sent a thrill of wild ecstasy through her, there was anguish mingled therewith. Even while she exulted over her unexpected victory, She was smitten with the thought that it had cost her too dear. Had she told him too much about herself, that he held her thus cheaply? Would he, however urgent his desire to do so, would he have dreamed of treating Rose thus, or any other girl of his own standing? The thought went through her like a dagger. She bent herself back over his arm, avoiding his lips a second time. That one kiss had opened her eyes. "Oh, let me go," she said, her voice muffled and tremulous. "You mustn't ever do it again." "Why not?" he whispered softly. "What does it matter? This is the land of no consequences." "I can't help it," she whispered back. "It may not mean anything to you, but it makes me feel wicked." He laughed at her with tender ridicule. His arm still held her, but no longer closely. "Don't be afraid, my elf of the mountains," he said. "I won't do it again, yet. But there is nothing in it, I tell you. And what does it matter, if no one knows? Why shouldn't you have all the fun you can get?" Dina straightened herself and passed her hands over her face with an oddly childish gesture. He behaved as though he had conferred a favour upon her, but yet the horrible feeling of shame lingered. Her mother's most drastic punishments had never humbled her more completely. She drew herself from his hold. "I feel it does matter," she said, her voice pathetically small and shy. "But I know you didn't mean to offend me. So let's forget it, please. Let's go back." She gave him her hand with a timid gesture, and he took it with a smile that held arrogance as well as amusement. "We will go back, certainly," he said. "But we shall not forget. We have tasted the wine of the gods, my Daphne, and there is magic in the draught. Those who drink once are bound to come again for more." "Oh no," said Dina. But even as she said it, she felt herself to be battling against destiny. In that moment she knew beyond all doubting that by some means of which she had no understanding, he had caught her will and made it captive. Elude him though she might for a time, she was bound to be his helpless prisoner at the last. Yet his magnetism was such that she yielded herself to him almost mechanically as they went back into the giddy vortex of the carnival. Even in the midst of her dismay and uncertainty, she was strangely, almost deliriously happy. Romance, with gold-tipped wings unfurled, had suddenly descended from the high heavens and flitted before her, luring her on. End of section 12. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, March 2022. Section 13 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Friendship in the Desert. On the edge of the rink, immediately below the hotel, a slight figure was standing, patient as the Sphinx, awaiting them. Sir Eustace's keen eyes lighted upon it from afar. "There is my brother," he said. "We will go and speak to him, if you have no objection." Dina received the suggestion with eagerness. She was possessed for the moment by an urgent desire to get back to the commonplace, She had been whirled off her feet, and albeit the flight had held rapture, she had a desperate longing to tread solid ground once more. Possibly her companion shared something of this feeling. The game was his, but there was no more to be won from her that night. The time had come to descend from the heights to the dull and banal levels. He divined her wish to return to earth, and he had no reason for thwarting it. With a careless laugh, he put on speed and rushed her dizzily through the throng. To Dina it was as a rapid fall through space. She felt as if she had been suddenly shot from the gates of Olympus. She reached Scott, flushed and breathless, and quivering still with the wonder of it. He greeted her courteously. "Are you having a good time, Miss Bathurst?" She answered him gaspingly. Somehow it was an immense relief to find herself by his side. "Yes, a glorious time. But I am coming off now. Have you seen anything of Lady Grace or the Colonel?" "I have just had the pleasure of making Lady Grace's acquaintance," he said. "Are you really coming off now? Have you had enough?" She passed over his last question, for the wonder pierced her if she had not had too much. "Yes, really. I am going to change my boots. I left them somewhere here. I wonder where they are. Ah, there they are, against the railing. No, please don't. I can manage quite well. I would rather." She sat down on the bank and bent her hot face over her task. The two brothers remained near her. Scott was apparently waiting for her. They exchanged a few low words. "I'll do my level best, old chap," she heard Scott say. "But if it doesn't succeed, it can't be helped. Rome wasn't built in a day." Eustace made an impatient sound and muttered something in a whisper. "No," Scott said in answer. "Not that. Never with my consent. It wouldn't do, man. I tell you it wouldn't do. Can't you take my word for it?" "You're as obstinate as a mule, Stumpy," his brother said in tones of irritation. "It'll come to it sooner or later. You're only prolonging the agony." "I am doing my best," Scott said gravely. "Give me credit for that, at least." Sir Eustace clapped a sudden hand on his shoulder. "No one doubts that, my boy. You're true gold. But it's sheer foolishness to go on in the same old way that's proved a failure 100 times. In heaven's name, now that we've hauled her out of that infernal groove, don't let idiotic sentimentality spoil everything. Don't shy at the consequences. I'll be responsible for them." Dina glanced up. She saw that for the moment she was forgotten. The light was shining upon Scott's face, and she read in it undeniable perplexity. But the eyes were steadfast and wholly calm. He even smiled a little as he said, "My dear chap, have you ever considered the consequences of anything? Counted the cost before you came to pay? No, never." "Don't preach to me," Eustace said sharply. "No, I won't. But don't you talk in that airy way about responsibility to me, because—" Scott's smile broadened and became openly affectionate. "It just won't go down, dear fellow. I can't swallow camels. Never could." "You can strain at gnats, though," commented Sir Eustace, pivoting round on his skates. "Well, you know my sentiments. I haven't put my foot down yet, but I'm going to, pretty soon. It's got to be done, and if you can't bring yourself to it, well, I shall, that's all." He was gone with the words, swift as an arrow, leaving behind him a space so empty that Dina felt a sudden queer little pang of desolation. Scott remained motionless, deep in thought, for the passage of several seconds. Then, abruptly, the consciousness of her presence came upon him, and he turned to her. She was sitting on the bank, looking up at him with frank interest. Their eyes met, and then a very curious thing happened to Dina. She flinched under his look, flinched and averted her own. A great shyness suddenly surged through her, a quivering, overmastering sense of embarrassment. For in that moment she viewed the flight to Olympus as he would have viewed it, and was horribly, overwhelmingly ashamed. She could not break the silence. She had no words to utter, no possible means at hand by which to cover her discomfiture. It was he who spoke, in his voice a tinge of restraint. "I was going to ask if it would bore you to come and see my sister again this evening. I have obtained Lady Grace's permission for you to do so." She sprang to her feet. Of course, I would love to," she said, rather incoherently. "How could it bore me? I should like it, more than anything." He smiled faintly, and held out his hand for the boots she had just discarded. "That is more than kind of you," he said. "My sister was afraid you might not want to come." "Of course I want to come," maintained Dina. "Oh no, thank you. I couldn't let you carry my boots." "How clever of you to tackle Lady Grace. What did she say?" "Neither she nor the Colonel made any difficulty about it at all," Scott said. "I told them my sister was an invalid. Lady Grace said that I must not keep you after 10, and I promised I wouldn't." His manner was kindly and quizzical, and Dina's embarrassment began to pass, but he discomfited her afresh as they walked across the road by saying, "You have made it up with my brother, I see." Dina's cheeks burned again. "Yes," she said after a moment. "We made it up this afternoon." "That was very lucky. For him," observed Scott, rather dryly. Dina made a swift leap for the commonplace. "I hate being cross with people," she said, "or to have them cross with me. Don't you?" "I think it is sometimes unavoidable," said Scott, gravely. "Oh, surely you are never cross," said Dina impetuously. "I can't imagine it." "Wait till you see it," said Scott, with a smile. They entered the hotel together. Dina was tingling with excitement. She had managed to escape from her discomfiture, but she still felt that any prolonged intercourse with the man beside her would bring it back. She was beginning to know Scott as one who would not hesitate to say exactly what he thought, and not for all she possessed in the world would she have had him know what had passed in that far corner of the rink so short a time before. She chattered inconsequently upon ordinary topics as they ascended the stairs together, but when they reached the door of Isabel's sitting room, she became suddenly shy again. "Hadn't I better run and take off my things?" she whispered. "I feel so untidy." He looked at her. She was clad in the white woolen cap and coat that she had worn in the day. Her eyes were alight and sparkling, her brown face flushed. She looked the very incarnation of youth. "I think she will like to see you as you are," said Scott. He knocked upon the door 3 times as before, and in a moment opened it. "Go in, won't you?" he said, standing back. Dina entered. "Ah, she has come," a hollow voice said, and in a moment her shyness was gone. She moved forward eagerly, saw Isabel seated in a low chair, and impulsively went to her. "How kind you are to ask me to come again," she said. And then, all in a moment, Isabel's arms came out to her, and she slipped down upon her knees beside her into their close embrace. "How kind of you to come, dear child," Isabel murmured. "I am afraid it is a visit to the desert for you." "But I love to come," Dina told her, with warm lips raised. "I can't tell you how much. I was never so happy before. Each day seems lovelier than the last." Isabel kissed her, lingeringly, tenderly. "My dear, you have a happy heart," she said. "Tell me what you have been doing since I saw you last." She would have let her go, but Dina clung to her still, her cheek against her shoulder. "I have been very frivolous, dear Mrs. Everard," she said. "I have done lots of things. This afternoon we were luging, and now I have just come from the carnival. I wish you could have been there. Some people are wearing the most horrible masks. Billy, my brother, has a beauty. He made it himself. I rather wanted it to wear, but he wouldn't part with it." "You could never wear a mask, sweetheart," Isabel said, clasping the small brown hand in hers. "Your face is too sweet a thing to hide." Dina hugged her in naive delight. "I always thought I was ugly before," she said. Isabel's face wore a wan smile. She stroked the girl's soft cheek. "My dear, no one with a heart like yours could have an ugly face. How did you enjoy your dance with Eustace last night?" Dina bent her head a little, wishing earnestly that Scott were not in the room. "I loved it," she said, in a low voice. "And afterwards?" questioned Isabel. "No one was vexed with you, I hope?" Dina hesitated. "Colonel Devine wasn't best pleased, I'm afraid," she said, after a moment. "He scolded you," said Isabel, swift regret in her voice. "I am so sorry, dear child. I ought to have gone to look after you. I was selfish." "Oh no, indeed," Dina protested. "It was entirely my own fault. He would have been cross in any case. They are like that." Isabel uttered a sigh. "I shall have to try to meet them. Naturally, they will not let you come to total strangers. Stumpy, remind me in the morning. I must manage somehow to meet this child's guardians." "Of course, dear," said Scott. Dina, glancing towards him, saw him exchange a swift look with the old nurse in the background, but his voice held neither surprise nor gratification. He took out a cigarette and began to smoke. Isabel leaned back in her chair with abrupt weariness, as if in reaction from the strain of a sudden unwanted exertion. "Let me see. Do I know your Christian name? Ah, yes, Dina. What a pretty gypsy name. I think you are a little gypsy, are you not? You have the charm of the woods about you. Won't you sit in that chair, dear? You can't be comfortable on the floor." But Dina preferred to sit down against her knee, still holding the slender, inert hand. "Tell me about your home," Isabel said, closing languid eyes. "I can't talk much more, but I can listen. It does not tire me to listen." Dina hesitated somewhat. "I don't think you would find it very interesting," she said. "But I am interested," Isabel said. "You live in the country, I think you said?" "At a place called Perrythorpe," Dina said. "It's a great hunting country. My father hunts a lot, and shoots too." "Do you hunt?" asked Isabel. "Oh no, never. There is never any time. I go for rambles sometimes on Sundays. Other days I am always busy. Fancy me hunting," said Dina with a little laugh. "I used to," said Isabel. "They always said I should end with a broken neck, but I never did." "Are you very fond of riding?" asked Dina. "Not now, dear. I am not fond of anything now." "Tell me some more, won't you? What makes you so busy that you never have time for any fun?" Again Dina hesitated. "You see, we're poor," she said. "My mother and I do all the work of the house, and garden too." "And your father is able to hunt?" Isabel's eyes opened. Her hand closed upon Dina's caressingly. "Oh yes, he has always hunted," Dina said. "I don't think he could do without it. He would find it so dull." "I see," said Isabel. "But he can't afford pleasures for you?" There was no perceptible sarcasm in her voice, but Dina coloured a little, and went at once to her father's defence. "He sends Billy to a public school. Of course, I, being only a girl, don't count. And he has sent us out here, which was very good of him, the sweetest thing he's ever done. He had a lucky speculation the other day, and he has spent it nearly all on us. Wasn't that kind of him?" "Very kind, dear," said Isabel gently. "How long are you to have out here?" "Only 3 weeks, and half the time is gone already," sighed Dina. "The Devines are not staying longer. The Colonel is a J.P. and much too important to stay away for long, and they are going to have a large house party. There isn't much more than a week left now." She sighed again. "And then you will have no more fun at all?" asked Isabel. "Not a scrap. Nothing but work." Dina's voice quivered a little. "And I don't suppose it has been very good for me coming out here," she said. I believe I'm much too fond of gaiety, really." Isabel's hand touched her cheek. "Poor little girl," she said. "But you wouldn't like to leave your mother to do all the drudgery alone?" "Oh yes, I should," said Dina, with a touch of recklessness. "I'd never go back if I could help it. I love Dad, of course, but—" She paused. "You don't love your mother?" supplemented Isabel. Dina leaned her face suddenly against the caressing hand. "Not much, I'm afraid," she whispered. "Poor little girl," Isabel murmured again, compassionately. End of section 13. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, March 2022. Section 14 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. The Purple Empress. Colonel Devine once more wore his most magisterial air when, after breakfast on the following morning, he drew Dina aside. She looked at him with swift apprehension, even with a tinge of guilt. His lecture of the previous morning was still fresh in her mind. Could he have seen her on the ice with Sir Eustace on the previous night, she asked herself. Surely not. Apparently he had, however, for his first words were admonitory. "Look here, young lady, you're making yourself conspicuous with that 3-volume novel Baronet. You don't want to be conspicuous, I suppose." Her face burned crimson at the question. Then he had seen, or at least he must know, something. She stood before him, too overwhelmed for speech. "You don't, eh?" he insisted, surveying her confusion with grim relentlessness. "Of course not," she whispered at last. He put a hand on her shoulder. "Very well, then. Don't let there be any more of it. You've been a good girl up till now, but the last 2 days seem to have turned your head. I shan't be able to give a good report to your mother when we get home if this sort of thing goes on." Dina's heart sank still lower. The thought of the return home had begun to dog her like an evil dream. With a great effort she met the Colonel's stern gaze. "I am very sorry," she faltered. But Lady Grace did say I might go and see Mrs. Everard, the invalid sister, yesterday." "I know she did. She thought you had been flirting with Sir Eustace long enough." Dina's sky began to clear a little. "Then you don't mind my going to see her?" she said. "So long as you're not there too often," conceded the Colonel. "The younger brother is a nice little chap. There is no danger of your getting up to mischief with him." Dina's face burned afresh at the suggestion. He evidently did not actually know, but he suspected very strongly. Still, it was a great relief to know that all intercourse with these wonderful new friends of hers was not to be barred. "There was some talk of a sleigh drive this afternoon," she ventured after a moment. "Mr. Studley is taking his sister, and she asked me to go too. May I?" "You accepted, I suppose?" demanded the Colonel. "I said I thought I might," Dina admitted, and then, very suddenly, she caught a kindly gleam in his eyes, and summoned courage for entreaty. "Do, please, please let me go," she begged, clasping his arm. "I shan't ever have any fun again when this is over." "How do you know that?" said the Colonel gruffly. "Yes, you can go, but behave yourself soberly, there's a good girl. And remember, no running after the other fellow tonight. I won't have it. Is that understood?" Dina, too rejoiced over this concession to trouble about future prohibitions, gave cheerful acquiescence to the fiat. Perhaps she was beginning to realise that she would see quite as much of Sir Eustace as was at all advisable or even to be desired, without running after him. In fact, so shy had the previous night's flight with him made her, that she did not feel the slightest wish to encounter him again at present. To go out sleigh driving with Scott and his sister was all that she asked of life that day. It was a glorious morning, despite all prophecies of a coming change, and she spent it joyously lounging with Billy. Sir Eustace had gone skiing with Captain Brent, and the only glimpse she had of him was a very far one, so far that she knew him only by the magnificence of his physique as he descended the mountainside as one borne upon wings. She recalled the brief conversation that the brothers had held in her hearing the night before, and marvelled at the memory of Scott's attitude towards him. He isn't a bit afraid of him, she reflected. In fact, he behaves exactly as if he were the bigger of the two. This phenomenon puzzled her very considerably, for Scott was wholly lacking in the pomposity that characterises many little men. She wondered what had been the subject of their discussion. It had been connected with Isabel, she felt sure. She was glad to think that she had Scott to protect her, for there was something of tyranny about the elder brother, from which she shrank instinctively, his magnetism notwithstanding, and the thought of poor tragic Isabel being coerced by it was intolerable. The memory of the latter's resolution to make the acquaintance of the Devines recurred to her as she and Billy returned for luncheon. Would she carry it out, she wondered. The look that Scott had flung at the old nurse dwelt in her mind. It would evidently be an extraordinary move if she did. They reached the hotel. Rose and another girl had just come up from the rink together. A little knot of people were gathered on the veranda. Dina and Billy kept behind Rose and her companion. But in a moment Dina heard her name. The group parted, and she saw Isabel Everard, very tall and stately, in a deep purple coat, standing with Lady Grace Devine. Billy gave her a push. "Go on, they're calling you." And Dina found the strange sad eyes upon her, alight with a smile of welcome. She went forward impetuously, and in a moment Isabel's cold hands were clasped upon her warm ones. "I have been waiting for you, dear child," the low voice said. "What have you been doing?" Dina suddenly felt as if she were standing in the presence of a princess. Isabel, in public, bore herself with a haughtiness fully equal to that displayed by Sir Eustace, and she knew that Lady Grace was impressed by it. "I would have come back sooner if I had known," she said, closely holding the long, slender fingers. "My dear, you are woefully untidy now that you have come," murmured Lady Grace. But Isabel gently freed one hand to put her arm about the girl. "To me she is just right," she said, and in her voice there sounded the music of a great tenderness. "Youth is never tidy, Lady Grace, but there is nothing in the world like it." Lady Grace's eyes went to her daughter, whose faultless apparel and perfection of line were in vivid contrast to Dina's harum-scarum appearance. "I do not altogether agree with you in that respect, Mrs. Everard," she said, with a smile. "I think young girls should always aim at being presentable. But I quite admit that it is more difficult for some than for others. Dina, my dear, Mrs. Everard has been kind enough to ask you to lunch in her sitting-room with her, and to go for a sleigh drive afterward, so you had better run and get respectable as quickly as you can." "Oh, how kind you are," Dina said, with earnest eyes uplifted. "You know how I shall love to come, don't you?" "I thought you might, dear," Isabel said. "Scott is coming to keep us company. He has arranged for a sleigh to be here in an hour. We are going for a 12-mile round, so we must not be late starting. It gets so cold after sundown." "I had better go then, hadn't I?" said Dina. "I am coming too," Isabel said. Her arm was still about her. It remained so as she turned to go. "Goodbye, Lady Grace. I will take great care of this child. Thank you for allowing her to come." She bowed with regal graciousness and moved away, taking Dina with her. "Exit Purple Empress," murmured a man in the background, close to Rose. "Who on earth is she? I haven't seen her anywhere before." Rose uttered her soft, artificial laugh. "She is Sir Eustace Studley's sister. Rather peculiar, I believe, even eccentric. But I understand they are of very good birth." "That covers a multitude of sins," he commented. "She's been a mighty handsome woman in her day. She must be many years older than Sir Eustace. She looks more like his mother than his sister." "I believe she is actually younger," Rose said. "They say she has never recovered from the sudden death of her husband some years ago, but I know nothing of the circumstances." "A very charming woman," said Lady Grace, joining them. "We have had quite a long chat together. Yes, her manner is a little strange, slightly abstracted, as if she were waiting for something or someone, but a very easy companion on the whole. I think you will like her, Rose dear." "She's dead nuts on Dina," observed Billy with a chuckle. "She don't look at anyone else when she's got Dina." Lady Grace smiled over his head, and took no verbal notice of the remark. "They are a distinguished-looking family," she said. "Run and wash your hands, Billy. Are you thinking of skiing this afternoon, Rose?" "You bet," murmured Billy under his breath. He too had seen the distant figure of Sir Eustace on the mountainside. "It depends," said Rose non-committally. "Captain Brent and Sir Eustace have been on skis all the morning," said her mother. "We must see what they say about it." Billy spun a coin into the air behind her back. "Heads Sir Eustace and tails Captain Brent," he muttered to the man who had commented upon Isabel's beauty. "Heads it is." Lady Grace turned round with a touch of sharpness at the sound of his companion's laugh. "Billy, did I not tell you to go and wash your hands?" Billy's green eyes smiled impudent acknowledgment. "You did, Lady Grace, and I'm going. Goodbye." He pocketed the coin, winked at his friend, and departed, whistling. "A very unmannerly little boy," observed Lady Grace with severity. "Come, my dear Rose, we must go in." "I don't like either the one or the other," said Rose, with a very unusual touch of petulance. "They are always in the way." "I fully agree with you," said Lady Grace acidly. "But it is the first and last time in their lives. I have already told the Colonel so. He will never ask them to accompany us again." "Thank goodness for that," said Rose with restored amiability. "Of course I am sorry for poor little Dina, but there is a limit." "Which is very nearly reached," said Lady Grace. End of section 14. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, March 2022. Section 15 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. The Mountain Crest. That sleigh drive was to Dina the acme of delight, and for ever after the jingle of horse bells was to recall it to her mind. The sight of the gay red trappings, the trot of the muffled hoofs, the easy motion of the sleigh slipping over the white road, and above all, Isabel, clad in purple and seated beside her, a figure of royal distinction, made a picture in her mind that she was never to forget. She rode in a magic chariot through Wonderland. She longed to delay the precious moments as they flew, like a child chasing butterflies in the sunshine, but they only seemed to fly the faster. She chattered almost incessantly for the first few miles, and occasionally Isabel smiled and answered her, but for the most part it was Scott, seated opposite, who responded to her raptures. Scott, unfailingly attentive and courteous, but ever watchful of his sister's face. She gazed straight ahead when she was not looking at anything to which Dina called her attention. Her eyes had the intense look of one who watches perpetually for something just out of sight. Quiet but alert, he marked her attitude. Marked also the emaciation which was so painfully apparent in the strong sunshine, and formed so piteous a contrast to the vivid youth of the girl beside her. Presently Dina came out of her rhapsodies and observed his vigilance. She watched him covertly for a time while she still chatted on, and she noted that there were very weary lines about his eyes, lines of anxiety, lines of sleeplessness, that filled her warm heart with quick sympathy and a longing to help. The road was one of wild beauty. It wound up a desolate mountain pass, along which great black boulders were scattered haphazard like the mighty toys of a giant. The glittering snow lay all around them, making their nakedness the more apparent, and far, far above, the white crags shone with a dazzling purity in the sunlit air. Below them the snow lay untrodden, exquisitely pure, piled here in great drifts, falling away there in wonderful curves and hollows, but always showing a surface perfect and undesecrated by any human touch. And ever the sleigh ran smoothly on over the white road, till it seemed to Dina as if they moved in a dream. She fell silent, charmed by the swift motion, and by the splendour around her. "You are quite warm, I hope," Scott said after an interval. She was wrapped in a fur cloak belonging to Isabel. She smiled an affirmative, but she saw him as through a veil. The mystery and wonder of creation filled her soul. "I feel," she said, "I feel as if we are being taken up into heaven." "Oh, that we were," said Isabel, speaking suddenly with a force that had in it something terrible. "Do you see those golden peaks, sweetheart? That is where I would be. That is where the gates of heaven open, where the lost are found." Dina's hand was clasped in hers under the fur rug, and she felt the thin fingers close with a convulsive hold. Scott leaned forward. "Heaven is nearer to us than that, Isabel," he said gently. She looked at him for a moment, but her eyes at once passed beyond. "No, no, Stumpy, you never understand," she said restlessly. "I must reach the mountain tops or die. I am tired. I am tired of my prison, and I stifle in the valley. I, who have watched the sun rise and set from the very edge of the world. Why did they take me away? If I had only waited a little longer, as he told me to wait." Her voice suddenly vibrated with a craving that was passionate. "He would have come with the next sunrise. I always knew that the dawn would bring him back to me. But," dull despair took the place of longing, "they took me away, and the sun has never shone since." "Isabel." Scott's voice was grave and quiet. "Miss Bathurst will wonder what you mean. Don't forget her." Dina pressed close to her friend's side. "Oh, but I do understand," she said softly. "And dear Mrs. Everard, I wish I could help you. But I think Mr. Studley must be right. It is easier to get to heaven than to climb those mountain peaks. They are so very steep and far away." "So is heaven, child," said Isabel, with a sigh of great weariness. As it were with reluctance, she again met the steady gaze of Scott's eyes, and gradually her mood seemed to change. Her brief animation dropped away from her. She became again passive, inert, save that she still seemed to be watching. Scott broke the silence, kindly and practically. "We ought to reach the chalet at the head of the pass soon," he said. "You will be glad of some tea." "Oh, are we going to stop for tea?" said Dina. "That's the idea," said Scott, "and then back by another way. We ought to get a good view of the sunset. I hope it won't be misty, but they say a change is coming." "I hope it won't come yet," said Dina fervently. "The last few days have been so perfect, and there is so little time left." Scott smiled. "That is the worst of perfection," he said. "It never lasts." Dina's eyes were wistful. "It will go on being perfect here long after we have left," she said. "Isn't it dreadful to think of all the good things, all the beauty, one misses just because one isn't there?" "It would be if there were nothing else to think of," said Scott. "But there is beauty everywhere, if we know how to look for it." She looked at him uncertainly. "I never knew what it meant before I came here," she told him shyly. "There is no time for beautiful things in my life. It is very, very drab and ugly. I am very, very discontented. I have never been anything else." Her voice quivered a little as she made the confession. Scott's eyes were so kind, so full of friendly understanding. Isabel had dropped out of their intercourse as completely as though her presence had been withdrawn. She lay back against her cushions, but her eyes were still watching incessantly. "I think the very dullest life can be made beautiful," Scott said after a moment. "Even the desert sand is gold when the sun shines on it. The trouble is," he laughed a little, "to get the sun to shine." Dina leaned forward eagerly, confidentially. "Yes?" she questioned. He looked her suddenly straight in the eyes. "There is a great store of sunshine in you," he said. "One can't come near you without feeling it. Isabel will tell you the same. Do you keep it only for the Alps? If so—" He paused. Dina's face flushed suddenly under his look. "If so?" she asked under her breath. He smiled. "Well, it seems a pity, that's all," he said. "Rather a waste, too, when you come to think of it." Dina's eyes caught the reflection of his smile. "I shall remember that, Mr. Greatheart," she said. "Forgive me for preaching," said Scott. She put out a hand to him quickly, spontaneously. "You don't preach, and it does me good," she said somewhat incoherently. "Please, always, say what you like to me." "At risk of hurting you?" said Scott. He held the small, impulsive hand a moment, and let it go. "You could never hurt me," Dina answered. "You are far too kind." "I think the kindness is on your side," he answered gravely. "Most people of my acquaintance would think me a bore, if nothing worse." "Most people have never really met you, Stumpy," said Isabel unexpectedly. "Dina is one of the privileged few, and I am glad she appreciates it." "Good heavens," said Scott, flushing a deep red. "Spare me, Isabel." Dina broke into her gay, infectious laugh. "Please, please don't be upset about it. I'm glad I'm one of the few. I felt you were a prince in disguise all along." "Very much in disguise," protested Scott. "Remove that, and there would be nothing left." "Except a man," said Isabel. "You can't get away, Stumpy. You're caught." A fleeting smile crossed her face like a gleam of light, and was gone. She turned her look upon Dina and became silent again. Scott, much disconcerted, hunted in every pocket for his cigarette case. "You don't mind my smoking, I hope," he murmured. "I like it," said Dina. "Let me help you light up." She made a screen with her hands and guarded the flame from the draught. He thanked her courteously, recovering his composure with a smile that was not without self-ridicule, and in a moment they were talking again upon impersonal matters. But the episode, slight though it was, dwelt in Dina's mind thereafter with an odd persistence. She felt as if Isabel had given her a flashlight glimpse of something which, otherwise, she would scarcely have realized. In that single fleeting moment of revelation, she had seen that which no vision of knight in shining armour could have surpassed. They reached the chalet at the top of the pass and descended for tea. The windows looked right down the snow-clad valley up which they had come. The sun had begun to sink, and the greater part of it lay in shadow. Far away, rising out of the shadows, all golden amid floating mists, was a mighty mountain crest, higher than all around. The sun rays lighted upon its wondrous peaks. The glory of it was unearthly, almost more than the eye could bear. Dina stood on the little wooden veranda of the chalet, and gazed till the splendour nearly blinded her. "Still watching the delectable mountains," said Scott's voice at her shoulder. She made a little gesture in response. She could not take her eyes off the wonder. He came and stood beside her in mute sympathy while he finished his cigarette. There was a certain depression in his attitude, of which presently she became aware. She summoned her resolution, and turned herself from the great vision that so drew her. He was leaning against a post of the veranda, and she read again in his attitude the weariness that she had marked earlier in the afternoon. "Are you troubled about your sister?" she asked him diffidently. He threw away the end of his cigarette and straightened himself. "Yes, I am troubled," he said in a low voice. "I am afraid it was a mistake to bring her here." "I thought her looking better this morning," Dina ventured. His grey eyes met hers. "Did you? I thought it a good sign that she should make the effort to speak to strangers, but I am not certain now that it has done her any good. We brought her here to wake her from her lethargy. Eustace thought the air would work wonders, but I am not sure. It is certainly waking her up, but to what?" His eyelids drooped heavily, and he passed his hand across his forehead with a gesture that went to her heart. "It's rather soon to judge, isn't it?" she said. "Yes," he admitted. "But there is a change in her. There is an undoubted change. She gets hardly any rest, and the usual draught at night scarcely takes effect. Of course, the place is noisy. That may have something to do with it. My brother is very anxious to put a stop to the sleeping draught altogether, but I can't agree to that. She has never slept naturally since her loss, never slept and never wept. Biddy, the old nurse, declares if she could only cry, all would come right. But I don't know. He uttered a deep sigh and leaned once more upon the balustrade. Dina came close to him, her sweet face full of concern. "Mr. Studley," she murmured, You don't think I do her any harm, do you?" "You?" He gave a start, and looked at her with that in his eyes that reassured her in a moment. "My dear child, no. You are a perfect godsend to her. And to me also, if you don't mind my saying so. No. The mischief that I fear will probably develop after you have gone. As long as you are here, I am not afraid for her. Yours is just the sort of influence that she needs." "Oh, thank you," Dina said gratefully. "I was afraid, just for a moment, because I know I have been silly and flighty. I try to be sober when I am with her, but—" "Don't try to be anything but yourself, Miss Bathurst," he said. I have confided in you just because you are yourself, and I wouldn't have you any different for the world. You help her just by being yourself." Dina laughed while she shook her head. "I wish I were as nice as you seem to think I am." He laughed also. "Perhaps you have never realized how nice you really are," he returned, with a simplicity equal to her own. "Ah, here comes Isabel. I expect she is ready. We had better go in." They met her as they turned inwards. The reflection of the sunset glory was in her face, recalling some of its faded beauty. She took Dina's arm, looking at her with a strangely wistful smile. "I want you now, sweetheart," she said. "Scott can have his turn afterwards." "I want you too," said Dina instantly, squeezing her hand very closely. "Come and look at the mountains. They are so glorious now that the sun is setting." They turned back for a few moments, and Isabel's eyes went to that far and wonderful mountain crest. The gold was turning to rose. The glory deepened even as they watched. "The peaks of paradise," breathed Dina softly. Isabel was silent for a space, her eyes fixed and yearning. Then, at length, in a low voice that thrilled with an emotion beyond words, she spoke. "I know now where to look. That is where he is waiting for me. That is where I shall find him." And then swiftly she turned, aware of her brother close behind her. He looked at her with eyes of deep compassion. "Some day, Isabel," he said gently. She made a swift gesture, as of one who brushes aside every hindrance. "Soon," she said. "Very soon." Scott's eyes met Dina's for a single instant, and she thought they held suffering as well as weariness, but they fell immediately. He stood back in silence for them to pass. End of section 15. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, March 2022. Section 16 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. The Second Draft. They returned to the hotel by a circuitous route that brought them by a mountain road into the village just below the hotel. The moon was rising as they ascended the final slope. The chill of mist was in the air. Sir Eustace was waiting for them in the porch. He helped his sister to alight, but she went by him at once with a rapt look, as though she had not seen him. She had sat in an almost unbroken silence throughout the homeward drive. Dina would have followed her in, but Sir Eustace held her back a moment. "There is to be a dance tonight," he murmured in her ear. "May I count on you?" She looked at him, the ecstasy of the mountains still shining in her starry eyes. "Yes, yes, if I am allowed." And then, with a sudden memory of her promise to the Colonel, "But I don't suppose I shall be, and I haven't anything to wear except my fancy dress." "What of that?" he said lightly. "Call in the fairies to help." She laughed and ran in. Not for a moment did she suppose that she would be allowed to dance that night, but it seemed that luck was with her, for the first person she met was the Colonel, and he was looking so particularly well pleased with himself, and affairs in general, that she stopped to tell him of her drive. "It's been so perfect," she said. "I have enjoyed it. Thank you ever so many times for letting me go." Her flushed and happy face was very fair to see, and the Colonel smiled upon her with fatherly kindness. He could not help liking the child. She was such a taking imp. "Glad you have had a good time," he said. "I hope you thanked your friends for taking you." "I should think I did," laughed Dina, and then, seeing that his expression was so benignant, she slipped an ingratiating hand through his arm. "Colonel, please, may I dance tonight?" "What?" He looked at her searchingly, with a somewhat laboured attempt to be severe. Now, who do you want to dance with?" "Anyone, or no one," said Dina boldly. "I feel happy enough to dance by myself." "That means you're in a mischievous mood," said the Colonel. "It's only a Cinderella affair," pleaded Dina. "Tomorrow's Sunday, you know. There'll be no dancing tomorrow." "And a good thing too," he commented. "A pity Sunday doesn't come oftener. What will Lady Grace say, I wonder?" "But Rose is sure to dance," urged Dina. "I'm not so sure of that. Sir Eustace Studley has been teaching her to ski all the afternoon, and if she isn't tired, she ought to be." "Oh, lucky Rose!" Dina knew an instant's envy. "But I expect she'll dance all the same. And I may dance with him. Just once, mayn't I? There couldn't be any harm in just one dance. No one would notice that, would they?" She pressed close to the Colonel with her petition, and he found it hard to refuse. She made it with so childlike an earnestness, and, all his pomposity notwithstanding, he had a soft heart for children. "There, be off with you," he said. "Yes, you may give him one dance if he asks for it, but only one, mind. That's a bargain, is it?" Dina beamed radiant acquiescence. "I'll save all the rest for you. You're a dear to let me, and I'll be ever so good. Goodbye." She went, flitting like a butterfly up the stairs, and the Colonel smiled in spite of himself as he watched her go. "Little witch," he muttered. "I wonder what your mother would say to you if she knew." Dina raced, breathless, to her room, and began a fevered toilette. It was true that she possessed nothing suitable for ballroom wear, but then the dance was to be quite informal, and she was too happy to fret herself over that fact. She put on the white muslin frock which she had worn for dinner ever since she had been with the Devines. It gave her a fairy-like daintiness that had a charm of its own, of which she was utterly unconscious. Perhaps, fortunately, she had no time to think of her appearance. When she descended again, her eyes were still shining with a happiness so obvious that Billy, meeting her, exclaimed, "What have you got to be so cheerful about?" She proceeded to tell him of the glorious afternoon she had spent, and was still in the midst of her description when Sir Eustace came up and joined them. "I thought you would manage it," he said with smiling assurance. "And now, how many may I have? All the waltzes?" Dina's laugh rang so gaily that several heads were turned in her direction, and she smothered it in alarm. "I can only give you one," she said, with a great effort at sobriety. "What? Oh, nonsense," he protested, his blue eyes dominating hers. "You couldn't be so shabby as that." Dina's chin pointed merrily upwards. The situation had its humour. It was certainly rather amusing to elude him. She knew he had caught her far too easily the night before. "It's all I have to offer," she declared. "Meaning you're not going to dance more than one dance?" he asked. She opened her laughing eyes wide. "Why should it mean that? You're not the only man in the room, are you?" Sir Eustace's jaw set itself suddenly, after a fashion that made him look formidable, albeit he laughed back at her with his eyes. "All right, Daphne," he murmured. "I'll have the first." Dina's heart gave a little throb of apprehension, but she quieted it impatiently. What had she to fear? She nodded and lightly turned away. All through dinner she alternately dreaded and longed for the moment of his coming to claim that dance from her. That haughty confidence of his had struck a curious chord in her soul, and the suspense was almost unbearable. She noticed that Rose was very serene and smiling, and she regarded her complacency with growing resentment. Rose could dance as often as she liked with him, and no one would find fault. Rose had had him all to herself throughout the afternoon, moreover. She knew very well that had the skiing lesson been offered to her, she would not have been allowed to avail herself of it. A wicked little spirit awoke within her. Why should she always be kept thus in the background? Surely her right to the joys of life was as great as, if not greater than, Rose's. With her it would all end so soon, while Rose had the whole of her youth before her, like a pleasant garden in which she might wander or rest at will. Dina began to feel feverish. It seemed so imperative that she should miss nothing good during this brief time of happiness vouchsafed her by the gods. Her frame of mind when she entered the ballroom was curious. Mutiny and doubt, longing and dread, warred strangely together. But the moment he came to her, the moment she felt his arms about her, rapture came and drove out all beside. She drank again of the wine of the gods, drank deeply, giving herself up to it without reservation, too eager to catch every drop thereof, to trouble as to what might follow. He caught her mood. Possibly it was but the complement of his own. Freely he interpreted it, feeling her body throb in swift accord to every motion, aware of the almost passionate surrender of her whole being to the delight of that one magic dance. She was reckless, and he was determined. If this were to be all, he would take his fill at once, and she should have hers. Before the dance was more than half through, he guided her out of the labyrinth into the darkly curtained recess that led out to the veranda. And there, holding her, before she so much as realized that they had ceased to dance, he gathered her suddenly and fiercely to him, and covered her startled, quivering face with kisses. She made no outcry, attempted no resistance. He had been too sudden for that. His mastery was too absolute. Holding her fast in the gloom, he took what he would, till with a little sob her arms clasped his neck, and she clung to him, giving herself wholly up to him. But when his hold relaxed at last, she hid her face, panting against his breast. He smoothed the dark hair with a possessive touch, laughing softly at her agitation. "Did you think you could get away from me, you brown elf?" he whispered. I could if I tried," she whispered back. His hold tightened again. "Try," he said. She shook her head without lifting it. "No," she murmured with a shy laugh. "I don't want to. Shan't we go back and dance before... She broke off in confusion. "Before what?" he said. She made a motion to turn her face upwards, but, finding his still close, buried it a little deeper. "I promised the Colonel I'd be good," she faltered into his shoulder. "I think I ought to begin soon, don't you?" "Is that why I am to have only this one dance?" he asked. "Yes," she admitted. His caressing hand found and lightly pressed her cheek. "What are you going to do when it's over?" he asked. "I don't know," she said. "There's Billy. I may dance with him." He laughed. "That's an exciting program. Shall I tell you what I should do if I were in your place?" "What?" said Dina. Again she raised her face a few inches, and again, catching a glimpse of the compelling blue eyes, plunged it deeply into his coat. He laughed again, softly, with a hint of mockery. "I should have one dance with Billy, and one with the omnipotent Colonel, and then I should be tired and say good night." "But I shan't be a bit tired," protested Dina, faintly indignant. "Of course not," laughed Sir Eustace. "You will be just ripe for a little fun. There is quite a cosy sitting-out place at the end of our corridor. I should go to bed via that route." "Oh!" said Dina, with a gasp. She lifted her head in astonishment, and met the eyes that so thrilled her. But that would be wrong," she said. "I have done far naughtier things than that, my virtuous sprite," he said. But Dina did not laugh. Very suddenly, quite unbidden, there flashed across her the memory of Scott's look the night before, and her own overwhelming confusion beneath it. What would her friend Mr. Greatheart say to such a proposal? What would he say could he see her now? The hot blood rushed to her face at the bare thought. She drew herself away from him. Her rapture was gone. She was burningly ashamed. The Colonel's majestic displeasure was as nothing in comparison with Scott's wordless disapproval. "Oh, I couldn't do that," she said. "I couldn't. I ought not to be here with you now." "My fault," he said easily. "I brought you here before you knew where you were. If you go to confession, you can mention that as an extenuating circumstance." "Oh, don't," said Dina, inexplicably stung by his manner. It isn't nice of you to talk like that." He put out his hand and touched her arm lightly, persuasively. "Then you are angry with me?" he said. Her resentment melted. She threw him a fleeting smile. "No, no. But how could you imagine I could tell anyone? You didn't, seriously. You couldn't." "There isn't much to tell, is there?" he said, his fingers closing gently over the soft roundness of her arm. "And don't you like that plan of mine?" "I didn't say I didn't like it," said Dina, her eyes lowered. But I can't do it. That's all. I'm going now. Goodbye." She turned to go, but his fingers still held. He drew a step nearer. "Daphne, remember, you are not to run away." A transient dimple showed at the corner of Dina's mouth. "You must let me go, then," she said. "And if I do, how will you reward me?" His voice was very deep. The tones of it sent a sharp quiver through her. She felt unspeakably small and helpless. She made a little gesture of appeal. "Please, please let me go. You know you are much stronger than I am." He drew nearer, his face bent so low that his lips touched her shoulder as she stood turned from him. "You don't know your strength yet," he said, "but you soon will. Are you going away from me like this? Don't you think you're rather hard on me?" It was a point of view that had not occurred to Dina. Her warm heart had a sudden twinge of self-reproach. She turned swiftly to him. "I didn't mean to be horrid. Please don't think that of me. I know I often am, but not to you. Never to you." "Never?" he said. His face was close to her, and it wore a faint smile in which she detected none of the arrogance of the conqueror. She put up a shy, impulsive hand and touched his cheek. "Of course not, Apollo," she whispered. He caught the hand and kissed it. She trembled as she felt the drawing of his lips. I must really go now," she told him hastily. He stood up to his full height, and again she quivered as she realized how magnificent a man he was. "A bientôt, Daphne," he said, and let her go. She slipped away from his presence with the feeling of being caught in the meshes of a great net from which she could never hope to escape. She had drunk tonight yet deeper of the wine of the gods, and she knew beyond all doubting that she would return for more. The memory of his kisses thrilled her all through the night. When she dreamed, she was back again in his arms. End of section 16. Read by Helena Dunstan, Oxford, March 2022. Section 17 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. The Unknown Force. "Arriving, Miss Isabel, darlint, and can't you rest at all?" Old Biddy stooped over her charge, her parchment face a mass of wrinkles. Isabel was lying in bed, but raised upon one elbow, in the attitude of one about to rise. She looked at the old woman with a queer, ironical smile in her tragic eyes. "I am going up the mountain," she said. "It is moonlight, and I know the way. I can rest when I get to the top." "Ah, be easy, darlint," urged the old woman. "It's much more likely he'll come to you if you lie quiet." "No, he will not come to me." There was unalterable conviction in Isabel's voice. "It is I who must go to him. If I had waited on the mountain, I should never have missed him. He is waiting for me there, now." She flung off the bedclothes and rose, a gaunt white figure from which all the gracious lines of womanhood had long since departed. Her silvery hair hung in two great plaits from her shoulders, wonderful hair that shone in the shaded lamplight with a lustre that seemed luminous. "Will I have to fetch Master Scott to you?" said Biddy, eyeing her wistfully. "He's very tired, poor young man. There's 2 nights he's had no sleep at all. Won't you try and rest easy for his sake, Miss Isabel, darlint? You can go up the mountain in the morning, and maybe that little Miss Bathurst will like to go with you. Do wait till the morning now," she wheedled, laying a wiry old hand upon her. "It's no Christian hour at all for going about now." "Let me go," said Isabel. Biddy's black eyes pleaded with a desperate earnestness. "If you'd only listen to reason, Miss Isabel," she said. "How can I listen," Isabel answered, "when I can hear his voice in my heart, calling, calling, calling? Oh, let me go, Biddy. You don't understand, or you couldn't seek to hold me back from him." "Mavourneen," Biddy's eyes were full of tears. The hand she had laid upon Isabel's arm trembled. "It isn't myself that's holding you back. It's God. He'll join the two of you together in his own good time, but you can't hurry him. You've got to bide his time." "I can't," Isabel said. "I can't. You're all conspiring against me. I know. Give me my cloak and I will go." Biddy heaved a great sigh. The tears were running down her cheeks, but her face was quite resolute. "I'll have to call Master Scott after all," she said. No, I don't want Scott. I don't want anyone. I only want to be up in the mountains in time for the dawn. Oh, why are you all such fools? Why can't you understand?" There was growing exasperation in Isabel's voice. Biddy's hand fell from her, and she turned to cross the room. Scott slept in the next room to them, and a portable electric bell, which they adjusted every night, communicated therewith. Biddy moved slowly to press the switch, but ere she reached it, Isabel's voice stayed her. "Biddy, don't call Master Scott." Biddy paused, looking back with eyes of faithful devotion. "Ah, Miss Isabel, darling, will you rest easy then? I durstn't give you the quiet and stuff without Master Scott says so." "I don't want anything," Isabel said. "I only want my liberty. Why are you all in league against me, to keep me in just one place? Ah, listen to that noise. How wild those people are. It is the same every night, every night. Can they really be as happy as they sound?" A distant hubbub had arisen in the main corridor, the banging of doors and laughter of careless voices. It was some time after 1 o'clock, and the merrymakers were on their way to bed. "Never mind them," said Biddy. "They're just a set of noisy children. Lie down again, Miss Isabel. They'll soon settle, and then p'raps you'll get to sleep. It's not this way they'll be coming anyway." "Someone is coming this way," said Isabel, listening with sudden close attention. She was right. The quiet tread of a man's feet came down the corridor that led to their private suite. A man's hand knocked with imperious insistence upon the door. "Sir Eustace," said Biddy in a dramatic whisper. "Will I tell him you're asleep, Miss Isabel? Quick now, get back to bed." But Isabel made no movement to comply. She only drew herself together with the nervous contraction of one about to face a dreaded ordeal. Quietly the door opened. Biddy moved forward, her face puckered with anxiety. She met Sir Eustace on the threshold. "Miss Isabel hasn't settled yet, Sir Eustace," she told him, her voice cracked and tremulous. "But she'll not be wanting anybody to disturb her. Will your honour say good night and go?" There was entreaty in the words. Her eyes besought him. Her old, gnarled hands gripped each other, trembling. But Sir Eustace looked over her head as though she were not there. His gaze sought and found his sister, and a frown gathered on his clear-cut, handsome face. "Not in bed yet?" he said, and closing the door, moved forward, passing Biddy by. Isabel stood and faced him, but she drew back a step as he reached her, and a hunted look crept into her wide eyes. "You are late," she said. "I thought you had forgotten to say good night." He was still in evening dress. It was evident that he had only just come upstairs. "No, I didn't forget," he said. "And it seems I am not too late for you. I shouldn't have disturbed you if you had been asleep." She smiled, a quivering, piteous smile. "You knew I should not be asleep," she said. He glanced towards the bed, which Biddy was setting in order with tender solicitude. "I expected to find you in bed, nevertheless," he said. "What made you get up again?" She shook her head in silence, standing before him like a child that expects a merited rebuke. He put a hand on her shoulder that was authoritative rather than kind. "Lie down again," he said. "It is time you settled for the night." She threw him a quick, half-furtive look. "No, no," she said hurriedly. "I can't sleep. I don't want to sleep. I think I will get a book and read." His hand pressed upon her. "Isabel," he said quietly, "when I say a thing, I mean it." She made a quivering gesture of appeal. "I can't go to bed, Eustace. It is like lying on thorns. Somehow I can't close my eyes tonight. They feel red hot." His hold did not relax. "My dear," he said, "you talk like a hysterical child. Lie down at once, and don't be ridiculous." She wavered perceptibly before his insistence. "If I do, Scott must give me a draught. I can't do without it. Indeed, indeed." "You are going to do without it tonight," Eustace said with cool decision. "Scott is worn out and has gone to bed. I made him promise to stay there unless he was rung for, and he will not be rung for tonight." Isabel made a sharp movement of dismay. But, I always have the draught, sooner or later. I must have it, Eustace. I must. I can't do without it. I never have done without it." Eustace's face did not alter. It looked as if it were hewn in granite. "You are going to make a beginning tonight," he said. "You have been poisoned by that stuff long enough, and I am going to put a stop to it. Now get into bed and be reasonable. Biddy, you clear out and do the same. You can leave the door ajar if you like. I'll call if you are wanted." He pointed to the half-open door that led into the small adjoining room in which Biddy slept. The old woman stood and stared at him, with consternation in her beady eyes. "Is it myself that could do such a thing?" she protested. "I never leave my young lady till she's asleep, Sir Eustace. I'd sooner come under the curse of the Almighty." He raised his brows momentarily, but he kept his hand upon his sister. He was steadily pressing her towards the bed. "If you don't do as you are told, Biddy, you will be made," he observed. "I am here tonight for a definite purpose, and I am not going to be thwarted by you. So you had better take yourself out of my way. Now, Isabel, you know me, don't you? You know it is useless to fight against me when my mind is made up. Be sensible for once. It is for your own good. You can't have that draught. You have got to manage without it." "Oh, I can't, moaned Isabel. She was striving to resist his hold, but her efforts were piteously weak. The force of his personality plainly dominated her. "I shall lie awake all night. All night." "Very well," he said inexorably. "You must. Sleep will come, sooner or later, and then you can make up for it." "Oh, but you don't understand." Piteously she turned and clasped his arm in desperate entreaty. "I shall lie awake in torture. I shall hear him calling all night long. He is there beyond the mountains, wanting me. And I can't get to him. It is agony. Oh, it is agony to lie and listen." He took her between his hands, very firmly, very quietly. "Isabel, you are talking nonsense, utter nonsense, and I refuse to listen to it. Get into bed, do you hear? Yes, I insist. I am capable of putting you there. If you mean to behave like a child, I shall treat you as one. Now for the last time, get into bed." "Sir Eustace," pleaded Biddy in a hoarse whisper, "don't force her. Sir Eustace, don't now, don't." He paid no attention to her. His eyes were fixed upon his sister's death-white face, and her eyes, strained and glassy, were upturned to his. He said no more. Isabel's breath came in short, sobbing gasps. She resisted him no longer. Under the steady pressure of his hands, her body yielded. She seemed to wilt under the compulsion of his look. Slowly, tremblingly, she crumpled in his hold, sinking downwards upon the bed. He bent over her, laying her back, taking the bedclothes from Biddy's shaking hands and drawing them over her. Then, over his shoulder, briefly, he addressed the old woman. "Turn out the light and go." Biddy stood and gibbered. There was that in her mistress's numb acquiescence that terrified her. "Sure, you'll kill her, Sir Eustace," she gasped. He made a compelling gesture. "You had better do as I say. If I want your help or advice, I'll let you know. Do as I say. Do you hear me, Biddy?" His voice fell suddenly and ominously to a note so deep that Biddy drew back still further, affrighted, and began to whimper. Sir Eustace turned back to his sister, lying motionless on the pillow. "Tell her to go, Isabel. I am going to stay with you myself. You don't want her, do you?" "No," said Isabel. "I want Scott." "You can't have Scott tonight." There was absolute decision in his voice. "It is essential that he should get a rest. He looked ready to drop tonight." "Ah, you think me selfish," she said, catching her breath. He sat down by her side. "No," he answered quietly. "But I think you have not the least idea how much he spends himself upon you. If you had, you would be shocked." She moved restlessly. "You don't understand," she said. "You never understand, Eustace. I wish you would go away." "I will go in half an hour," he made calm rejoinder, "if you have not moved during that time." "You know that is impossible," she said. "Very well then, I shall remain." His jaw set itself in a fashion that brought it into heavy prominence. "You will stay all night?" she questioned quickly. "If necessary," he answered. Biddy had turned the lamp very low. The faint radiance shone upon him as he sat, imparting a certain mysterious force to his dominant outline. He looked as immovable as an image carved in stone. A great shiver went through Isabel. "You want to see me suffer," she said. "You are wrong," he returned inflexibly. "But I would sooner see you suffer than give yourself up to a habit which is destroying you by inches. It is no kindness on Scott's part to let you do it." "Don't talk of Scott," she said quickly. No one will ever know what he is to me, how he has helped me, while you have only looked on." Her voice quivered. She flung out a restless arm. Instantly, yet without haste, he took and held her hand. His fingers pressed the fevered wrist. He spoke after a moment, while he quelled her instinctive effort to free herself. "I am not merely looking on tonight. I am here to help you, if you will accept my help." "You are here to torture me," she flung back fiercely. "You are here to force me down into hell and lock the gates upon me." His hold tightened upon her. He leaned slightly towards her. "I am here to conquer you," he said, "if you will not conquer yourself." The sudden sternness of his speech, the compulsion of his look, took swift effect upon her. She cowered away from him. "You are cruel," she whispered. "You always were cruel at heart, even in the days when you loved me." Sir Eustace's lips became a single hard line. His whole strength was bent to the task of subduing her, and he meant it to be as brief a struggle as possible. He said nothing whatever, therefore, and so passed his only opportunity of winning the conflict by any means save naked force. To Isabel, in her torment, that night was the culmination of sorrows. For years this brother, who had once been all the world to her, had held aloof, never seeking to pass the barrier which her widowed love had raised between them. He had threatened many times to take the step which now at last he had taken, but always Scott had intervened, shielding her from the harshness which such a step inevitably involved. And by love he had never sought to prevail. Her mental weakness seemed to have made tenderness from him an impossibility. He could not bear with her. It was as though he resented in her the likeness to the one beloved whom he mourned as dead. Possibly he had never wholly forgiven her marriage, that disastrous marriage that had broken her life. Possibly her clouded brain was to him a source of suffering which drove him to hardness. He had ever been impatient of weakness, and what he deemed hysteria was wholly beyond his endurance, and the spectacle of the one being who had been so much to him, crushed beneath a sorrow the very existence of which he resented, was one which he had never been able to contemplate with either pity or tolerance. As he had said, he would rather see her suffering than a passive slave to that sorrow and all it entailed. So, during the dreadful hours that followed, he held her to her inferno, convinced beyond all persuasion, with the stubborn conviction of an iron will, that by so doing he was acting for her welfare, even in a sense working out her salvation. He relied upon the force of his personality to accomplish the end he had in view. If he could break the fatal rule of things for one night only, he believed that he would have achieved the hardest part. But the process was long and agonizing. Only by the sternest effort of will could he keep up the pressure which he knew he must not relax for a single moment if he meant to attain the victory he desired. There came a time when Isabel's power of endurance were lost in the abyss of mental suffering into which she was flung, and she struggled like a mad creature for freedom. He held her in his arms, feeling her strength wane with every paroxysm, till at last she lay exhausted, only feebly entreating him for the respite he would not grant. But even when the bitter conflict was over, when she was utterly conquered at last, and he laid her down, too weak for further effort, he did not gather the fruits of victory, for her eyes remained wide and glassy, dry and sleepless with the fever that throbbed ceaselessly in the poor tortured brain behind. She was passive from exhaustion only, and though he closed the staring eyes, they yet opened again with tense wakefulness the moment he took his hand from the burning brow. The night was far advanced when Biddy, creeping softly, came to her mistress's side in the belief that she slept at last. She had not dared to come before, had not dared to interfere, though she had listened with a wrung heart to the long and futile battle, for Sir Eustace's wrath was very terrible, too terrible a thing to incur with impunity. But the moment she looked upon Isabel's face, her courage came upon a flood of indignation that carried all before it. "Faith, I believe you've killed her," she uttered in a sibilant whisper across the bed. "Is it yourself that has no heart at all?" He looked back to her, dominant still, though the prolonged struggle had left its mark upon him also. His face was pale and set. "This is only a phase," he said quietly. "She will fall asleep presently. You can get her a cup of tea, if you can do it without making a fuss." Biddy turned from the bed. That glimpse of Isabel's face had been enough. She had no further thought of consequences. She moved across the room to set about her task, and in doing so she paused momentarily and pressed the bell that communicated with Scott's room. Sir Eustace did not note the action. Perhaps the long strain had weakened his vigilance somewhat. He sat in massive obduracy, relentlessly watching his sister's worn, white face. 2 minutes later, the door opened, and a shadowy figure slipped into the room. He looked up then, looked up sharply. "You," he said with curt displeasure. Scott came straight to him, and leaned over his sister for a moment, with a hand on his shoulder. She did not stir, or seem aware of his presence. Her eyes gazed straight upwards, with a painful, immovable stare. Scott stood up again. His hand was still upon Eustace. He looked him in the eyes. "You go to bed, my dear chap," he said. "I've had my rest." Eustace jerked back his head with a movement of exasperation. "You promised to stay in your room unless you were rung for," he said. Scott's brows went up for a second, then, "For the night, yes," he said. "But the night is over. It is nearly 6. I shan't sleep again. You go and get what sleep you can." Eustace's jaw looked stubborn. "If you will give me your word of honour not to drug her, I'll go," he said. "Not otherwise." Scott's hand pressed his shoulder. "You must leave her in my care now," he said. "I am not going to promise anything more." "Then I remain," said Eustace grimly. A muffled sob came from Biddy. She was weeping over her tea kettle. Scott took his brother by the shoulders as he sat. "Go like a good fellow," he urged. "You will do harm if you stay." But Eustace resisted him. "I am here for a definite purpose," he said, "and I have no intention of relinquishing it. She has come through so far without it, and I am not going to give in at this stage." "And you think your treatment has done her good?" said Scott, with a glance at the drawn, motionless face on the pillow. "Ultimate good is what I am aiming at," his brother returned stubbornly. Scott's hold became a grip. He leaned suddenly down and spoke in a whisper. "If I had known you were up to this, I'm damned if I'd have stayed away," he said tensely. "Stumpy!" Eustace opened his eyes in amazement. Strong language from Scott was so unusual as to be almost outside his experience. "I mean it." Scott's words vibrated. "You've done a hellish thing. Clear out now, and leave me to help her in my own way. Before God, I believe she'll die if you don't. Do you want her to die?" The question fell with a force that was passionate. There was violence in the grip of his hands. His light eyes were ablaze. His whole meagre body quivered as though galvanized by some vital electric current more potent than it could bear. And very curiously, Sir Eustace was moved by the unknown force. It struck him unawares. Stumpy, in this mood, was a complete stranger to him, a being possessed by gods or devils, he knew not which, but in any case, a being that compelled respect. He got up and stood, looking down at him speculatively, too astonished to be angry. Scott faced him with clenched hands. He was as white as death. "Go," he reiterated. "Go. There's no room for you in here. Get out." His lips twisted over the words, and for an instant his teeth showed with a savage gleam. He was trembling from head to foot. It was no moment for controversy. Sir Eustace recognized the fact, just as surely as he realized that his brother had completely parted with his self-control. He had the look of a furious animal prepared to spring at his throat. Greek had met Greek indeed, but upon ground that was wholly unsuitable for a tug of war. With a shrug he yielded. "I don't know you, Stumpy," he said briefly. "You've got beyond yourself. I advise you to pull up before we meet again. I also advise you to bear in mind that to administer the draught is to undo all that I have spent the whole night to accomplish." Scott stood back for him to pass, but the quivering fury of the man seemed to emanate from him, like the scorching draught from a blast furnace. As Eustace said, he had got beyond himself, so far beyond that he was scarcely recognizable. "Your advice be damned," he flung back under his breath, with a concentrated bitterness that was terrible. "I shall follow my own judgment." Sir Eustace's mouth curled superciliously. He was angry too, though by no means so angry as Scott. "Better look where you go, all the same," he observed, and passed him by, not without dignity and a secret sense of relief. The long and fruitless vigil of the night had taught him one thing at least. Rome was not built in a day. He would not attempt the feat a second time, though neither would he rest till he had gained his end. As for Scott, he would have a reckoning with him presently, a strictly private reckoning, which should demonstrate once and for all who was master. End of section 17. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, March 2022. Section 18 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. The Escape of the Prisoner. Dina spent her Sunday afternoon seated in a far corner of the veranda, inditing a very laboured epistle to her mother, a very different affair from the gay little missives she scribbled to her father every other day. The letter to her mother was a duty which must of necessity be accomplished, and perhaps, in consequence, she found it peculiarly distasteful. She never knew what to say, being uncomfortably aware that a detailed account of her doings would only give rise to drastic comment. The glories of the mountains were wholly beyond her powers of description, when she knew that any extravagance of language would be at once termed high-flown and ridiculous. The sleigh drive of the day before was disposed of in one sentence, and the dance of the evening could not be mentioned at all. The memory of it was like a flame in her inner consciousness. Her cheeks still burned at the thought, and her heart leapt with a wild longing. When would he kiss her again, she wondered. Ah, when? There was another thought at the back of her wonder, which she felt to be presumptuous, but which, nevertheless, could not be kept completely in abeyance. He had said that there would be no consequences. But had he really meant it? Was it possible ever to awake wholly from so perfect a dream? Was it not rather the great reality of things to which she had suddenly come, and all her past life a mere background of shadows? How could she ever go back into that dimness, now that she felt the glorious rays of this new radiance upon her? And he also. Was it possible that he could ever forget? Surely it had ceased to be just a game to either of them. Surely the wonder of the rapture had caught him also into the magic web. The golden maze of romance. She leaned her head on her hand and gave herself up to the great enchantment, feeling again his kisses upon lips and eyes and brow, and the thrilling irresistibility of his hold. Ah, this was life indeed. Ah, this was life. A soft footfall near her made her look up sharply, and she saw Rose Devine approaching. Rose was looking even more beautiful than usual, yet for the first time Dina contemplated her without any undercurrent of envy. She moved slightly to make room for her. "I haven't come to stay," Rose announced, with her quiet, well-satisfied smile as she drew near. "I have promised to sing at tonight's concert, and the Padre wants to look through my songs. Well, Dina, my dear, how are you getting on? Is that a letter to your mother?" Dina suppressed a sigh. "Yes, I've only just begun it. I don't know in the least what to say." Rose lifted her pretty brows. "What about your new friend, Sir Eustace Studley's sister? Wouldn't she be interested to hear of her? Poor soul! It's lamentably sad to think that she should be mentally deranged. Some unfortunate strain in the family, I should say, to judge by the younger brother's appearance also." Dina's green eyes gleamed a little. "I don't see anything very unusual about him," she remarked. "There are plenty of little men in the world." "And crippled?" smiled Rose. "I shouldn't call him a cripple," rejoined Dina quickly. "He is quite active." "Many cripples are, dear," Rose pointed out. "He has learnt to get the better of his infirmity, but nothing can alter the fact that the infirmity exists. I would call him a most peculiar little person to look at. Of course, I don't deny that he may be very nice in other ways." Dina bit her lip and was silent. To hear Scott described as nice was to her mind less endurable than to hear him called peculiar, but somehow she could not bring herself to discuss him, so she choked down her indignation and said nothing. Rose seated herself beside her. "I call Sir Eustace a very interesting man," she observed. "He fully makes up for the deficiencies of his brother and sister. He seems to be very kind-hearted, too. Didn't I see him helping you with your skating the other night?" Dina's eyes shone again with a quick and ominous light. "He helped you with your skiing, too, didn't he?" she said. "He did, dear. I had a most enjoyable afternoon." Rose smiled again, as over some private reminiscence. "He told me he thought you were coming on. In fact, he seems to think that you have the makings of quite a good skater. It's a pity your opportunities are so limited, dear." Rose paused to utter a soft laugh. "I don't see anything funny in that," remarked Dina. No, of course not. I was only smiling at the way in which he referred to you. That little brown cousin of yours," he said, "makes me think of a water-vole. There one minute and gone the next. He seemed to think you a rather amusing child, as of course you are." Rose put up a delicate hand and playfully caressed the glowing cheek nearest to her. "I told him you were not any relation, but just a dear little friend of mine who had never seen anything of the world before, and he laughed and said, 'That is why she looks like a chocolate baby out of an Easter egg.'" "Anything else?" said Dina, repressing an urgent desire to shiver at the kindly touch. "No, I don't think so. We had more important matters to think of and talk about. He is a man who has travelled a good deal, and we found that we had quite a lot in common, having visited the same places and regarded many things from practically the same point of view. He took the trouble to be very entertaining," said Rose with a pretty blush. "And his trouble was not misspent. I am convinced that he enjoyed the afternoon even more than I did. We also enjoyed the evening," she added. "He is an excellent dancer. We suited each other perfectly." "Did you find him good at sitting out?" asked Dina unexpectedly. Rose looked at her inquiringly, but her eyes were fixed upon the distant mist-capped mountains. There was nothing in her aspect to indicate what had prompted the question. "What a funny thing to ask," she said with her soft laugh. "No, we enjoyed dancing much too much to waste any time sitting out. He gave you one dance, I believe?" "No," Dina said briefly. "I gave him one." She turned from her contemplation of the mountains. An odd little smile, very different from Rose's smile of complacency, hovered at the corners of her mouth. She gave Rose a swift and comprehensive glance, then slipped her pen into her writing case and closed it. "I am afraid I have interrupted you," said Rose. "Oh no, it doesn't matter." Dina's dimple showed for a second and was gone. "I can't write any more now. There's something about this air that makes me feel now and then that I must get up and jump. Does it affect you that way?" "You funny little thing," said Rose. "Why, no." Dina's chin pointed upwards. She looked for the moment almost aggressively happy, but the next her look went beyond Rose, and she stared. Her expression altered, became suddenly tender and anxious. "There is Mrs. Everard," she said softly. Rose looked around. "Ah, Captain Brent's Purple Empress," she said. "How haggard the poor soul looks." As if drawn magnetically, Dina moved along the veranda. Isabel was dressed in the long purple coat she had worn the previous day. She had a cap of black fur on her head. She stood as if irresolute, glancing up and down as though she searched for someone. There was an odd furtiveness in her bearing that struck Dina on the instant. It also occurred to her as strange that, though the restless eyes must have seen her, they did not seem to take her in. The fact deterred her for a second, but only for a second. Then, swiftly, she went forward and joined her. "Are you looking for someone, dear Mrs. Everard?" Isabel's eyes glanced at her, and instantly looked beyond. "I am looking for my husband," she said, her voice quick and low. "He does not seem to be here. You have not seen him, I suppose. He is tall and fair, with a boyish smile, and eyes that look straight at you. He laughs a good deal. He is always laughing. You couldn't fail to notice him. He is one whom the gods love." Again her eyes roamed over Dina, and again they passed her to scan the mist-wreathed mountains. Dina slipped a loving hand through her arm. "He is not here, dear," she said. "Come and sit down for a little. The sun won't be gone yet. We can watch it go." She tried to draw her gently along the veranda, but Isabel resisted. "No, no, I am not going that way. I have got to go up the mountains to meet him. Don't keep me, don't keep me." Dina threw an anxious look around. There was no one near them. Rose had moved away to join a group just returned from the rink. The laughter and gay voices rose on the still air in a merry chorus. No one knew or cared of the living tragedy so near. Pleadingly she turned to Isabel. "Darling Mrs. Everard, need you go now? Wait till the morning. It is so late now, it will soon be dark." Isabel made a sharp gesture of impatience. "Be quiet, child. You don't understand. Of course I must go now. I have escaped from them, and if I wait I shall be taken again. It would kill me to be kept back now. I must meet him at dawn on the mountain top. What was it you called it? The Peaks of Paradise. That is where I shall find him. But I must start at once. At once." She threw another furtive look around and stepped forth. Dina's hand closed upon her arm. "If you go, I am coming too," she said with quick resolution. "But won't you wait a moment, just a moment, while I run and get some gloves?" Isabel made a swift effort to disengage herself. "No, child, no, I can't wait. If you met Eustace, he would make you tell him where you were going, and then he would follow and bring me back. No, I must go now, at once. Yes, you may come too if you like, but you mustn't keep me back. I must go quickly, quickly before they find out. Everything depends on that." There was no delaying her. Dina cast another look towards the chattering group and gave up hope. She dared not leave her, for she had no idea of the whereabouts of either of the brothers, and there was no time to make a search. The only course open to her was to accompany her friend, whithersoever the fruitless quest should lead. She was convinced that Isabel's physical powers of endurance were slight, and that when they were exhausted she would be able to bring her back unresisting. Nevertheless, she was conscious of a little tremor at the heart as they set forth. There was an air of desperation about her companion that it was impossible to overlook. Isabel's manner towards her was so wholly devoid of that caressing element that had always marked their intimacy till that moment. Without being actually frightened, she was very uneasy. It was evident that Isabel was beyond all persuasion that day. The sun was beginning to sink towards the western peaks as they turned up the white track, casting long shadows across the snow. The pine wood through which the road wound was mysteriously dark. The rush of the stream in the hollow had an eerie sound. It seemed to Dina that the ground they trod was bewitched. She almost expected to catch sight of goblin faces peering from behind the dark trunks. Now and then, muffled in the snow, she thought she heard the scamper of tiny feet. Isabel went up the steep track with a wonderful elasticity, looking neither to right nor left. Her eyes were fixed perpetually forwards, with the look in them of one who strains towards a goal. Her lips were parted, and the eagerness of her face went to Dina's heart. They came out above the pine wood. They reached and passed the spot where she and Scott had turned back on their first walk together. The snow crunched crisply underfoot. The ascent was becoming more and more acute. Dina was panting. Light as she was, with all the activity of youth in her veins, she found it hard to keep up, for Isabel was pressing hard. She went as one in whom the fear of pursuit was ever present, paying no heed to her companion, seeming indeed to have almost forgotten her presence. On and on, up and up, they went on their rapid pilgrimage. The winding of the road had taken them out of sight of the hotel, and the whole world seemed deserted. The sun rays slanted ever more and more obliquely. The valley behind them had fallen into shadow. Before them, and very far above them, towered the great pinnacles, clothed in the everlasting snows, beginning to turn golden above their floating wreaths of mist. Even where they were, trails like the ragged edges of a cloud drifted by them, and the coldness of the air held a clammy quality. The sparkling dryness of the atmosphere seemed to be dissolving into these thin, veil-like vapours. The cold was more penetrating than Dina had ever before experienced. Now and then an icy draught came swirling down upon them, making her shiver, though it was evident that Isabel was unaware of it. The harder the way became, the more set upon her purpose did she seem to be. Dina marvelled at her strength and unvarying determination. There was about it an element of the wild, not far removed from ferocity. Her uneasiness was growing with every step, and something that was akin to fear began to knock at her heart. The higher they mounted, the more those trails of mist increased. Very soon now the sun would be gone. Already it had ceased to warm that world of snow. And what would happen then? What if the dusk came upon them, while still they pressed on up that endless, difficult track? Timidly she clasped Isabel's arm at last. "It will be getting dark soon," she said. "Shouldn't we be going back?" For a moment Isabel's eyes swept round upon her, and she marvelled at their intense and fiery brilliance. But instantly they sought the mountain tops again, all rose-lit in the opal glow of sunset. "You can go back, child," she said. "I must go on." "But it is getting so late," pleaded Dina. "And look at the mist. If we keep on much longer, we may be lost." Isabel quickened her pace. "I am not afraid," she said, and her voice thrilled with a deep rapture. "He is waiting for me. There, where the mountains meet the sky. I shall find him in the dawn. I know that I shall find him." "But dear Mrs. Everard, we can't go on after dark," urged Dina. "We should be frozen long before morning. It is terribly cold already, and poor Biddy will be so anxious about you." "Oh no," Isabel spoke with supreme confidence. "Biddy will know where I have gone. She was asleep when I left, poor old soul. She had had a bad night." A sudden sharp shudder caught her. "All night I was struggling against the bars of my cage. It was only when Biddy fell asleep that I found the door was open. But you can go back, child," she added. "You had better go back. Eustace won't want to follow me if he has you." But Dina's hold instantly grew close and resolute. "I shall not leave you," she said with decision. Isabel made no further attempt to persuade her. She seemed to regard it as a matter of trifling importance. Her one aim was to reach those glowing peaks that glittered far above the floating mists, like the glories half revealed of another world. It was nothing to her that the road by which they had come should be blotted out. She had no thought for that, no desire or intention to return. If an earthquake had rent away the ground behind them, she would not have been dismayed. It was only the forward path, leading ever upwards to the desired country, that held her mind, and the memory of a voice that called far above the mountain height. The sun sank, the glory faded, the dark and the cold wrapped them round, but still she was undaunted. "When the dawn comes, we shall be there," she said. And Dina heard her with a sinking heart. She had no thought of leaving her, but she knew, and faced the fact, that in going on She carried her life in her hand. Yet she kept herself from despair. Surely, by now, the brothers would have found out, and they would follow. Surely they would follow. And Eustace would thank her for what she had done. She strained her ears for their coming, but she heard nothing, nothing but their own muffled footsteps on the snow. And ever the darkness deepened, and the mist crept closer around them. She gathered all her courage to face the falling night. She was sure she had done right to come, and so she hoped God would take care of them. End of section 18. Read by Helena Dunstan, Oxford, March 2022. Section 19 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. The Cup of Bitterness. It was growing late on that same evening that Scott came through the hotel vestibule after a rehearsal of the concert which was to take place that evening, and at which he had undertaken to play the accompaniments. He glanced about him as he came, as though in search of someone, and finally passed on to the smoking room. His eyes were heavy, and his face worn, but there was an air of resolution about him that gave purpose to his movements. In the smoking room several men were congregated, and in a corner of it sat Sir Eustace, writing a letter. Scott came straight to him and bent over him, a hand on the back of his chair. "Can I have a word with you?" he asked in a low voice. Sir Eustace did not look round or cease to write. "Presently," he said. Scott drew back and sat down near him. He did not smoke or take up a paper. His attitude was one of quiet vigilance. Minutes passed. Sir Eustace continued his task exactly as if he were not there. Now and then he paused to flick the ash from his cigarette, but he did not turn his head. The dressing gong boomed through the hotel, but he paid no attention to it. One after another, the men in the room got up and sauntered away, but Scott remained motionless, awaiting his brother's pleasure. Sir Eustace finished his letter, and pulled another sheet of paper towards him. Scott made no sign of impatience. Sir Eustace began to write again, paused, wrote a few more words, then suddenly turned in his chair. They were alone. "Oh, what the devil is it?" he said irritably. "I haven't any time to waste over you. What do you want?" Scott stood up. "It's all right, old chap," he said gently. "I'm going. I only came in to tell you I was sorry for all the beastly things I said to you last night. This morning, rather. I lost my temper, which was fairly low of me, considering you had been up all night and I hadn't." He paused. Eustace was looking up at him from under frowning brows, his blue eyes piercing and merciless. "It's all very fine, Stumpy," he said after a moment. "Some people think that an apology more than atones for the offence. I don't." "Neither do I," said Scott quietly. "But it's better than nothing, isn't it?" His eyes met his brother's very steadily and openly. His attitude was unflinching. "It depends," Eustace rejoined curtly. "It is if you mean it. If you don't, it's not worth that," with a snap of the fingers. "I do mean it," said Scott, flushing. "You do?" Eustace looked at him, still more searchingly. "I always mean what I say," Scott returned with deliberation. "And you meant what you said this morning?" Eustace pounced without mercy upon the weak spot. But the armour was proof. Scott remained steadfast. "I meant it, yes. But I might have put it in a different form. I lost my temper. I am sorry." Eustace continued to regard him with a straight, unsparing scrutiny. "And you consider that to be the sort of apology I can accept?" he asked after a moment. "I think you might accept it, old chap," Scott made pacific rejoinder. Eustace turned back to the table and began to put his papers together. "I might do many things," he observed, "which, not being a weak-kneed fool, I don't. If you really wish to make your peace with me, you had better do your best to make amends, to pull with me and not against me, for I warn you, Stumpy, you went too far last night, and it is not the first time." He paused as if he expected a disclaimer. Scott waited a second or two, then, with a very winning movement, he bent and laid his arm across his brother's shoulders. "Try and bear with me, dear chap," he said. His voice was not wholly steady. There was entreaty in his action. Eustace made a sharp gesture of surprise, but he did not repel him. There fell a brief silence between them. Then Scott's hand came gently down and closed upon his brother's. "Life isn't so confoundedly easy at the best of times," he said, speaking almost under his breath. "I'm generally philosopher enough to take it as it comes. But just lately—" He broke off. "Let it be Pax, Eustace," he urged in a whisper. Eustace's hand remained for a moment or two, stiffly unresponsive. Then, very suddenly, it closed and held. "What's the matter with you?" he said gruffly. "Oh, I'm a fool, that's all," Scott answered, and uttered a shaky laugh. "Never mind. Forget it like a dear fellow. God knows I don't want to pull against you, but, old chap, we must go slow." It was the conclusion that events had forced upon Eustace himself during the night, but he chafed against acknowledging it. "There is no sense in drifting on in the same old, hopeless way forever," he said. "We have got to make a stand, and it's now or never." "I know, but we must have patience a bit longer. There is a change coming, I am certain of it. But last night has thrown her back." Scott spoke with melancholy conviction. "You gave her the draught?" Eustace asked sharply. "I gave her a sedative only, but it took no effect. In the middle of the morning she was still in the same unsatisfactory state, and I gave her a second sedative. After that she fell asleep. But it was not a very easy sleep for a long time. This afternoon I saw Biddy for a moment, and she told me she seemed much more comfortable. The poor old thing looked tired out, and I told her to get a rest herself. She said she would lie down in the room. If it hadn't been for this concert business I would have relieved her, but they couldn't muster anyone to take my place. I am just going up now to see how she is getting on." Scott straightened himself slowly, with a movement that was unconsciously very weary. Eustace gave him a keen glance. "You're wearing yourself out over her, Stumpy," he said. "Oh, rot." Scott smiled upon him, a light that was boyishly affectionate in his eyes. "I'm much tougher than I look. Thanks for being decent to me, old chap. I don't deserve it. If there are any more letters to be written, bring them along, and I'll attend to them tonight after the concert." "No, not this lot. I shall attend to them myself." Eustace got up and passed a hand through his arm. "You are working too hard and sleeping too little. I'm going to take you in hand and put a stop to it." Scott laughed. "No, no. Thanks all the same. I'm better left alone. Are you coming to the show tonight? The beautiful Mr. VIII is going to sing." Eustace looked supercilious. Is there anything that young lady can't do, I wonder? Her accomplishments are legion. She told me yesterday that she could play the guitar. She can also recite, play bridge, and take cricket scores. She is a scratch golf player, plays a good game of tennis, rides to hounds, and visits the poor. And that is by no means a complete list. I don't wonder that she gives the little brown girl indigestion. Her perfection is almost nauseating at times. Scott laughed again. It was a relief to have diverted his brother's attention from more personal subjects. She ought to suit you rather well, he observed. You are something of the perfect knight yourself. I heard a lady exclaim only yesterday, when you started off together on that skiing expedition, "What a positively divine couple, Apollo and Aphrodite." I think it was the parson's wife. You couldn't expect her to know much about heathen theology. "Don't make me sick, if you don't mind," said Sir Eustace. "Look here, my friend, we shall be late if we don't go. You can't spend long with Isabel if you are to turn up in time for this precious concert. Hello, what's the matter?" The door of the smoking room had burst suddenly open, and Colonel Devine, very red in the face, and as agitated as his pomposity would allow, stood glaring at them. "So you are here," he exclaimed, his tone an odd blend of relief and anxiety. "Do you mean me?" said Sir Eustace with a touch of haughtiness. "Yes, sir, you. I was looking for you," explained the colonel, pulling himself together. "I thought, perhaps, you might be able to give me some idea as to the whereabouts of my young charge, Miss Bathurst. She is missing." Sir Eustace raised his black brows. "What should I know about her whereabouts?" he said. Scott broke in quickly. "I saw her in the veranda this afternoon with your daughter." "I know, she was there," the colonel spoke with brevity. "Rose left her there talking to your sister. No one seems to have seen her since. I thought she might have been with Sir Eustace. I see I was mistaken. I apologize. But where the devil can she be?" Sir Eustace raised his shoulders. "She was certainly not talking to my sister," he remarked. "She has kept her room today. Miss Bathurst is probably in her own room, dressing for dinner." "That is just where she isn't," exploded the colonel. "I missed her at tea-time, but thought she must be out. Now her brother tells me that he has been all over the place and can't find her. I suppose she can't be upstairs with your sister." He turned to Scott. "I'll go and see," Scott said. "She may be, though I doubt it. My sister was not so well, and so stayed in bed today." He moved towards the stairs with the words, but ere he had reached them, there came the sound of a sudden commotion on the corridor above, and a wailing voice made itself heard. "Miss Isabel! Miss Isabel! Wherever are you, Mevanine? Ah, what'll I do at all? Miss Isabel's gone." Old Biddy, in her huge white apron and mob cap, appeared at the top of the staircase, and came hobbling down with skinny hands extended. "Ah, Master Scott, Master Scott, may the saints help us! She's gone! She's gone! And myself sleeping like a hog the whole afternoon through. I'll never forgive myself, Master Scott. Never, never. Oh, what'll I do? I pray the Almighty will take my life before any harm comes to her." She reached Scott at the foot of the stairs, and caught his hand hysterically between her own. Sir Eustace strode forward, white to the lips. "Stop your clatter, woman, and answer me. How did Miss Isabel get away? Is she dressed?" The old woman cowered back from the blazing wrath in his eyes. "Yes, your honour. No, your honour. I mean, yes, your honour," she stammered, still clinging pathetically to Scott. I was asleep, you see. I never knew. How long did you sleep? Demanded Sir Eustace. And how am I to tell at all? Wailed Biddy. It didn't seem like 5 minutes, and I opened my eyes, and she was all quiet in the dark, and I said to myself, I won't disturb the dear lamb, and I crept into my room and tidied myself and made a cup of tea, and still she kept so quiet, so I drank my tea and did a bit of work, and then, just a minute ago it was, I crept in and went to her, thinking it was time she woke up, and she wasn't there, your honour. The bed was laid up and she was gone. Oh, what'll I do at all? What'll I do? She burst into wild sobs and hid her face in her apron. 2 or 3 people were standing about in the vestibule. They looked at the agitated group with interest, and in a moment a young man who had just entered came up to Scott. I believe I saw your sister in the veranda this afternoon, he said. That's just what Rose said, broke in the Colonel. And you wouldn't believe me. She came out, and Dina went to speak to her, and now the 2 of them are missing. It's obvious. They must have gone off together somewhere. Not up the mountain, I hope, the young man said. That is probably where they have gone, Scott said, speaking for the first time. He was patting Biddy's shoulder with compassionate kindness. Why do you say that? It's just begun to snow, the other answered, and the mist up the mountain path is thick. Damnation! Exclaimed Sir Eustace furiously. And she may have been gone for hours. Miss Bathurst was with her, said Scott. She would keep her head, I am certain of that. He turned to the Colonel, who stood fuming by. Hadn't we better organise a search party, sir? I'm afraid there is not much doubt that they have gone up the mountain. My sister, you know. He flushed a little. My sister is not altogether responsible for her actions. She would not realise the danger. But surely Dina wouldn't be such a little fool as to go, burst forth the Colonel. She's sane enough, when she isn't larking about with other fools. He glared at Sir Eustace. And how the devil are we to know where to look, I'd like to know? We can't hunt all over the Alps. There may be some dogs in the village, Scott said. There is certainly a guide. I will go down at once and see what I can find. No, no, Stumpy, not you. Sharply, Sir Eustace intervened. I won't have you go. It's not your job, and you are not fit for it. He laid a peremptory hand upon his brother's shoulder. That's understood, is it? You will not leave the hotel. He spoke with stern insistence, looking Scott straight in the eyes, and after a moment or 2, Scott yielded the point. All right, old chap, I'm not much good, I know, but for heaven's sake lose no time. No time will be lost. Sir Eustace turned round upon the Colonel. We can't have any but young men on this job, he said. See if you can muster 2 or 3 to go with me, will you? A doctor, if possible. And we shall want blankets and restoratives and lanterns. Stumpy, you can see to that. Yes, and send for a guide, too, though he won't be much help in a thick mist. And take that wailing woman away. Have everything ready for us when we come back. They can't have gone very far. Isabel hasn't the strength. I shall be ready immediately. He turned to the stairs and went up them in great leaps, leaving the little group below to carry out his orders. There was a momentary inaction after his departure. Then Scott limped across to the door and opened it. A thick darkness met him, the clammy darkness of fog, and the faint, faint rustle of falling snow. He closed the door and turned back, meeting the Colonel's eyes. It's hard to stay behind, sir, he said. The Colonel nodded. He liked Scott. Yes, infernally hard, but we'll do all we can. Will you find the doctor and get the necessities together? I'll see to the rest." "Very good, sir, I will." Scott went to the old woman, who still sobbed piteously into her apron. "Come along, Biddy. There's plenty to be done. Miss Isabel's room must be quite ready for her when she comes back, and Miss Bathurst's too. We shall want boiling water, lots of it. That's your job. Come along." He urged her gently to the stairs and went up with her, holding her arm. At the top she stopped and gave him an anguished look. "Ah, Mr. Scott, darling, will the Almighty be merciful? Will He bring her safe back again?" He drew her gently on. "That's another thing you can do, Biddy," he said. "Ask Him." And before his look, Biddy commanded herself and grew calmer. "Faith, Master Scott," she said, "if it isn't yourself that's taught me the greatest lesson of all." A very compassionate smile shone in Scott's eyes as he passed on and left her. "Poor old Biddy," he murmured as he went. "It's easy to preach to such as you, but oh God, there's no denying it's bitter work for those who stay behind." He knew that he and Biddy were destined to drink that cup of bitterness to the dregs ere the night passed. End of section 19. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, March 2022. Section 20 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. The Vision of Greatheart. The darkness of night lay like a black pall upon the mountain. The snow was falling thickly and ever more thickly. It drifted in upon Dina as she crouched in the shelter of an empty shed that had been placed on that high slope for the protection of sheep from the spring storms. They had come upon this shelter just as the gloom had become too great for even Isabel to regard further progress as possible, and in response to the girl's insistence they had crept in to rest. They had lost the beaten track long since. Neither of them had realized when, but the certainty that they had done so had had its effect upon Isabel. Her energies had flagged from the moment that it had dawned upon her. A deadly tiredness had come over her, a feebleness so complete that Dina had had difficulty in getting her into the shelter. Return was utterly out of the question. They were hopelessly lost, and to wander in that densely falling snow was to court disaster. Very thankful Dina had been to find even so poor a refuge in that waste of drifting fog, but now, as she huddled by Isabel's side, it seemed to her that the relief afforded was but a prolonging of their agony. The cold was intense. It seemed to penetrate her very bones, and she knew by her companion's low moaning that she was suffering keenly also. Isabel seemed to have sunk into a state of semi-consciousness, and only now and then did broken words escape her, words scarcely audible to Dina, but which testified none the less to the bitterness of despair that had come upon her. She sat in a corner of the desolate place, with Dina pressed close to her, while the snow drifted in through the doorless entrance and sprinkled them both. But it was the darkness, rather than the cold or the snow, that affected the girl as she crouched there with her arms about her companion, striving to warm and shelter her, while she herself felt frozen to her very heart. It was so terrible, so monstrous, so nerve-shattering, and the silence that went with it was like a nightmare horror to her shrinking soul, for all Dina's sensibilities were painfully on the alert. No merciful dullness of perception came to her. Responsibility had awakened in her a nervous energy that made her realize the awfulness of their position with appalling vividness. That they could possibly survive the night she did not believe, and death in that fearful darkness, was a terror from which she shrank almost in panic. That she retained command of her quivering nerves was due solely to the fact of Isabel's helplessness, Isabel's dependence upon her. She knew that while she had any strength left, she must not give way. She must be brave. Their sole chance of rescue hung upon that. Like Scott, she thought of the guide, though the hope was a forlorn one. He might know of this shelter, but whether in the awful darkness he would ever be able to find it, she strongly doubted. Their absence must have been discovered long since, she was sure, and Scott would be certain to think of the mountain path. He would remember his sister's wild words of the day before, and he would know that she, Dina, had had no choice but to accompany her upon the mad quest. It comforted her to think that Scott would understand, and was already at work to help them. If by any means deliverance could be brought to them, she knew that Scott would compass it. His quiet and capable spirit was accustomed to grapple with difficulties, and the enormity of a task would never dismay him. He had probably organised a search party long ere this. He would not rest until he had done his very utmost. She wondered if he would come himself to look for them, but discarded the idea as unlikely. His infirmity made progress on the mountains a difficult matter at all times, and he would not wish to hamper the movements of the others. That was like Scott, she reflected. He would always keep his own desires in the background, subservient to the needs of others. No, he would not come himself. He would stay behind, in torturing inaction, while fitter men fared forth. The thought of Eustace came again to her. He would be one of the search party. She pictured him, forcing his way upwards, all his magnificent strength bent to the work. Her heart throbbed at the memory of that all-conquering presence, the arms that had held her, the lips that had pressed her own. And he had stopped to plead with her also. She would always remember that of him with a thrill of ecstasy. He, the princely and splendid, Apollo the magnificent. Always? A sudden chill smote her heart, numbing her through and through. Always? And death waiting on the threshold to snatch her away from the wonderful joy she had only just begun to know. Always? Ah! Would she remember even tomorrow? Even tomorrow? And he? Would he not forget? Isabel stirred in her arms and murmured an inarticulate complaint. Tenderly she drew her closer. How cold it was! How cruelly, bitingly cold! All her bones were beginning to ache. A dreadful stiffness was creeping over her. How long would her senses hold out, she wondered piteously. How long? How long? It must be hours now since they had entered that freezing place, and with every minute it seemed to be growing colder. Never in her life had she imagined anything so searching, so agonizing as this cold. It held her in an iron rigour against which she was powerless to struggle. The strength to clasp Isabel in her arms was leaving her. She thought that her numbed limbs were gradually turning to stone. Even her lips were so numbed with cold that she could not move them. The steam of her breath had turned to ice upon the wool of her coat. The need for prayer came upon her suddenly, as she realized that her faculties were failing. Her belief in God was of that dim and far-off description that brings awe rather than comfort to the soul. The sudden thought of him came upon her in the darkness like a thunderbolt. In all her life, Dina had never asked for anything outside her daily prayers, which were of a strictly formal description. She had shouldered her own troubles unassisted, with the philosophy of a disposition that was essentially happy. She had seldom given serious thought to the life of the spirit. It was all so vague to her, so far removed from the daily round and the daily burden. But now, face to face with the coming night, the spiritual awoke in her. Her soul cried out for comfort. With Isabel still clasped in her failing arms, she began a desperate prayer for help. Her words came haltingly. They sounded strange to herself, but with all the strength that remained, she sent forth her cry to the infinite. And even as she prayed, there came to her, whence she knew not, the conviction that somewhere, probably not more than a couple of miles from her, though the darkness made the distance seem immeasurable, Scott was praying too. That thought had a wonderfully comforting effect upon her. His prayer was so much more likely to be answered than hers. He was just the sort of man who would know how to pray. "How I wish he were here," she whispered piteously into the darkness. "I shouldn't be afraid of dying, if only he were here." She was certain, quite certain, that had he been there with her, no fear would have reached her. He wore the armour of a strong man, and by it he would have shielded her also. "Oh, dear Mr. Greatheart," she murmured through her numb lips, "I'm sure you know the way to heaven." Isabel stirred again, as one who moves in restless slumber. "We must scale the peaks of paradise to reach it," she said. "Are you awake, dearest?" asked Dina very tenderly. Isabel's head was sunk against her shoulder. She moved it, slightly raised it. "Yes, I am awake," she said. "I am watching for the dawn." "It won't come yet," whispered Dina tremulously. "It's a long, long way off." Isabel moved a little more, feeling for Dina in the darkness. "Are you frightened, little one?" she said. "Don't be frightened." Dina swallowed down a sob. "It is so dark," she murmured through chattering teeth, "and so cold." "You are cold, dear heart." Isabel sat up suddenly. "Why should you be cold?" she said. "The darkness is nothing to those who are used to it. I have lived in outer darkness for 7 weary years, but now I think the day is drawing near at last." With an energy that astounded Dina, she got upon her knees, and by her movements she realized, albeit too late, that she was divesting herself of the long purple coat. With all her strength she sought to frustrate her, but her strength had become very feebleness, and when, despite resistance, Isabel wrapped her round in the garment she had discarded, her resistance was too puny to take effect. "My dear," Isabel said, in her voice the deep music of maternal tenderness, "I am not needing it. I shall not need any earthly things for long. I am going to meet my husband in the dawning. But you will go back." She fastened the coat with a quiet dexterity that made Dina think again of Scott, and sat down again in her corner, as if unconscious of the cold. "Come and lie in my arms, little one," she said. "Perhaps you will be able to sleep." Dina crept close. "It will kill you, it will kill you," she sobbed. "Oh, why did I let you?" Isabel's arms closed about her. "Don't cry, dear," she murmured fondly. "It is nothing to me. A little sooner, a little later, if you had suffered what I have suffered, you would say as I do, 'Dear God, let it be soon.' There, put your head on my shoulder, dear child. See if you can get a little sleep. You have cared for me long enough. Now I am going to care for you." With loving words she soothed her, calming her as though she had been a child in a nightmare terror. And gradually a certain peace began to still the horror in Dina's soul. An unmistakable drowsiness was stealing over her, a merciful lethargy, lulling the sensibilities that had been so acutely tired. Her weakness was merging into a sense of almost blissful repose. She was no longer conscious of the anguish of the cold. Neither did the darkness trouble her, and the comfort of Isabel's arms was rest to her spirit. As one who wanders in a golden maze, she began to dream strange dreams that were yet not woven by the hand of sleep. Dimly she saw, as down a long perspective, a knight in golden armour climbing, ever climbing, the peaks of paradise, from which, as from an eagle's nest, she watched his difficult but untiring progress. She thought he halted somewhat in the ascent, which was unlike Apollo, who walked as walk the gods, with a gait both arrogant and assured. But still he came on, persistently, resolutely, carrying his golden shield before him. His visor was down, and she wished that he would raise it. She yearned for the sight of that splendid face, with its knightly features and blue fiery eyes. She pictured it to herself as he came, but somehow it did not seem to fit that patient, climbing figure. And then, as he gradually drew nearer, the thought came to her to go and meet him, and she started to run down the slope. She reached him. She gave him both her hands. She was ready. She was eager to be drawn into his arms. But he did not so draw her. To her amazement, he only bowed himself before her, and stretched forth the shield he bore, that it might cover them both. "It is Mr. Greatheart," she said to herself in wonder. "Of course, it is Mr. Greatheart." And then, while she still gazed upon the glittering princely form, he put up a hand and lifted the visor, and she saw the kindly, steadfast eyes, all kindled and alight with a glory before which instinctively she hid her own. Never, no, never had she dreamed before that any man could look at her so. It was not passion that those eyes held for her, it was worship. She stood with bated breath and throbbing heart, waiting, as one in the presence of a vision, who longs, yet fears to look. And while she waited, she knew that the sun was shining upon them both with a glowing warmth that filled her soul abrim with such a rapture as she had never known before. "How wonderful," she murmured to herself. "How wonderful." And then, at last, she summoned the courage to look up, and all in a moment her vision was shattered. The darkness was all about her again. Greatheart was gone. End of section 20. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, March 2022. Section 21 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. The Return. What happened after the passing of her vision, Dina never fully knew. So slack had become her grip upon material things. Her spirit seemed to be wandering aimlessly about the mountainside, while her body lay in icy chains within that miserable shelter. Of Isabel's presence she was no longer even dimly aware, and she knew neither fear nor pain, only a wide desolation of emptiness that encompassed her as atmosphere encompasses the world. Sometimes she fancied that the sound of voices came muffled through the fog that hung impenetrably upon the great slope, and when this fancy caught her, her spirit drifted back very swiftly to the near neighbourhood of that inert and frozen body that lay so helpless in the dark. For that strange freedom of the spirit seemed to her to be highly dangerous, and in a fashion wrong. It would be a terrible thing if they found and buried the body, and the spirit were left alone to wander, forever homeless, on that desolate mountainside. She could not imagine a fate more awful. At the same time, being free from the body, she knew no physical pain, and she shrank from returning before she need, knowing well the anguish of suffering that awaited her. The desolation and loneliness made her unhappy in a vague and not very comprehensible fashion, but she did not suffer actively. That would come later, when return became imperative. Till then she flitted to and fro, intangible as gossamer, elusive as the snow. She wondered what Apollo would say if he could see her thus. Even he would fail to catch her now. She pictured the strong arms closing upon her, and clasping emptiness. That thought made her a little cold, and sent her floating back to make sure that the lifeless body was still there. As she went, drifting through the silence, there came to her the thought that Scott would be unutterably shocked if they brought her back to him dead. It was strange how the memory of him haunted her that night. It almost seemed as if his spirit were out there in the great waste, seeking hers. She reached the shelter and entered, borne upon snowflakes. Yes, the body was still there. She hovered over it like a bird over its nest. For Scott's sake, should she not return? And then, very suddenly, there came a great sound close to her, the loud barking of a dog. And in a second, in less, she had returned. A long, long shiver went through the poor frozen thing that was herself, and she knew that she moaned as one awaking. Vaguely, through dulled senses, she heard the great barking yet again, and something immense that was furry and soft brushed against her. She heard the panting of a large animal close to her in the hut, and very feebly she put out a hand. She did not like that loud baying. It went through and through her brain. She was not frightened, only dreadfully tired, and now that she was back again in the body, she longed unspeakably to sleep. But the noise continued, a perfect clamour of sound, and soon there came other sounds, the shouting of men, the muffled tread of feet sorely hampered by snow. A dim light began to shine, and gradually increased till it became a single piercing eye that swept searchingly around the wretched shelter. An arc of fog surrounded it, obscuring all besides. Dina gazed wide-eyed at that dazzling arc, wondering numbly whence it came. It drew nearer to her. Its brightness became intolerable. She tried to shut her eyes, but the lids felt too stiff to move. Again, more feebly, she moved her hand. It would be terrible if they thought her dead, especially after all the trouble she had taken to return. And then, very suddenly, the deadly lethargy passed from her. All her nerves were pricked into activity, for someone was kneeling beside her. She felt herself gathered into strong arms. "Quick, Weatherby, the brandy!" Ah, well she knew those brief, peremptory tones. "My God, we're only just in time!" Fast pressed against a man's heart, a faint warmth went through her. She knew an instant of perfect serenity. But the next she uttered a piteous cry of pain, for fire, liquid, agonizing, was on her bloodless lips and in her mouth. It burned its ruthless way down her throat, setting her whole body tingling, waking afresh in her the power to suffer. She turned, weakly gasping, and hid her face upon the breast that supported her. Instantly she felt herself clasped more closely. "It's all right, little darling, all right," he whispered to her with an almost fierce tenderness. "Take it like a good child. It'll pull you through." With steady insistence, he turned her face back again, chafing her icy cheek hard, and in a moment or two another burning dose was on its way. It made her choke and gurgle, but it did its work. The frozen heart in her began to beat again with great jerks and bounds, sending quivering shocks throughout her body. She tried to speak to him, to whisper his name, but she could only gasp and gasp against his breast, and presently, from very weakness, she began to cry. He gathered her closer still, murmuring fond words while he rubbed her face and hands, imparting the warmth of his own body to hers. His presence was like a fiery essence encompassing her. Lying there against his heart, she felt the tide of life turn in her veins and steadily flow again. Like a child, she clung to him, and after a while, with an impulse sublimely natural, she lifted her lips to his. He pressed his lips upon them closely, lingeringly. "Better now, sweetheart," he whispered. And she, clinging to him, found voice to answer, "Nothing matters now you have come." The consciousness of his protecting care filled her with a rapture almost too great to be borne. She throbbed in his arms, pressing closer, ever closer, and the grim shadow of death receded from the threshold. She knew that she was safe. It was soon after this that the thought of Isabel came to her, and tremulously she begged him to go to her. But he would not suffer her out of his arms. "The others can see to her," he said. "You are my care." She thrilled at the words, but she would not be satisfied. "She has been so good to me," she told him pleadingly. "See, I am wearing her coat." "But for her, you would never have come to this," he made brief reply, and she thought his words were stern. Then, as she would not be pacified, he lifted her like a child, and held her so that she could look down upon Isabel, lying inert and senseless against the doctor's knee. "Oh, is she dead?" whispered Dina, awestruck. "I don't know," he made answer, and by the tightening of his arms she knew that her safety meant more to him at the moment than that of Isabel, or anyone else in the world. But in a second or two she heard Isabel moan and was reassured. "She is coming round," the doctor said. "She is not so far gone as the other lassie." Dina wondered hazily what he could mean. Wondered if by any chance he suspected that long and dreary wandering of her spirit up and down the mountainside. She nestled her head down against Eustace's shoulder, with a feeling of unutterable thankfulness that she had returned in time. Her impressions after that were of a very dim and shadowy description. She supposed the brandy had made her sleepy. Very soon she drifted off into a state of semi-consciousness, in which she realized nothing but the strong holding of his arms. She even vaguely wondered, after a time, whether this also were not a dream, for other fantasies began to crowd about her. She rocked on a sea of strange happenings, on which she found it impossible to focus her mind. It seemed to have broken adrift, as it were, a rudderless boat in a gale, but still, that sense of security never wholly left her. Dreaming or waking, the force of his personality remained with her. It must have been hours later, she reflected afterwards, that she heard the colonel's voice exclaim hoarsely over her head, In heaven's name, say she isn't dead. And, of course she isn't, came Eustace's curt response. Should I be carrying her if she were? She tried to open her eyes, but could not. They seemed to be weighted down. But she did very feebly close her numbed hands about Eustace's coat. Emphatically she did not want to be handed over like a bale of goods to the colonel. He clasped her to him reassuringly, and presently she knew that he bore her upstairs, holding her comfortably close all the way. "Don't go away from me," she begged him weakly. "Not so long as you want me, little sweetheart," he made answer. But her woman's heart told her that a parting was imminent notwithstanding. In all her life she had never had so much attention before. She seemed to have entered upon a new and amazing phase of existence. Colonel Devine faded completely into the background, and she found herself in the care of Biddy and the doctor. Eustace left her with a low promise to return, and she had to be satisfied with that thought, though she would fain have clung to him still. They undressed her and put her into a hot bath that did much to lessen the numb constriction of her limbs, though it brought also the most agonizing pain she had ever known. When it was over, the limit of her endurance was long past, and she lay in hot blankets, weeping helplessly, while Biddy tried in vain to persuade her to drink some scalding mixture that she swore would make her feel as gay as a lark. In the midst of this, someone entered quietly and stood beside her, and all in a moment there came to Dina the consciousness of an unknown force very strangely uplifting her. She looked up with a quivering smile in the midst of her tears. "Oh, Mr. Greatheart," she whispered brokenly, "is it you?" He smiled down upon her and took the cup from Biddy's shaky old hand. "May I give you this?" he said. Dina was filled with gratified confusion. "Oh, please, you mustn't trouble, but how very kind of you." He took Biddy's place by her side. His eyes were shining with an odd brilliance, almost, she thought to herself wonderingly, as if they held tears. A sharp misgiving went through her. How was it they were bestowing so much care upon her, and less Isabel? She did not dare to put her doubt into words, but he read it and instantly answered it. "Don't be anxious," he said in his kindly, tired voice. "All is well. Isabel is asleep, actually sleeping, quietly, without any draught. The doctor is quite satisfied about her." He spoke the simple truth, she knew. He was incapable of doing anything else. A great wave of thankfulness went through her, obliterating the worst of her misery. "I am so glad," she told him weakly. "I was so dreadfully afraid. I had to go with her, Mr. Studley. I do hope everyone understands." "Everyone does," he made answer gently. "Now let me give you this, and then you must sleep too." She drank from the cup he held, and felt revived. He did not speak again till she had finished. Then he leaned slightly towards her, and spoke with great earnestness. "Miss Bathurst, do you realize, I wonder, that you saved my sister's life by going with her? I do, and I shall never forget it." She was sure now that she had caught the gleam of tears in the grey eyes. She slipped her hands out to him. "I only did what I could," she murmured confusedly. "Anyone would have done it. And please, Mr. Greatheart, will you call me Dina?" "Or Mercy," he suggested, smiling, her hands clasped close in his. She smiled back with shy confidence. The memory of her dream was in her mind, but she could not tell him of that. "No," she said, "just Dina. I'm not nice enough to be called anything else. And thank you. Thank you for being so good to me." "My dear child," he made quiet reply, "no one who really knows you could be anything else." "Oh, don't you think they could?" said Dina wistfully. "I wish there were more people in the world like you." "No one ever thought of saying that to me before," said Scott. End of section 21. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, April 2022. Section 22 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. The Valley of the Shadow. After that interview with Scott, there followed a long, long period of pain and weakness for Dina. She, who had never known before what it meant to be ill, went down to the Valley of the Shadow, and lingered there for many days and nights. And there came a time when those who watched beside her began to despair of her ever turning back. So completely had she lost touch with the ordinary things of life that she knew but little of what went on around her, dwelling, as it were, apart, conscious sometimes of agonizing pain, but more often of a dreadful sinking, as one overwhelmed in the billows of an everlasting sea. At such times she would cling piteously to any succouring hand, crying to them to hold her up, only to hold her up, and if the hand were the hand of Greatheart, she always found comfort at length, and a sense of security that none other could impart. Her fancy played about him very curiously in those days. She saw him in many guises, as prince, as knight, as magician, but never as the mean and insignificant figure which had first caught her attention on that sunny morning before the fancy dress ball. This man, who sat beside her bed of suffering for hours together because she fretted when he went away, who held her up when the gathering billows threatened to overwhelm her fainting soul, who prayed for her with the utmost simplicity when she told him piteously that she could not pray for herself. This man was above and beyond all ordinary standards. She looked up to him with a reverence as one of colossal strength who had power with God. But she never dreamed again that golden dream of Greatheart in his shining armour, with the light of a great worship in his eyes. That had been a wild flight of presumptuous fancy that never could come true. His was not the only hand to which she clung during those terrible days of fear and suffering. Another presence was almost constantly beside her, night and day, a tender, motherly presence that watched over and ministered to her with a devotion that never slackened. For some time Dina could not find a name for this gracious and comforting presence, but one day, when a figure clothed in a violet dressing-gown stooped over her to give her nourishment, an illuminating memory came to her, and from that moment this loving nurse of hers filled a particular niche in her heart, which was dedicated to the Purple Empress. She could think of no other name for her. That quiet and stately presence seemed to demand a royal appellation. In her calmer moments, Dina liked to lie and watch the still face with its crown of silvery hair. She loved the touch of the white hands that always knew with unerring intuition exactly what needed to be done. There seemed to be healing in their touch. Very strangely, the thought of Eustace never came to her, or coming, but flitted unrecorded and undetained across the surface of her mind. He had receded with all the rest of the world into the far, far distance that lay behind her. He had no place in this region of many shadows, where these others so tenderly guided her wandering feet. No one else had any place there save old Biddy, who, being never absent, seemed a part of the atmosphere, and the doctor, who came and went like a presiding genie in that waste of desolation. She did not welcome his visits, although he was invariably kind, for on one occasion she caught a low murmur from him to the effect that her mother had better come to her, and this suggestion had thrown her into a most painful state of apprehension. She had implored them, weeping, to let her mother stay away, and they had hushed her with soothing promises. But she never saw the doctor thereafter, without a nervous dread that she might also see her mother's gaunt figure accompanying him, and she was sure, quite sure, that her mother would be very angry with her when she saw her helplessness. Nightmares of her mother's advent began to trouble her. She would start up in anguish of soul, scarcely believing in the soothing arms that held her, till their tenderness hushed her back to calmness. "No one can come to you, sweetheart, while I am here." How often she heard the low words murmured lovingly over her head. "See, I am holding you. You are quite safe. No one can take you from me." And Dina would cling to her beloved Empress till her panic died away. On one of these occasions Scott was present, and he presently left the sick room with a look in his eyes that gave him a curiously hard expression. He went deliberately in search of Billy, whom he found playing a not very spirited game with the two little daughters of the establishment. The weather had broken, and several people had left in consequence. Billy was bored as well as anxious, and his attitude said as much, as he unceremoniously left his small playfellows to join Scott. "Just amusing the kids," he observed explanatorily. "How is she now?" Scott linked his hand in the boy's arm. "She's pretty bad, Billy," he said. "Both lungs are affected. The doctor thinks badly of her, though he still hopes he may pull her through." "You may, you mean?" returned Billy. "Can't say the Devines have put themselves out at all over her. There's Rose flirts all day long with your brother, and Lady Grace grumbling continually about the folly of undertaking other people's responsibilities. She swears she must get back at the end of next week for their precious house party, and the Colonel fumes and says the same. I told him I shouldn't go unless she was out of danger, though goodness knows, sir, I don't want to sponge on you." Scott's hand pressed his arm reassuringly. "Don't imagine such a thing possible," he said. "Of course you must stay if she isn't very much better by that time. But now, Billy, tell me, if it isn't an unwelcome question, why doesn't your sister want your mother to come to her?" Billy gave him one of his shrewd glances. "She's told you that, has she? Well, you know the mater is rather a queer fish, and I doubt very much if she'll come if you asked her." "My good fellow," Scott said. "Not if she were dying." "I doubt it," said Billy, unmoved. "You see, the mater hasn't much use for Dina, except as a maid of all work. Never has had. It's not altogether her fault. It's just the way she's made." "Good heavens," said Scott, and added, as if to himself, "that little fairy thing." "She can't help it," said Billy. She can't get on with the female species. It's like cats, you know. A sort of jealousy." "And your father?" questioned Scott, the hard look growing in his eyes. "Oh, Dad," said Billy, smiling tolerantly. "He's all right. Quite a decent sort. But you wouldn't get him to leave home in the middle of the hunting season. He's one of the whips." Scott's hand had tightened unconsciously to a grip. Billy looked at him in surprised interrogation, and was amazed to see a heavy frown drawing the colourless brows. There was a fiery look in the pale eyes, also, that he had never seen before. He waited in silence for developments, being of a wary disposition, and in a moment Scott spoke in a voice of such concentrated fury that Billy felt as if a total stranger were confronting him. "An infernal and blackguardly shame," he said. "It would serve them right if the little girl never went back to them again. I never heard of such damnable callousness in all my life before." Billy opened his eyes wide, and after a second or two permitted himself a soft whistle. Scott's hold upon his arm relaxed. "Yes, I know," he said. "I've no right to say it to you. But when the blood boils, you've got to let off the steam somehow. I suppose you've written to tell them all about her." "Oh, yes, I wrote, and so did the Colonel. I had a letter from Dad this morning. He said he hoped she was better, and that she was being well looked after. That's like Dad, you know. He never realises a thing unless he's on the spot. I dare say I shouldn't myself," said Billy broad-mindedly. "It's want of imagination in the main." "Or want of heart," said Scott curtly. Billy did not attempt to refute the amendment. "It's just the way you chance to be made," he said philosophically. "Of course, I'm fond of Dina. We're pals. But Dad's an easy-going sort of chap. He isn't specially fond of anybody. The mater, well, she's keen on me, I suppose." He blushed a little. "But as I said before, she hasn't much use for Dina. Even when she was a small kid, she used to whip her no end. Dina is frightened to death at her. I don't wonder she doesn't want her sent for." Scott's face was set in stern lines. "She certainly shall not be sent for," he said with decision. "The poor child shall be left in peace." "She is going to get better, isn't she?" said Billy quickly. "I hope so, old chap. I hope so." Scott patted his shoulder kindly and prepared to depart. But Billy detained him a moment. "I say, can't I come and see her?" "Not now, lad." Scott paused, and all the natural kindliness came back into his eyes. "My sister was just getting her calm again when I came away. We won't disturb her now." "How is your sister, sir?" asked Billy. "Isn't she feeling the strain rather?" "No, she is standing it wonderfully, in fact." Scott hesitated momentarily. "I believe that in helping Dina she has found herself again." "Do you really?" said Billy. "Then I do hope for her sake that Dina will buck up and get well." "Thanks, old chap." Scott held out a friendly hand. "I'm sorry you're having such a rotten time. Come along to me any time when you're feeling bored. I shall be only too pleased when I'm at liberty." "You're a brick, sir," said Billy. "And I say, you'll send for me, won't you? If... He broke off. "You know, as I said before, Dina and I are pals," he ended wistfully. "Of course I will, lad, of course I will." Scott wrung his hand hard. "But we'll pull her through. Please God, we must pull her through." "If anyone can, you will," said Billy with conviction. Like Dina, he had caught a glimpse in that brief conversation of the soul that inhabited that weak and puny form. End of section 22. Read by Helena Dunstan. June 2022. Section 23 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. The Way Back. It was 3 days later that Dina began at last the long and weary pilgrimage back again. Almost against her will she turned her faltering steps up the steep ascent, for she was too tired for any sustained effort, only that something seemed to be perpetually drawing her. She would not have been moved to make the effort at all, for she was so piteously weak that the bare exertion of opening her eyes was almost more than she could accomplish. But ever the unknown influence urged her, very gently but very persistently, never passive, never dormant, but always drawing her, as by an invisible cord, back to the world of sunshine and tears that seemed so very far away from the land of shadows in which she wandered. All active suffering had left her, and she would fain have been at peace, but the hand that clasped hers would not be denied. The motherly voice that had calmed the wildest fantasies of her fevered brain spoke now to her with tenderest encouragement. The love that surrounded her drew her, uplifted her, sustained her, and gradually, as she crept back from the shadows, she came to lean upon this love as upon a sure support, to count upon it as her own exclusive possession, a wonderful new gift that had come to her out of the darkness. She still welcomed her friend Scott at her bedside, but very curiously she had grown a little shy in his presence. She could not forget that dream of hers, and for a long time she was haunted by the dread that he had in some way come to know of it. Though the steady eyes never held anything but the utmost kindness and sympathy, she was half afraid to meet them, lest they should look into her heart and see the vision she had seen. She never called him Mr. Greatheart now. With Isabel, beloved nurse and companion, she was completely at her ease. A great change had come over Isabel, such a change as turns the bare earth into a garden of spring when the bitter winter is past at last. All the ice-bound bitterness had been swept utterly away, and in its place there blossomed such a wealth of mother love as transformed her completely. She spent herself with the most lavish devotion in Dina's service. There was not a wish that she expressed that was not swiftly and abundantly satisfied. Night and day she was near her, ignoring all Biddy's injunctions to rest, till the old woman, seeing the light that had dawned in the shadowed eyes, left her to take her own way in peace. She hovered in the background, always ready in case her mistress's new-found strength should fail. But Isabel did not need her care. All her being was concentrated upon the task of bringing Dina back to life, and she thought of nothing else, meeting the strain with that strength which comes in great emergencies to all. And as she gradually succeeded in her task, a great peace descended upon her, such as she had never known before. Biddy sometimes gazed in amazement at the smooth brow and placid countenance at Dina's bedside. "Sure the young lady's been a blessing," "Straight from the Almighty," she said to Scott. "I think so too, Biddy," he made quiet answer. He was much less in the sick room now that Dina's need of him had passed. He sometimes wondered if she even knew how many hours he had formerly spent there. He visited her every day, and it was to him that the task fell of telling her that the Devines had arranged to leave her in their charge. "We have your father's permission," he said, when her brows drew together with a troubled expression. "You see, it is quite impossible to move you at present, and they must be getting home. Billy is to go with them, if you think you can be happy alone with us." She put out her little wasted hand. "I could be happy with you anywhere," she said simply. "But it doesn't seem right." "Of course it is right," he made quiet reply. "In fact, if you ask me, I think it is our business, rather than anyone else's, to get you well again." She flushed in quick embarrassment. "Oh, please, you mustn't put it like that. And I have been such a trouble to everyone ever since." He smiled at her very kindly. "Biddy says you are a blessing from the Almighty, and I quite agree with her. It is settled then? You are content to stay with us until we take you home?" Her hand was clasped in his, but she did not meet his look. "Oh, much more than content," she said, her voice very low. "Only—" "Only?" he said gently. She made an effort to lift her eyes, but dropped them again instantly. "It will make it much harder to go home," she said. She thought he sounded somewhat grim as he said, "There is no need to meet troubles halfway, you know. You won't be strong enough for the journey for some time to come." "I wish I could stay just as I am now," she told him tremulously. "Forever and ever and ever." "Ah," he said with a faint sigh, "it is not given for any of us to bask in the sun for long." And so, 2 days after, the Devines paid a state visit of farewell to Dina, now pronounced out of danger, but still pitiably weak. So weak that she cried when the Colonel bade her be a good girl and get well enough to come home as soon as possible, so as not to be a burden on these kind friends of hers longer than she needed. Lady Grace's kiss was chilly and perfunctory. "I also hope you will get well quickly, Dina," she said, "as I believe Mr. Studley and his sister are staying on mainly your account. Sir Eustace, I understand, is returning very shortly, and I have asked him to join our house party." "Goodbye, dear," murmured Rose, bending her smiling lips to kiss Dina's forehead. "I am sorry your good time has had such a tragic end. I was hoping that you might be allowed to come to the hunt ball, but I am afraid that is out of the question now. Sir Eustace will be sorry too. He says you are such an excellent little dancer." "Goodbye," said Dina, swallowing her tears. She wept unrestrainedly when Billy bade her a bluff and friendly farewell, and he was practically driven from the room by Isabel, who then returned to her charge, gathered her close in her arms, and sat with her so, rocking her gently till gradually her agitation subsided. "Do forgive me," Dina murmured at last, clinging round her neck, to which Isabel made answer in that low voice of hers that so throbbed with tenderness whenever she spoke to her. "Dear child, there is nothing to forgive. You are tired and worn out. I know just how you feel. But never mind, never mind. Forget it all." "I know I am a burden," whispered Dina, clinging closer.
Isabel's lips pressed her forehead.
"My darling," she said, "you are such a burden as I could not bear to be without." That satisfied Dina for the time, but it was not the whole of her trouble, and presently, still clasped close to Isabel's heart, she gave hesitating utterance to the rest. "It would have been so lovely to have gone to the hunt ball. I should like to dance with Sir Eustace again. Is he really going to stay with the Devines?" "I don't know, dear. Very possibly not."
Isabel's voice held a hint of constraint,
though her arms pressed Dina comfortingly close. "He will please himself when the time comes, no doubt." Dina did not pursue the subject, but her mind was no longer at rest. She wondered how she could have forgotten Sir Eustace for so long, and now that she remembered him, she was all on fire with the longing to see him again. Rose had spoken so possessively, so confidently of him, almost as though, he had become her own peculiar property during the long dark days in which Dina had been wandering in another world. Something in Dina hotly and fiercely resented this attitude. She yearned to know if it were by any means justified. She could not, would not, believe that he had suffered himself to fall, like other men, a victim to Rose's wiles. He was so different from all others, so superbly far above all those other captives. And had she not heard him laugh and call Rose machine maid? A great restlessness began to possess her. She felt she must know what had been happening during her absence from the field. She must know if Rose had succeeded in adding yet another to her long list of devoted admirers. She felt that if this were so, she could never, never forgive her. But it was not possible. She was sure. She was sure it was not possible. Sir Eustace was not the man to grovel at any woman's feet. She recalled the arrogance of his demeanour, even in his moments of greatest tenderness. She recalled the magnetic force of his personality, his overwhelming mastery. She recalled the strong holding of his arms, thrilled yet again to the burning intensity of his kisses. No, no, he had never stooped to become one of Rose's adorers. If he had ever flirted with her, he had done it out of boredom. She was beautiful. Ah, yes, Rose was beautiful. But Dina was quite convinced she had no brains, and Eustace would never seriously consider a woman without brains. Seriously? But then, had he ever taken her into his serious consideration either? Had he not rather been at pains to make her understand that what had passed between them was no more than a game, to which no serious consequences were attached? She had caught his fancy, his passing fancy, and now was not her turn over? Had he not laughed and gone his way? She chafed terribly at the thought, and ever the longing to see him again grew within her, till she did not know how to hide it from those about her. In the evening her temperature rose, and the doctor was dissatisfied with her. She passed a restless night, and was considerably weaker in the morning. "There is something on her mind," the doctor said to Isabel. "See if you can find out what it is." But it was Scott who succeeded, with the utmost gentleness, in discovering the trouble. He came in late in the morning and sat down beside her for a few minutes. "I have been writing letters for my brother," he said in his quiet way, "or I should have called for news of you sooner. Isabel tells me you have had a bad night." Dina's face was flushed and her eyes very bright. "I heard the dance music in the distance," she said nervously. It made me want to go and dance." "I am sorry it disturbed you," he said gently. "It was only that, then? You weren't really troubled about anything?" She hesitated then, meeting the kindness of his look. Her eyes suddenly filled with tears. She turned her head away in silence. He leaned towards her. "Is there anything you want?" he said. "Tell me what it is. I will get it for you, if it is humanly possible." I know," faltered Dina, and hid her face in the pillow. He waited a moment or two, then laid a very gentle hand upon her dark head. "Don't cry, little one," he said softly. "Tell me what it is." "I can't," murmured Dina. "You wanted to go and dance," said Scott sympathetically. "Was it just that?" "Not just that," she whispered forlornly. "I thought not. You were wanting something more than that. What was it?" She tried not to tell him. She would have given almost all she had to keep silence on the subject, but somehow she had to speak. Under the pressure of that kind hand, she could not maintain her silence any longer. "I was thinking of your brother," she told him with tears. "I was wondering if he were dancing and I not there." It was out at last, and she hid her face in overwhelming shame, because she had given him a glimpse of her secret heart, which none had ever seen before. She wondered with anguish what he thought of her, if she had forfeited his good opinion of her for ever. If, indeed, he would ever speak to her with kindness again.
And then very quietly he did speak.
And in a moment all her anxiety was gone. "He may have been dancing," he said, "but I believe he has been very bored ever since the weather broke. I wonder if he might come and see you. Would it be too much for you? Should you mind?" "Mind?" Dina's tears were gone in a flash. She turned shining eyes upon him. "But would he come?" she said, with sudden misgiving. "Wouldn't that bore him too?" Scott smiled at her in a way that set her mind wholly at rest. "No, I think not," he said. "When shall he come? This evening?" Dina slipped a confiding hand into his. She felt that now Scott knew and was not scandalized. There was no further need for embarrassment. "Oh, just any time," she said. "But hadn't I better get up? It would look better, wouldn't it?" "I don't know about that," said Scott. "You had better ask the doctor." Dina's face flushed red. "Need the doctor know?" she asked him shyly. "I am so afraid of his saying I am well enough to go home, and that will end everything." "He shan't say that," Scott promised, still smiling in the fashion that so warmed her heart. "I will drop him a hint." "Oh, you are good," Dina said very earnestly. "I think you are the kindest man I have ever met." He laughed at that.
"My dear, it is easy to be kind to you,"
he said. "I'm sure I don't know why," she protested. "I am getting very spoilt and selfish." He patted her hand gently and laid it down. "You are just you," he said. And rising with the words, rather abruptly he left her. End of section 23. Read by Helena Dunstan.
June 2022.
Section 24 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. The Lights of a City. "May I come in?" said Sir Eustace. He stood in the doorway, a gigantic figure to Dina's unaccustomed eyes, and looked in upon her with a careless smile on his handsome face. "Oh, please do," she said. She was lying on a couch under a purple rug belonging to Isabel. Very fragile and weak she looked, but her face was flushed and eager, her eyes alight with welcome. She thought he had never looked so splendid, so godlike, as at that moment. She wanted to hold out both her arms to him, and be borne upward to Olympus in his embrace. He came forward with his easy carriage, and stood beside her. His smile was one of kindly indulgence. He looked down at her as he might have looked upon an infant. An uneasy sense of her own insignificance went through Dina. She could not remember that he had ever regarded her thus before. A faint, faint throb of resentment also pulsed through her. His attitude was so suggestive of the mere casual acquaintance. Surely he had not forgotten. "Won't you sit down?" she asked, in a small voice that was quite unconsciously formal. He seated himself in the chair that had been placed at her side. "So they have left you behind to be mended, have they?" he said. "I hope it is a satisfactory process, is it?" She had meant to give him her hand, but as he did not seem to expect it, she refrained from doing so. A great longing to cover her face and burst into tears took possession of her. She resisted it frantically, with all her strength. "Oh, yes, I am getting better, thank you," she said, in a voice that quivered in spite of her. "I am afraid I have been a great nuisance to everybody. I am sure the Devines thought so, and I expect you do too." She could not keep the tears from springing to her eyes, strive as she would. He was so different, so different. He might have been a total stranger, sitting there beside her. Yet, as he looked at her, she felt something of the old quick thrill, for the blue eyes regarded her with a slightly warmer interest, as he said, "I can't answer for the Devines, of course, but it doesn't seem to me that either they or I have had much cause for complaint. I shouldn't fret about that, if I were you." She commanded herself with an effort. "I don't. Only, it isn't nice to feel a burden to anyone, is it? You wouldn't like it, would you?" "Oh, I don't know," he said with his easy arrogance. "I think I should expect to be waited on if I were ill. You've had a rather bad time, I'm afraid. But you haven't missed much. The weather has been villainous." "I've missed all the dances," said Dina, stifling a sob. He began to smile. "I wish I had. I haven't enjoyed one of them." That comforted her a little. At least Rose had not scored an unqualified victory. "You've been bored?" she asked. "Horribly bored," said Sir Eustace. There's been no fun for anyone since the weather broke. She gathered her courage in both hands. "And so you're going home?" she said, and lay in quivering dread of his answer. He did not make one immediately. He seemed to be considering the matter. "There doesn't seem to be much point in staying on," he said finally, "unless things improve." "But they will improve," said Dina quickly. At least they ought to." "A fortnight of bad weather isn't particularly encouraging," he remarked. "Of course it isn't. It's horrid," she agreed. "But every day makes it less likely that it will last much longer. And I expect it's much worse in England," she added. "I wonder," said Sir Eustace. "There's the hunting, anyway." "Oh no, it would freeze directly you got there," she said with a shaky little laugh. "And then you would wish you had stayed here." "I could shoot," said Sir Eustace. "And there is the hunt ball, isn't there?" said Dina with more assurance. He looked at her keenly. "What hunt ball?" She met his eyes with a faint challenge in her own. "I heard you were going to stay with the Devines. They always go to the hunt ball every year." "Do you go?" asked Sir Eustace. She shook her head. "No, I never go anywhere." She saw his eyes soften unexpectedly as he said, "Then there isn't much inducement for me to go, is there?" Her heart gave a wild throb of half-incredulous delight. She made a small movement of one hand towards him, and quite suddenly she found it grasped in his. He bent to her with a laugh in his eyes. "Shall we go on with the game, Daphne?" he whispered. "Are you well enough?" Her eyes answered him. Was he not irresistible? "Oh," she whispered, I thought you had forgotten." He glanced round as if to make sure they were alone, and then swiftly bent and kissed her quivering lips. "But the past has no claims," he said. "Remember, it is a game without consequences." She laughed very happily, clasping his hand. "I was afraid it was all over," she said. "But it isn't, is it?" He laughed too under his breath. "I am under the very strictest orders not to excite you," he said, passing the question by. "If the doctor were to come and feel your pulse now, there would be serious trouble, and I shouldn't be allowed within a dozen yards of you again for many a long day." "What nonsense," murmured Dina. "Why, you have done me so much good that I feel almost well." She squeezed his hand with all the strength she could muster. "Don't go away till I'm quite well," she begged him wistfully. "We must have one more dance." His eyes kindled suddenly.
With that fire which she dared not meet.
"I will grant you that," he said, "on condition that you promise, mind you, promise, not to run away afterwards." His intensity embarrassed her. She knew not wherefore. Why should I run away?" she faltered. "You ran away last time," he said. "Oh, that was only because I was afraid the Colonel might be angry with me," she murmured. "Oh, well, there is no Colonel to be angry now," he said. "It's a promise, then, is it?" But for some reason, wholly undefined, she hesitated. She felt as if she could not bring herself thus to cut off her own line of retreat. "No, I don't think I can quite promise that," she said after a moment. "You won't?" he said. His tone warned her to reconsider her decision. I "I'll tell you tomorrow," she said hastily. "I may be gone by tomorrow," he said. She looked up at him with swift daring. "Oh no, you won't," she said with conviction. "Or if you are, you'll come back." "How do you know that?" he demanded, frowning upon her while his eyes still gleamed with that lambent fire that made her half afraid. She dropped her own. "There's someone coming," she whispered. "It doesn't matter, does it? I do know. Goodbye." She slipped her hand from his with a little secret sense of triumph, for though he had so arrogantly asserted himself, she was conscious of a certain power over him which gave her confidence. She was firmly convinced in that moment that he would not go. He rose to leave her as Isabel came softly into the room, and between the brother and sister there flashed a look that was curiously like the crossing of blades. Isabel came straight to Dina's side. "You must settle down now, dear child," she said in that low musical voice of hers that Dina loved. "It is getting late, and you didn't sleep well last night." Dina smiled and drew the hand that had so often smoothed her pillow to her cheek, but her eyes were upon Eustace, and she caught a parting gleam from his, as with a gesture of farewell he turned away. "I am much better," she said to Isabel later, as she composed herself to rest. "I feel as if I am going to sleep well." Isabel stooped to kiss her. "Sleep is the best medicine in the world," she said. "Do you sleep better now?" Dina asked, detaining her. Isabel hesitated for a second. "Oh yes, I sleep," she said then. "I am able to sleep, now that you are safe, my darling." Dina clung to her. "I can't think what I would do without you," she murmured. "No one was ever so good to me before." Isabel held her closely. "Don't you realize," she said fondly, "that you have been my salvation?" Not really," faltered Dina. "Yes, really." There was a throb of passion in Isabel's voice. "I have been a prisoner for years, but you, little Dina, have set me free. I am travelling forward again now, like the rest of the world." She paused a moment, and her arms clasped Dina more closely still. "I do not think I have very far to go," she said, speaking very softly. "My night has been so long that I think the dawn cannot be far off now. God knows how I am longing for it." "Oh, darling, don't, whispered Dina piteously. "I won't, dearest." Very tenderly Isabel kissed her again. "I didn't mean to distress you. Only I want you to know that you are just all the world to me, the mainspring of what life there is left to me. I shall never forgive myself for leading you away on that terrible Sunday and causing you all this suffering." "Oh, but I should have been home again by now if that hadn't happened," said Dina quickly. "See what I should have missed. I'd far, far rather be ill with you than well at home." "Yours isn't a happy home, sweetheart," Isabel said gently. "Not very," Dina admitted. "But being away makes it seem much worse. I have been so spoilt with you." Isabel smiled. "I only wish I could keep you always, dear child." Dina drew a sharp breath. "Oh, if only you could," she said. Isabel pressed her to her heart and laid her down. "I must get you back to bed, dear," she said. "We have talked too long already." Late that night, Isabel went softly to the door in answer to a low knock, and found Scott on the threshold. She lifted a warning finger. "She is asleep." "That's right," he said quietly. "I only came to say good night to you. Are you going to bed now?" She looked at him with a faint smile in her shadowed eyes. "I dare say I shall go some time," she said. Then, seeing the concern in his eyes, "Don't worry about me, Stumpy dear. I don't sleep a great deal, you know, but I rest." He took her arm and drew her gently outside the room. "I want you to take care of yourself now that she is safe," he said. "Will you try?" The smile still lingered in her eyes. She bent her stately neck to kiss him. "Oh yes, dear, I shall be all right," she said. "It does me good to have the little one to think of." "I know," he said, "but don't wear yourself out. Remember, you are not strong." "Nothing I can do for her would be too much," she answered with quick feeling. Think what she has done for me." "For all us," said Scott gently. "But all the same, dear, you can spare a little thought for yourself now." He hesitated momentarily. Then, "I think Eustace would like to see more of you," he said, speaking with a touch of diffidence. She made a sharp gesture of impatience. "Why did you send him to disturb the child's peace?" "She wanted him," said Scott simply. "Ah." Isabel stood tense for a second. "And he?" she questioned. "He was quite pleased to see her again," said Scott. She grasped his arm suddenly. "Stumpy, don't let him break her heart." He met her look with steadfast eyes. "He shall not do that," he said with inflexible resolution. Her hold became a grip. "Can you prevent it? You know what he is." "Oh yes, I know." Very steadily Scott made answer. "But you needn't be afraid, Isabel. He shall not do that." A measure of relief came into her drawn face. "Thank you, Stumpy," she said. "I was horribly afraid when I saw him just now, and she, poor child, so innocently glad to have him." "You needn't be afraid," he reiterated. "Eustace is too much of a sportsman to amuse himself at the expense of an unsophisticated child like that." Isabel suppressed a shiver. "I don't think he is so scrupulous as you imagine," she said. "We must watch, Stumpy, we must watch." He patted her arm with his quiet smile. "And we mustn't let ourselves get over-anxious," he said. "Now go to bed like a dear girl. You are looking absolutely worn out." Her lips quivered as she smiled back. "At least you are getting better nights," she said. "Yes, I sleep very well," he answered. "I want to know you are doing the same." Her face shone as though reflecting the lights of a city seen from afar. "Oh yes, I sleep," she said, "and sometimes I dream that I have really found the peaks of paradise, but before I reach the summit, I am awake." He drew her to him and kissed her. "It is better that you should wake, dear," he said. She returned his kiss with tenderness, but her eyes were fixed and distant. "Some day the dream will come true, Stumpy," she said softly, "and I shall find him there, where he has been waiting for me all these years." "But not yet, Isabel," murmured Scott, and there was pleading in his voice. She looked at him for a moment ere she turned to re-enter the room in which Dina lay. "Not just yet," she answered softly. "Good night, dear." Good night." The strange light was still upon her face as she went, and Scott looked after her with a faint, wistful smile about his mouth. As he went to his own room, he passed his hand across his forehead with a gesture of unutterable weariness. End of section 24. Read by Helena Dunstan.
June 2022.
Section 25 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. The True Gold. The actual turning point in Dina's illness seemed to date from that brief interview with Sir Eustace. They had drawn her back, half against her will, from the land of shadows. But from that day her will was set to recover. The old elasticity came back to her, and with every hour her strength increased. The joy of life was hers once more. She was like a flower opening to the sun. Sir Eustace presented himself every evening for admittance, and sat with her for a little while. Isabel was generally present, and their conversation was in consequence of a strictly commonplace order, but the keen blue eyes told Dina more than the proud lips ever uttered. She came to watch for that look which she could not meet, and though at times it sent a wild dart of fear through her, yet it filled her also with a rapture indefinable but unspeakably precious.
She felt sure that he had never turned that look on Rose.
Or any other girl. It was kept exclusively for her, and its fiery intensity thrilled her soul. It was the sign of a secret understanding between them, which she believed none other suspected. It was a somewhat terrible joy, for the man's strength had startled her more than once, but in moments of dread she reassured herself with the memory of his reiterated declaration that the magic bond that existed between them was no bond at all in reality, only a game, without consequences. She would not look forward to the time when that game should be over. She was not looking forward at all, so sublimely happy was she in the present. The period of convalescence, which to most patients is the hardest of all to bear, was to her a dream of delight. A week after the departure of the Devines, she was well enough to be moved into Isabel's sitting room, and here, on that first day, both Sir Eustace and Scott joined them at tea. The weather had cleared again, and Sir Eustace came in from an afternoon's skiing, attired in the white sweater in which Dina always loved to see him. She lay on her couch and watched him with shining eyes, telling herself that no prince had ever looked more royal. It was Scott who waited upon her, but she was scarcely aware of his presence. Even Isabel seemed to have faded into the background. She could think only of Eustace, lounging near her in careless magnificence, talking in his deep voice of the day's sport. "There are several new people arrived," he said, "both ancient and modern. The place was getting empty, but it has filled up again. There is to be a dance tonight." His eyes sought Dina's. "I am going down presently to see if any of the newcomers have any talents worth cultivating." She met his look with a flash of daring. "I wish you luck," she said. He made her a bow. "You are very generous, but I scarcely expect any. My star has not been in the ascendant for a long time." Scott uttered a laugh that sounded faintly derisive. "You'll have to make the best of the second best for once, my dear chap," he said. "You can't always have your cake iced." Eustace glanced at him momentarily. "I am not you, Stumpy," he said. The philosophy of the second best is only for those who have never tasted the best. There was in his tone a touch of malice that caught Dina very oddly, like the flick of a lash intended for another. She awoke very suddenly to the realization of Scott sitting near Isabel, with the light shining on his pale face and small, colourless beard. How insignificant he looked! And yet the narrow shoulders had an independent set about them, as though they were not without a certain strength. The smile still lingered about his lips as he made quiet rejoinder. It sometimes needs a philosopher to tell what is the best. Eustace gave an impatient shrug. The philosopher is not always a wise man, he observed briefly. But seldom an utter fool, returned Scott. The elder brother's face was contemptuous as he said, A philosopher may recognize what is best, but it is seldom within his reach. And so, being a philosopher, he does without it. Scott spoke thoughtfully. He was gazing straight before him. Isabel suddenly leaned forward. He is not always the loser, Stumpy, she said. He looked at her. Certainly a man can't lose what he has never had, he said. Every man has his chance once, she insisted. And if he's a philosopher, he doesn't take it, laughed Eustace. Don't you know, my dear Isabel, that is the very cream and essence of philosophy? She gave him a swift look that was an open challenge. What do you know of philosophy and the greater things of life? She said. He looked momentarily surprised. Dina saw the ready frown gather on his handsome face. But before he could speak, Scott intervened. How on earth did we get on to this abstruse subject? He said easily. Miss Bathurst will vote us all a party of bores, and with reason. What were we talking about before? Iced cake, wasn't it? Are you a cook, Miss Bathurst? I can make some kinds of cakes, Dina said modestly. But I like making pastry best. I often make sausage rolls for Dad to take hunting. That sounds more amusing for him than for you, observed Eustace. Oh no, I love making them, she assured him, and he always says he likes mine better than anyone's. But I'm not a particularly good cook, really. Mother generally does that part, and I do all the rest. All? Said Isabel. Yes. You see, we can't afford to keep a servant, said Dina. And I groom Rupert, that's the hunter, too, when Billy isn't at home. I like doing that. He's such a beauty. Do you ever ride him? Asked Eustace. She shook her head. No, I'd love to, of course, but there's never any time. I can't spend as long as I like over grooming him, because there are so many other things. But he generally looks very nice. She spoke with pride. Quite as nice as any of the Devine's horses. You must have a very busy time of it, said Scott. Yes. Dina's bright face clouded a little. I often wish I had more time for other things, but it's no good wishing. Anyway, I've had my time out here, and I shall never forget it. You must come out again with us, said Isabel. Dina beamed. Oh, how I should love it, she said. But her face fell again. I don't believe Mother will ever spare me a second time. All right, I'll run away with you in the yacht, said Eustace. Come for a trip in the summer. She looked at him with shining eyes. It's not a bit of good thinking about it, she said. But oh, how lovely it would be. He laughed, looking at her with that gleam in his eyes that she had come to know as exclusively her own. "Where there's a will, there's a way," he said. "If you have the will, you can leave the way to me." She drew a quick breath. Her heart was beating rather fast. "All right," she said. "I'll come." "Is it a promise?" said Eustace. She shook her head instantly. "No, I never make promises. They have a way of spoiling things so." "Exactly my own idea," he said. "Never turn a pleasure into a duty, or it becomes a burden at once. Well, I must go and make myself pretty for this evening's show. If I am very bored, I shall come and sit out with you." "Not tonight," said Isabel with quick decision. "Dina is going to bed very soon." "Really?" He stood by Dina's couch, looking down at her with his faint, supercilious smile. "Do you submit to that sort of tyranny?" he said. She held up her hand to him. "It isn't tyranny. It is the very dearest kindness in the world. Don't you know the difference?" He held the little, confiding hand a moment or two, and she felt his fingers close around it with a strength that seemed as if it encompassed her very soul. "There are two ways of looking at everything," he said, "but I shouldn't be too docile if I were you. Not, that is, if you want to get any fun out of life. Remember, life is short." He let her go with the words, straightened himself to his full, splendid height, and sauntered with regal arrogance to the door. "I want you, Stumpy," he said in passing. "There are 1 or 2 letters for you to deal with. You can come to my room while I dress." "In that case I had better say good night too," said Scott, rising. "Oh, no," said Dina with her quick smile. "You can come in and say good night to me afterwards, when I'm in bed. Can't he, Isabel?" She had fallen into the habit of calling Isabel by her Christian name from hearing Scott use it. It had begun almost in delirium, and now it came so naturally that she never dreamed of reverting to the more formal mode of address. Scott smiled in his quiet fashion and turned to join his brother. "I will, with pleasure," he said. Eustace threw a mocking glance backwards. "It seems that philosophers rush in where mere ordinary males fear to tread," he observed. "Stumpy, allow me to congratulate you on your privileges." "Thanks, old chap," Scott made answer in his tired voice, "but there is no occasion for the ordinary male to envy me my compensations." "What did he mean by that?" said Dina, as the door closed. Isabel moved to her side and sat down on the edge of the couch. "Scott is very lonely, little one," she said. "Is he?" said Dina, wonderingly. "But surely he must have lots of friends. He's such a dear." Isabel smiled at her rather sadly. "Yes, everyone who knows him thinks that." "Everyone must love him," protested Dina. "Who could help it?" "I wonder," said Isabel slowly, "if he will ever meet anyone who will love him best of all." Dina was suddenly conscious of a rush of blood to her face. She knew not wherefore, but she felt it beat in her temples and sing in her ears. "Oh, surely, surely," she stammered in confusion. Isabel looked beyond her. "You know, Dina," she said, her voice very low, Scott
is a man
with an almost infinite greatness of soul. I don't know if you realize it. I have thought sometimes that you did, but there are very few who do. I know he is great, whispered Dina. I told him so almost the first time I saw him. Isabel's smile was very tender. She stooped and gathered Dina to her bosom. "Oh, my dear," she murmured, "never prefer the tinsel to the true gold. He is far, far the greatest man I know, and you will never meet a greater." Dina clung to her in quick responsiveness. Her strange agitation was subsiding, but she could feel the blood yet pulsing in her veins. "I know it," she whispered. "I am sure of it. He is very much to you, dear, isn't he?" "For years he has been my all," Isabel said. "Listen a moment. I will tell you something. In the first dreadful days of my illness, I was crazy with trouble, and they bound me to keep me from violence. I have never forgotten it. I never shall. Then he came. He was very young at that time, only 23. He had his life before him, and mine was practically over. Yet he gave up everything for my sake. He took command. He banished all the horrible people who had taken possession of me. He gave me freedom, and he set himself to safeguard me. He brought me home. He was with me night and day, or if not actually with me, within call. He and Biddy between them brought me back. They watched me, nursed me, cared for me. Whenever my trouble was greater than I could bear, he was always there to help me. He never left me, and gradually he became so necessary to me that I couldn't contemplate life without him. I have been terribly selfish." A low sob checked her utterance for a moment, and Dina's young arms tightened. "I let my grief take hold of me, to the exclusion of everything else. I didn't realize the sacrifice he was making. For years I took it all as a right, living in my fog of misery and blind to all beside. But now at last, thanks to you, little one, whom I nearly killed, my eyes are open once more. The fog has rolled away. No, I can never be happy. I am one of those who wait. But I will never again, God helping me, deprive others of happiness. Scott shall live his own life now. His devotion to me must come to an end. My greatest wish in life now is that he may meet a woman worthy of him, who will love him as he deserves to be loved, before I climb the peaks of paradise and find my beloved in the dawning." Isabel's voice sank. She pressed Dina close against her heart. "It will not be long," she whispered. "I have had a message that there is no mistaking. I know it will not be long, but oh, darling, I do want to see him happy first." Dina was crying softly. She could find no words to utter. So, for a while, they clung together. The woman who had suffered and come at last through bitter tribulation into peace, and the child whose feet yet halted on the threshold of the enchanted country that the other had long since traversed and left behind. Nothing further passed between them. Isabel had said her say, and for some reason Dina was powerless to speak. She could think of no words to utter, and deep in her heart she was half afraid to break the silence. That sudden agitation of hers had left her oddly confused and embarrassed. She shrank from pursuing the matter further. Yet, for a long time that night, she lay awake, pondering, wondering. Certainly Scott was different from all other men. Totally, undeniably different. He seemed to dwell on a different plane. She could not grasp what it was about him that set him thus apart, but what Isabel had said showed her very clearly that the spirit that dwelt behind that unimposing exterior was a force that counted, and could hold its own against odds. She slept at last, with the thought of him still present in her mind, and in her dreams the vision of Greatheart in his shining armour came to her again, filling her with a happiness which, even sleeping, she did not dare to analyse, scarcely to contemplate. End of section 25. Read by Helena Dunstan.
July 2022.
Section 26 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. The Call of Apollo. Dina's strength came back to her in leaps and bounds, and 3 weeks after the Devines' departure she was almost herself again. The season was drawing to a close. The holidays were over, and English people were turning homeward. Very reluctantly, Isabel had to admit that her charge was well enough for the journey back. Mrs. Bathurst wrote in an insistent strain, urging that the time had come for her to return, and no further excuse could be invented for keeping her longer. They decided to return themselves, and take Dina to her home, Isabel having determined to make the acquaintance of the redoubtable Mrs. Bathurst, and persuade her to spare her darling to them again in the summer. The coming parting was hard to face, so hard that Dina could not bear to speak of it. She shed a good many tears in private, as Isabel was well aware, but she never willingly made any reference to the ordeal she so dreaded. The only time she voluntarily broached the subject was when she entreated to be allowed to go down to the last dance that was to be held in the hotel. It chanced that this was fixed for the night before their own departure, and Isabel demurred somewhat, for though Dina had shaken off most of her invalid habits, she was still far from robust. "You will be so tired in the morning, darling," she protested gently, while Dina knelt beside her, earnestly pleading. "You will get that tiresome side-ache, and you won't be fit to travel." I shall," Dina assured her. "Oh, please, dear, just this once, let me have this one more fling. I shall never have another chance. I'm sure I never shall." Isabel's hand stroked the soft dark hair caressingly.
She saw that Dina was very near to tears.
"I don't believe I ought to say yes, dear child," she said. "You know I hate to deny you anything, but if it were to do you harm, I should never forgive myself." "It couldn't, it shan't," declared Dina, almost incoherent in her vehemence. "It isn't as if I wanted to dance every dance. I'd come and sit out with you in between, and if I got tired you could take me away. I would go directly if you said so. Really I would." She was hard to resist, kneeling there with her arms about Isabel and her bright eyes lifted. Isabel took the sweet face between her hands and kissed it. "Let me ask Scott what he thinks," she said. "I want to give in to you, Dina, darling, but it's against my judgment. If it is against his judgment too, will you be content to give it up?" "Oh, of course," said Dina instantly. She was confident that Scott, that kind and gentle friend of hers, would deny her nothing. It seemed almost superfluous to ask him. The words had scarcely left her lips when his quiet knock came at the sitting-room door, and he entered. She looked round at him with a smile of quick welcome. "I'll give it up in a minute if he says so," she said. Isabel turned in her chair. "Come here, Stumpy," she said. "We want your advice. We are talking about the dance tonight. Dina has set her heart on going. Do you think it would do her any harm?" Scott came up to them in his halting way. He looked at Dina, pressed close to his sister's side, and his smile was very kindly as he said, "Poor little Cinderella. It's hard lines, but, you know, the doctor's last words to you were a warning against overexerting yourself." "But I shouldn't," she assured him eagerly. "Really, truly I shouldn't. I walked all the way to the village with you yesterday, and wasn't a bit tired, or hardly a bit, when I got back." "You looked jaded to death," he said. "I am afraid it is thumbs down," said Isabel.
A touch of regret in her voice.
"Oh, no, no," entreated Dina. "Mr. Studley, please, please say I may go. I promise I won't dance too much. I promise I'll stop directly I'm tired." "My dear child," Scott said, "it would be sheer madness for you to attempt to dance at all. Isabel," he turned to his sister with most unusual sharpness, "how can you tantalize her in this way? Say no at once. You know perfectly well she isn't fit for it." Isabel made no attempt to argue the point. "You hear, Dina?" she said. A quick throb of anger went through Dina. She disengaged herself quickly and stood up. "Mr. Studley," she said in a voice that quivered, "it's not right, it's not fair. How can you know what is good for me? And even if you did, what right?" She broke off, trembling and holding to Isabel's chair to steady herself. Scott's eyes, very level, very kind, were looking straight at her in a fashion that checked the hot words on her lips. "My child, no right whatever," he said. "I have no more power to control your actions than the man in the moon. But if you want my approval to your scheme, I can't give it to you. I don't approve, and because I don't, I tell Isabel that she ought to refuse to carry it through. I have no right to control her either, but I think my opinion means something to her. I hope it does, at least." He looked at Isabel, but she said nothing. Only she put her arm about Dina as she stood. There followed a few moments of very difficult silence. Then, abruptly, the mutiny went out of Dina's face and attitude. "I'm horrid," she said, in a voice half-choked. "Forgive me. You shouldn't spoil me so." "Oh, don't, please," said Scott. "I am infernally sorry. I know what it means to you." He took out his cigarette case and turned away with a touch of embarrassment. She saw that for some reason he was moved. Impulsively she left Isabel and came to him. "Don't think any more about it," she said. "I'll go to bed, and be good. You always are, said Scott, faintly smiling.
No, no, I'm not.
What a fib! You know I'm not. But I am going to be good this time, so that you shall have something nice to remember me by. Dina's voice quivered still, but she managed to smile. He gave her a quick look. You will always be the pleasantest memory I have, he said. The words were quietly spoken, so quietly that they sounded almost matter-of-fact, but Dina flushed with pleasure, detecting the sincerity in his voice. It's very nice of you to say that, she said, especially as I deserve it so little. Thank you, Mr. Scott. She uttered the name timidly. She had never ventured to use it before. He held out his hand to her. Oh, drop the prefix, he said. Call me Stumpy like the rest of the world. But Dina shook her head with vehemence. There were tears standing in her eyes, but she smiled through them. I will not call you Stumpy, she declared. It doesn't suit you a bit. I never even think of you by that name. It is perfectly ludicrous applied to you. Some people think I am ludicrous, observed Scott. His hand grasped hers firmly for a moment and let it go. The steadfast friendliness in his eyes shone out like a beacon, and there came to Dina a swift sense of great and uplifting pride at the thought that she numbered this man among her friends. The moment passed, but the warmth at her heart remained. She went back to Isabel and slipped down into the shelter of her arm, feeling oddly shy and also inexplicably happy. Her disappointment had shrunk to a negligible quantity. She even wondered at herself for having cared so greatly about so trifling a matter. There came the firm tread of a man's feet outside the door, and it swung open. Eustace entered with his air of high confidence. Ah, Stumpy, there you are. I want you. Well, Miss Bathurst, what about tonight? She faced him bravely from Isabel's side. I've promised to go to bed early as usual, she said. What? You're not dancing? She saw his ready frown. Well, you will come and look on anyway. Isabel, you must show for once. He spoke imperiously. Isabel looked up. I am sorry, Eustace, it is out of the question, she said coldly. Both Dina and I are retiring early, in preparation for tomorrow. He bit his lip. This is too bad, Miss Bathurst. Don't you want to come down? It's for the last time. Dina hesitated, and Scott came quietly to her rescue. She is being prudent against her own inclination, old chap. Don't make it hard for her. What a confounded shame, said Eustace. No, it isn't, said Dina. It is quite right. I am not going to think any more about it. He laughed with a touch of mockery. Which means you will probably think about it all night. Well, you will have the reward of virtue anyhow, which ought to be very satisfying. Come along, Stumpy, I want you to catch the post. He bore his brother off with him, and Dina went rather wistfully to help Biddy pack. She had done right, she knew, but it was difficult to stifle the regret in her heart. She had so longed for that one last dance, and it seemed to her that she had treated Sir Eustace somewhat shabbily also. She was sure that he was displeased, and the thought of it troubled her, for she had almost promised him that last dance. Arrah then, Miss Dina, dear, don't you look so sad at all, counselled Biddy. Good times pass.
But there's always good times to come while you're young, and it's the bonny face you've got on you. Sure, there'll be a fine wedding one of these days. There's a prince looking for you, or my name's not Biddy Maloney.
Dina tried to smile, but her heart was heavy. She could not share Biddy's cheery belief in the good times to come, and she was quite sure that no prince would ever come her way. Sir Eustace, that king among men, might think of her sometimes, but not seriously. Oh no, not seriously. He had so many other interests. It was only her dancing that drew him, and he would never have another opportunity of enjoying that. She rested in the afternoon at Isabel's desire, but she did not sleep. Some teasing sprite had set a waltz refrain running in her brain, and it haunted her perpetually. She went down to the vestibule with Isabel for tea, and here Scott joined them, but Sir Eustace did not put in an appearance.
In their company she sought to be cheerful,
and in a measure succeeded, but the thought of the morrow pressed upon her. In another brief 24 hours, this place where she had first known the wonder and the glory of life would know her no more. In 2 days she would be back in the old bondage, chained once more to the oar, with the dread of her mother ever present in her heart, however fair the world might be. She could keep her depression more or less at bay in the presence of her friends, but when later she went to her room to prepare for dinner, something like desperation seized her. How was she going to bear it? One last wild fling would have helped her, but this inaction made things infinitely worse, made things intolerable. While she dressed, she waged a fierce struggle against her tears. She knew that Isabel would be greatly distressed should she detect them, and to hurt Isabel seemed to her the acme of selfish cruelty. She would not give way. She would not. And then, suddenly, she heard a step in the corridor, and her heart leapt. Well she knew that careless, confident tread.
But what was he doing there?
Why had he come to her door? With bated breath she stood and listened. Yes, he had paused. In a moment she heard a rustle on the floor. A screw of paper appeared under the door, as though blown in by a wandering wind. Then the careless feet retreated again, and she thought she heard him whistling below his breath. Eagerly she swooped forward and snatched up the note. Her hands shook so that she could scarcely open it. Trembling, she stood under the light to read it. It was headed in a bold hand, "To Daphne," and below, in much smaller writing, she read, "Come to the top of the stairs when the band plays Simple a View, and leave the rest to me, Apollo." A wild thrill went through her. But could she? Dared she? Had she not practically promised Isabel that she would go to bed? Yet how could she go, and leave this direct invitation, which was almost a command, unanswered? And it was only one dance. Only one dance. Would it be so very wrong to snatch just that one? The thought of Scott came to her, and the look of sincerity in his eyes when he had told her that she would always be the pleasantest memory he had. But she thrust it from her almost fiercely. Ah, no, no, no! She could not let him deprive her thus of this one last gaiety. Apollo had called her. It only remained for her to obey. She dressed in a fever of excitement, and hid the note, that precious note, in her bosom. She would meet him at dinner, and he would look for an answer. How should she convey it? And oh, what answer should she give? Looking back afterwards, it seemed to her that fate had pressed her hard that night, so hard that resistance was impossible.
When she was dressed in the almost childishly simple muslin,
She looked herself in the eyes and fancied that there was something in her face that she had never seen there before. It was something that pleased her immensely, giving her a strangely new self-confidence. She did not wot that it was the charm of her coming womanhood that had burst into sudden flower. At the last moment she cast all her scruples away from her and snatched up a slip of paper. "I will be there, Daphne," were the words she wrote, and though her conscience smote her as she did it, she stifled it fiercely. Had she not promised him that one dance long ago? She met him at dinner with a face of smiling unconcern. The new force within had imbued her with a wondrous strength. She exulted in the thought of her power over him, transient though she knew it to be. Deep down in her heart she was afraid, yet she was wildly daring. It was her last night, and she was utterly reckless. She left her note in his hand with the utmost coolness when she bade him good night in the vestibule. She bade good night to Scott also, but she met his eyes for no more than a second, and then she had to stifle afresh the sharp pang at her heart. She went away up the stairs with Isabel, leaving them smoking over their coffee, leaving also the dreamy strains of the band, the gay laughter and movement of the happy crowd that drifted towards the ballroom. Isabel accompanied her to her room. "You are a dear, good child," she said tenderly, as she held her for a last kiss. "I shall never forget how sweetly you gave up the thing you wanted so much." Dina clung to her fast for a moment or two, and her hold was passionate. "Oh, don't praise me for that," she whispered into Isabel's neck. "I am not good at all. I am very bad." She almost tore herself free a second later, and Isabel, divining that any further demonstration from her would cause a breakdown, bade her a loving good night and went away. Dina stood a while, struggling for self-control. She had been perilously near to baring her soul to Isabel in those moments of tenderness. Even now the impulse urged her to run after her and tell her of the temptation to which she was yielding. She forced it down with clenched hands, telling herself over and over that it was her last chance, and she must not lose it. And so at length it passed, and with it passed also the pricks of conscience that had so troubled her. She emerged from the brief struggle with a sense of mad triumph. The spirit of adventure had entered into her, and she no longer paused to count the cost. "I expect I shall be sorry in the morning," she said to herself. "But tonight, oh, tonight, nothing matters except Apollo." She whisked to the door and set it ajar. The dance music drew her like the voice of a siren. For that one night she would live again. She would feel his arm about her, and the magic in her brain. Already her feet yearned to the alluring rhythm. She leaned against the door-post, and gave herself up to her dream. Yet once more the wine of the gods was held to her lips. She would drink deeply, deeply. End of section 25. Read by Helena Dunstan.
August 2022.
Section 26 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. The Golden Maze. Softly, the strains of simpler view floated along the corridor. It came like fairy music, now near, now far, haunting as a dream, woven through and through with the gold of romance. Someone was coming along the passage with the easy swing of the born dancer, and pressed against her doorpost in the shadows, another born dancer awaited him with a wildly throbbing heart. The die was cast, and there was no going back. She heard the deep voice humming the magic melody as he came. In a moment the superb figure came into sight, moving with that royal ease of carriage, so characteristic and so wonderful. He drew near. He spied the small white figure lurking in the dimness. With a low laugh he opened his arms to her. And then there came to Dina, not for the first time, a strange, wholly indefinable misgiving. It was a warning so insistent that she suddenly and swiftly drew back, as if she would flee into the room behind her. But he was too quick for her. He caught her on the threshold. "Oh, no, no," he laughed. "That's not playing the game." He drew her to him, holding her two wrists. "Daphne, Daphne," he said, "still running away? Do you call that fair?" She did not resist him. For the moment she felt his touch, she knew herself a captive. The magic force of his personality had caught her, but she did not give herself wholly to him. She stood and palpitated in his hold, her head bent low. I'm not running away," she told him breathlessly. "I was just coming, but shan't we be seen? Your brother—" "What?" He was stooping over her. She felt his breath upon her neck. "Oh, Scott. Surely you're not afraid of Scott, are you? You needn't be. I've sent him off to write some letters. He'll be occupied for an hour at least. Come, come, you promised, and we're wasting time." There was a subtle caressing note in his voice. It thrilled her as she stood, and ever the soft music drifted on around them, pulsing with a sweetness almost too intense to be borne. He held her with the hold of a conqueror. She was quivering from head to foot, but all desire to free herself was gone. Still, she would not raise her face. Panting, she spoke. "Yes, we are wasting time. Let us go." He laughed above her head, a low laugh of absolute assurance. "Are you too shy to look at me, Daphne?" She laughed also, very tremulously. "I think I am, just at present. Let us dance first, anyway. Must we go down to the salon? Couldn't we dance in the corridor?" His arm was round her. He led her down the passage. "No, no. We will go down, and afterwards—" "Afterwards," she broke in breathlessly, "we will just peep at the moonlight on the mountains, and then I must come back."
"I will show you something better than the moonlight on the mountains,"
said Sir Eustace. She did not ask him what he meant, though her whole being was strung to a tense expectancy. He had brought her once more to the heights of Olympus, and each moment was full of a vivid life that had to be lived to the utmost. She lacked the strength to look forward. The present was too overwhelming. It was almost more than she could bear. They reached the head of the stairs. His arm tightened about her. She descended as though upon wings. Passing through the vestibule, her feet did not seem to touch the ground. And then, like a golden maze, the ballroom received them. Before she knew it, they were among the dancers, and the magic of her dream had merged into reality. She closed her eyes, for the glare of light and moving figures dazzled her, and gave herself up to the rapture of that one splendid dance. Her heart was beating wildly, as though it would choke her. A curious thirst, that yet was part of her delight, made her throat burn. A weakness that exulted in the man's supporting strength held her bound and entranced by such an ecstasy as she had never known before. She laughed, a gurgling laugh through panting lips. She wondered whether he realized that she was floating through the air, held up by his arm alone, above the glitter and the turmoil all around them. She wondered too how soon they would find their way to the heart of that golden maze, and what nameless treasure awaited them there. For that treasure was for them, and them alone, she never doubted. It was the gift of the gods, bestowed upon no others in all that merry crowd. The magic deepened and grew within her. She felt that the climax was drawing near. He would not dance to a finish, she knew, and already the music was quickening. She was too giddy, too spent had she but known it, to open her eyes. Only by instinct did she know that he was bearing her, sure and swift as a swallow, to the curtained recess whither he had led her twice before. This, she told herself, this was the heart of the maze. All things began and ended here. Her lips quivered and tingled. She would never escape him now. He had her firmly in the net. Nor did she seriously want to escape. Only she felt desperately afraid of him. His strength, his determination, above all his silence, sent tumultuous fear throbbing through her heart. And when at length the pause came, when she knew that they were alone in the gloom, with the music dying away behind them, a last wild dread that was almost anguish made her hide her face deep, deep in his arm, while her body hung powerless in his embrace. He laughed a little, a laugh that thrilled her with its exultation, its passion, and then, whether she would or not, he turned her face upwards to meet his own. His kisses descended upon her, hotly, suffocatingly. He held her pressed to him, in such a grip as seemed to drive all the breath out of her quivering frame. His lips were like a fierce flame on face and neck, a flame that grew in intensity, possessing her, consuming her. The mastery of his hold was utterly irresistible. She gasped and gasped for breath,
as one suddenly plunged in deep waters.
His violence appalled her, well nigh quenching her rapture. She was more terrified in those moments than she had ever been before. She almost felt as if the godlike being she had so humbly adored from afar had turned upon her with the demand for human sacrifice. Those devouring kisses sent unimagined apprehensions through her heart. They seemed to satisfy him so little, while they sapped from her every atom of vitality, leaving her helpless as an infant.
Her body drawn to his, as a needle to the magnet.
Not of her own volition, but simply by his strength. And ever the fire of his passion grew hotter, till she felt as one bound on the edge of a mighty furnace, which scorched her mercilessly from head to foot. She was near to fainting when she felt his arms relax, and suddenly, above her upturned face, she heard his voice, low and deep, like the growl of an angry beast. "What have you come here for? Go. You are not wanted." In a flash she realized that they were no longer alone. She would have disengaged herself, but she was too weak to stand. She could only cling feebly to the supporting arm. In that moment, a great wave of humiliation burst over her, sweeping away her last foothold. For without turning, she knew who it was who stood behind her. She knew to whom those furious words had been addressed. Before her inner sight, with overwhelming vividness, there arose a vision. The vision of Greatheart in his shining armour, with a drawn sword in his hand, and in his eyes. But no, she could not look into his eyes. She hid her face instead, burning and quivering still from the touch of those passionate lips, hid it low against her lover's breast, too shamed even for speech. There came a movement, the halting movement of a lame man, and she heard Scott's voice. It pierced her intolerably, perfectly gentle though it was. "I am sorry to intrude," he said, "but Isabel begged me to come and look for Dina." His pause before the name was scarcely perceptible, but that also pierced her through and through. "I don't think she is quite equal to this." Sir Eustace uttered his faint, contemptuous laugh. "You here, Dina?" he said. "This gallant knight has come to your rescue. Look up and tell him if you want to be rescued." But she could not look up. She could only cling to him in voiceless abasement. There was a brief silence, and then she felt his hand upon her head. He spoke again, the sneering note gone from his voice, though it still held a faint inflection of sardonic humour. "You needn't be anxious, most worthy Scott. Leave her to me for 5 minutes, and I will undertake to return her to Isabel in good condition. You are not wanted for the moment, man. Can't you see it?" That moved Dina. She lifted her head from its shelter and found her voice. "Oh, don't send him away," she entreated. It was very kind of him to come and look for me." Eustace's hand caressed her dark hair for a moment. His eyes looked down into hers, and she saw that the glowing embers of his passion still smouldered there. She caught her breath with a sob. "Tell him not to go away," she begged. He smiled a little.
But electricity lingered in the pressure of his arm.
"I think it is time we broke up the meeting," he said. "You had better run back to Isabel. If you wish to keep this episode a secret, Scott is, I believe, gentleman enough to hold his peace." She was free, and very slowly she released herself. She turned round to Scott, but still she could not, dared not, meet his eyes. Her limbs were trembling painfully. She felt weak and dizzy. Suddenly she became aware of his hand held out to her, proffering silent assistance. Thankfully she accepted it, feeling it close firmly, reassuringly upon her own. "Shall we go upstairs?" he asked, in his quiet, matter-of-fact way. "Isabel is a little anxious about you." "Oh, yes," she whispered tremulously. "Let us go." She tottered a little with the words, and he transferred his hold to her elbow. He supported her steadily and sustainingly. Eustace stepped forward and lifted the heavy curtain for them with a mask-like ceremony. She glanced up at him as she went through. "Good night," he said. Her lips quivered in response. He suddenly bent to her. "Good night," he said again. There was imperious insistence in his voice, his eyes compelled. Mutely she responded to the mastery that would not be denied. She lifted her trembling lips to his, and deliberately, in Scott's presence, he kissed her. "Sleep well," he said lightly. She returned his kiss, because she could not do otherwise. She felt as if he had so merged her will into his that she was deprived of all power to resist. But the hand that held her arm urged her with quiet strength. It led her unfalteringly away. End of section 26. Read by Helena Dunstan.
September 2022.
Section 28 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. The Lesson. 10 minutes later, Scott descended the stairs alone and returned to the salon. A dance was in progress. He stood for a space in the doorway watching. Finally, having satisfied himself that his brother was not among the dancers, he turned away. With his usual quietness of demeanour, he crossed the vestibule and looked into the smoking room. Sir Eustace was not there either, and he was closing the door again when the man himself came up the passage behind him and clapped a careless hand on his shoulder. "Are you looking for me, most doughty knight?" he asked. Scott turned so sharply that the hand fell. "Yes, I am looking for you," he said, and his voice was unusually curt. "Come outside a minute, will you? I want to speak to you." "I am not going outside," Sir Eustace said, with exasperating coolness. "If you want to talk, you can come in here and smoke with me." "I must be alone with you," Scott said briefly. "There are 2 or 3 men in there." His brother gave him a look of amused curiosity. "Do you want to do something violent, then? There's plenty of room for a quiet talk in there without disturbing or being disturbed by anyone." But Scott stood his ground. "I must see you alone for a minute," he said stubbornly. "You can come to my room, or I will come to yours, whichever you like." Sir Eustace shrugged his shoulders. "You are damned persistent. I don't know that I am specially anxious to hear what you have to say. In any case, it can keep till the morning. I can't be bothered now." Scott's hand grasped his arm. A queer gleam shone in his pale eyes. "Man," he said, "I think you had better hear me now." Eustace looked down at him, half sneering, half impressed. "What a mule you are, Stumpy. Come along then if you must. But you had better mind how you go. I'm in no mood for trifling." "Nor I," said Scott, with very unaccustomed bitterness. He kept his hand upon his brother's arm as they turned. He leaned slightly upon him as they ascended the stairs. Eustace's room was the first they reached, and they turned into that. Scott was very pale, but there was no lack of resolution about him as he closed the door and faced the elder man. "Well, what is it?" Eustace demanded. "Just this." Very steadily Scott made answer. "I want to know how far this matter has gone between you and Miss Bathurst. I want to know what you are going to do." "My intentions, eh?" Eustace's sneer became very pronounced as he put the question. He pulled forward a chair and sat down with an arrogant air, as though to bring himself thus to Scott's level. Scott's eyes gleamed again momentarily at the action, but he stood like a rock. "Yes, your intentions," he said briefly. Sir Eustace's black brows went up. He looked him up and down. "Can you give me any reason at all why I should hold myself answerable to you?" he asked. Scott's hands clenched as he stood. "I can," he said. "I regard Miss Bathurst as very peculiarly our charge, under our protection. We are both, in a great measure, responsible for her, though possibly," he hesitated slightly, "my responsibility is greater than yours, in so far as I take it more seriously. I do not think that either of us is in a position to make love to her under existing circumstances, but that, I admit, is merely a matter of opinion. Most emphatically, neither of us has the right to trifle with her. I want to know, and I must know, are you trifling with her, as you have trifled with Miss Devine for the past fortnight, or are you in earnest? Which?" He spoke sternly, as one delivering an ultimatum. His eyes, steel-bright and unwavering, were fixed upon his brother's face. Sir Eustace made a sharp gesture, as of one who flings off some stinging insect. "It is not particularly good form on your part to bring another lady's name into the discussion," he said. "At least you have no responsibilities so far as Miss Devine is concerned." "I admit that," Scott answered shortly. "Moreover, she is fully capable of taking care of herself. But Miss Bathurst is not. She is a mere child in many ways, but she takes things hard. If you are merely amusing yourself at her expense—" He stopped. "Well?" Sir Eustace threw the question with sudden anger. His great, lounging figure stiffened. A blue flame shot up in his eyes. Scott stood silent for a moment or two. Then, with a great effort, he unclenched his hands and came forward. "I am not going to believe that of you unless you tell me it is so," he said. Sir Eustace reached out an unexpected hand, without rising, and took him by the shoulder. "You may be small of stature, Stumpy," he said, "but you're the biggest fool I know. You're making mountains out of molehills, and you'll get yourself into trouble if you're not careful." Scott looked at him. "Do you imagine I'm afraid of you, I wonder?" he said, a faint tremor of irony in his quiet voice. Sir Eustace's hold tightened. His mouth was hard. "I imagine that I could make things highly unpleasant for you if you provoked me too far," he said. "And let me warn you, you have gone quite far enough in a matter in which you have no concern whatever. I never have stood any interference from you, and I never will. Let that be understood, once and for all." He met Scott's look with eyes of smouldering wrath. There was more than warning in his hold. It conveyed menace. Yet Scott, very pale, supremely dignified, made no motion to retreat. "You have not answered me yet," he said. "I must have an answer." Sir Eustace's brows met in a thick and threatening line. "You will have very much more than you bargain for if you persist," he said. "Meaning that I am to draw my own conclusions?" Scott asked, unmoved. The smouldering fire suddenly blazed into flame. He pulled Scott to him, with the movement of a giant, and bent him irresistibly downwards. "I will show you what I mean," he said. Scott made a swift, instinctive effort to free himself, but the next instant he was passive. Only as the relentless hands forced him lower, he spoke, his voice quick and breathless. "You can hammer me to your heart's content, but you'll get nothing out of it. That sort of thing simply doesn't count with me." Sir Eustace held him in a vice-like grip. "Are you going to take it lying down, then?" he questioned grimly. "I'm not going to fight you, certainly." Scott's voice had a faint quiver of humour in it, as though he jested at his own expense. "Not, that is, in a physical sense. If you choose to resort to brute force, that's your affair, and I fancy you'll be sorry afterwards, but it will make no actual difference to me." He broke off, breathing short and hard, like a man who struggles against odds, yet with no thought of yielding. Sir Eustace held him a few seconds, as if irresolute, then abruptly let him go. "I believe you're right," he said. "You wouldn't care a damn, but you're a fool to bait me all the same. Now clear out, and leave me alone for the future." "I haven't done with you yet," Scott said. He straightened himself and returned indomitably to the attack. "I asked you a question, and, so far, you haven't answered it. Are you ashamed to answer it?" Sir Eustace got up with a movement of exasperation, but very oddly his anger had died down. "Oh, confound you, Stumpy! You're worse than a swarm of mosquitoes," he said. "I dispute your right to ask that question. It is no affair of yours." "I maintain that it is," Scott said quietly. "It matters to me, perhaps more than you realize, whether you behave honourably or otherwise." "Honourably!" His brother caught him up sharply. "You're on dangerous ground, I warn you," he said. "I won't stand that from you or any man." "I've no intention of insulting you," Scott answered, "but I must know the truth. Are you hoping to marry Miss Bathurst, or are you not?" Sir Eustace drew himself up with a haughty gesture. "The time has not come to talk of that," he said. "Not when you are deliberately making love to her." Scott's voice remained quiet, but the glitter was in his eyes again, a quivering, ominous gleam. "Oh, that, my dear fellow, you are disquieting yourself in vain. She knows as well as I do that that is a mere game." Eustace spoke scoffingly, looking over his brother's head, ignoring his attitude. "I assure you she is not so green as you imagine," he said. "It has been nothing but a game all through." "Nothing but a game?" Scott repeated the words slowly, as if incredulous. "Do you actually mean that?" Sir Eustace laughed and took out his cigarettes. "What do you take me for, you old duffer? Think I should commit myself at this stage? An old hand like me? Not likely." Scott stood up before him, white to the lips. "I take you for an infernal blackguard, if you want to know," he said, speaking with great distinctness. "You may call yourself a man of honour. I call you a scoundrel." "What?" Eustace put back his cigarette case, with a smile that was oddly like a snarl. "It looks to me as if you'll have to have that lesson after all," he said. "What's the matter with you nowadays? Fallen in love yourself, is that it?" He took Scott by the shoulders, not roughly, but with power. Scott's eyes met his like a sword in a master hand. "The matter is," he said, "that this precious game of yours has got to end. If you are not man enough to end it, I will." "Will you indeed?" Eustace shook him to and fro as he stood, but still without violence. "And how?" "I shall tell her." Scott spoke without the smallest hesitation. "The exact truth. I shall tell her, and she will believe me. Precisely what you are." "Damn you!" said Sir Eustace. With the words he shifted his grasp, took Scott by the collar and swung him round. "Then you may also tell her," he said, his voice low and furious, "that you have had the kicking that a little yapping cur like you deserves." He kicked him with the words, kicked him thrice, and flung him brutally aside. Scott went down, grabbing vainly at the bed to save himself. His face was deathly as he turned it, but he said nothing. He had said his say. Sir Eustace was white also, white and terrible, with eyes of flame. He stood a moment glaring down at him. Then, as though he could not trust himself, wheeled and strode to the door. "And when you've done," he said, "you can come to me for another, you beastly little cad." He went, leaving the door wide behind him. His feet resounded along the passage and died away. The distant waltz music came softly in, and Scott pulled himself painfully up and sat on the end of the bed, panting heavily. Minutes passed ere he moved. Then, at last, very slowly, he got up. He had recovered his breath. His mouth was firm, his eyes resolute and indomitable, his whole bearing composed, as with that dignity that Dina had so often remarked in him. He limped to the door and passed out, closing it quietly behind him. The dance music was still floating through the passages with a mocking allurement. The tramp of feet and laughter of many voices rose with it. A flicker of irony passed over his drawn face. He straightened his collar with absolute steadiness and moved away in the direction of his own room. End of section 28. Read by Helena Dunstan. January 2023.
Section 29 of Greatheart. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 29. The Captive. Isabel uttered no reproaches to her charge, as, quivering with shame, she returned from her escapade. She exchanged no more than a low good night with Scott, and then turned back into the room with Dinah. But as the latter stood before her, crestfallen and humiliated, expecting a reprimand, she only laid very gentle hands upon her and began to unfasten her dress. "I wasn't spying upon you, dear child," she said. "I only looked in to see if you would care for a cup of milk last thing." That broke Dinah, utterly and overwhelmingly. In her contrition, she cast herself literally at Isabel's feet. "Oh, what a beast I am! What a beast!" she sobbed. "Will you ever forgive me? I shall never forgive myself." Isabel was very tender with her, checking her wild outburst with loving words. She asked no question as to what had been happening, for which forbearance Dinah's gratitude was great, even though it served to intensify her remorse. With all a mother's loving care, she soothed her, assuring her of complete forgiveness and understanding. "I did wild things in my own girlhood," she said. "I know what it means, dear, when temptation comes." And so at last she calmed her agitation and helped her to bed, waiting upon her with the utmost gentleness, saying no word of blame or even of admonition. Not till she had gone did it dawn upon Dinah that this task had probably been left to Scott, and with the thought a great dread of the morrow came upon her. Though he had betrayed no hint of displeasure, she felt convinced that she had incurred it, and all her new-born shyness in his presence returned upon her 1,000-fold. She did not know how she would face him when the morning came. He would not be angry, she knew. He would not scold her like Colonel Devine. But yet she shrank from the thought of his disappointment in her as she had never before shrunk from the Colonel's rebuke. She was sure that she had forfeited his good opinion forever, and many and bitter were the tears that she shed over her loss. Her thoughts of Eustace were of too confused a nature to be put into coherent form. The moment they turned in his direction, her brain became a flashing whirl in which doubts, fears, and terrible ecstasies ran wild riot. She lay and trembled at the memory of his strength, exulting almost in the same moment that he had stooped with such mastery to possess her. His magnificence dazzled her, deprived her of all powers of rational judgment. She only realized that she, and she alone, had been singled out of the crowd for that fiery worship, and it seemed to her that she had been created for that one splendid purpose. But always the memory of Scott shot her triumph through with a regret so poignant as to deprive it of all lasting rapture. She had hurt him. She had disappointed him. She did not know how she would ever look him in the eyes again. Her sleep throughout that last night was broken and unrefreshing, and ever the haunting strains of Simple Avou pulsed through her brain like a low voice, calling her perpetually, refusing to be stilled. Only one night more, and she would be back in her home. This glittering alpine dream would be over, never to return. And again she turned on her pillow and wept. It was so hard to go back. In the morning she arose white-faced and weary, with dark shadows under her eyes, and a head that throbbed tormentingly. She breakfasted with Isabel in the latter's room, and was again deeply grateful to her friend for forbearing to comment upon her subdued manner. She could not make any pretense at cheerfulness that day, being in fact still so near to tears that she could scarcely keep from breaking down. "Don't wait for me, dear," Isabel said gently at length. "I see you are not hungry. We are taking some provisions with us. Perhaps you will feel more like eating presently." Dinah escaped very thankfully and returned to her own room. Here she remained for a while till more sure of herself. Then Biddy came in to finish her packing, and she slipped away to avoid the old woman's shrewd observation. She feared to go downstairs lest she should meet Scott, but presently, as she hovered in the passage, she heard his halting tread in the main corridor. He was evidently on his way to his sister's room, and seizing her opportunity, she ran like a hare in the opposite direction, and managed to slip downstairs without adventure. She was not to escape unnoticed, however. The first person she encountered in the vestibule came forward instantly at sight of her with the promptitude of one who has been lying in wait. She recoiled with a gasp, but she could not run away. She was caught as surely as she had been the night before. "Hello," smiled Sir Eustace with extended hand. "Going out for a last look round? May I come too?" She felt the dominance of his grip. It was coolly, imperially possessive. To answer his request seemed superfluous, even bordering on presumption. It was obvious that he had every intention of accompanying her. She gave a confused murmur of assent, and they passed through the vestibule side by side. She was conscious of curious glances from several strangers who were standing about, and Eustace exchanged a few words with a species of regal condescension here and there as they went. And then they were out in the pure sunlight of the mountains, alone for the last time in their paradise of snow. Almost instinctively, Dinah turned up the winding track. They had half an hour before them, and she felt she could not bear to stand still. He strolled beside her, idly smoking, not troubling to make conversation, now, as ever, sublimely at his ease. The snow sparkled around them like 1,000 gems. Dinah's eyes were burning and smarting with the brightness. And still that tender waltz music ran lilting through her brain, drifting as it were through the mist of her unshed tears. Suddenly he spoke. They were nearing the pine wood and quite alone. "Is there anything the matter?" She choked down a great lump in her throat before she could speak in answer. "No," she murmured. Then, I am just rather low about leaving, that's all." "Quite all?" he said. His tone was so casual, so normal, that it seemed impossible now to think of last night's happening save as an extravagant dream. She almost felt, for the moment, as if she had imagined it all. And then he spoke again, and she caught a subtle note of tenderness in his voice that brought it all back upon her in an overwhelming rush. "That's really all, is it? You're not unhappy about anything else? Scott hasn't been bullying you?" She gasped at the question. Oh no, he wouldn't. He couldn't. I haven't even seen him today." He received the information in silence, but in a moment or two he tossed away his cigarette with the air of a man having come to an abrupt resolution. "And so you're fretting about going home?" he said. She nodded mutely. The matter would not bear discussion. "Poor little Daphne," he said. "It has been a good game, hasn't it?" She nodded again. "Just like the dreams that never come true," she managed to say. "Would you like it to come true?" he asked her unexpectedly. She glanced up at him with a woeful little smile. "It's no good thinking of that, is it?" she said. "I have an idea we could make it come true between us," he said. She shook her head. That brief glimpse of his intent eyes had sent a sudden and overwhelming wave of shyness through her. She remembered again the fiery holding of his arms, and was afraid. He paused in his walk and turned aside to the railing that bounded the side of the track above the steep, pine-covered descent. "Wish hard enough," he said, "and all dreams come true." Dinah went with him as if compelled. She leaned against the railing, glad of the support, while he sat down upon it. His attitude was supremely easy and self-possessed. "Do you know, Daphne," he said, "I've taken a fancy to that particular dream myself. Now I've caught you, I don't see myself letting you go again." Her heart throbbed at his words. She bent her head, fixing her eyes upon the rough wood upon which she leaned. "But it's no good, is it?" she said, almost below her breath. "I've just got to go." He put his hand on her shoulder, and she was conscious afresh of the electricity of his touch. She shrank a little, a very little, for she was frightened, albeit curiously aware of a magnetism that drew her irresistibly. "Yes, I suppose you've got to go," he said, "but there's nothing to prevent me following you, is there?" She quivered from head to foot. That hand upon her shoulder sent such a tumult of emotions through her that she could not collect her thoughts in any coherent order. I don't know," she whispered, bending her head still lower. I don't know what they would say at home." "Your people?" His hand was drawing her now with an insistent pressure that would not be denied. "They'd probably dance on their heads with delight," he said, his tone one of slightly supercilious humor. "I assure you I am considered something of a catch by a good many anxious mammas." She started at that, started and straightened herself, lifting shy eyes to his. "Oh, but we've only been playing," she said rather uncertainly. Just pretending to flirt, that's all." He laughed, bending his handsome, imperious face to hers. "It's been a fairly solid pretense, hasn't it?" he said. "But I'm proposing something slightly different now. I'm offering you my hand, as well as my heart." Dinah was trembling all over. She gasped for breath, drawing back slightly from the nearness of his lips. "Do you mean you'd like to marry me?" she whispered tremulously, and hid her face on the instant, for the bald words sounded preposterous. He laughed again, softly, half-mockingly, and drew her into his arms. "Whatever made you think of that, my elf of the mountains? I'll vow it came into your head first. Ah, you needn't hide your eyes from me. I know you're mine, all mine. I've known it from the first, ever since you began to run away. But I've caught you now, haven't I? Haven't I?" She clung to him desperately. It seemed the only way, for she was, for the moment, swept off her feet, terribly afraid of arousing that storm of passion which had so overwhelmed her the night before. Instinct warned her what to expect if she attempted to withdraw herself. Moreover, the tumult of her feeling was such that she did not want to do so. She only wanted to hide her head for a space and be still. He pressed her close, still laughing at her shyness. "What a good thing I'm not shy," he said. "If I were, today would be the end of everything instead of the beginning. Can't you bring yourself to look at your new possession? Did you think you could laugh and run away for all time?" Then, as in muffled assent she besought him to be patient with her, he softened magically, and for the first time spoke of love. "Don't you know you have wrenched the very heart out of me, you little brown witch? I loved you from the very first moment of our dance together. You've been too much for me all through. I had to have you. I simply had to have you." She trembled afresh at his words, but she clung closer. If the fear deepened, so also did the fascination. She tried to picture him as hers, and failed. He was so fine, so splendid, so much too big for her. He went on, dropping his voice lower, his breath warm upon her neck. "Are you going to take all and give nothing, Daphne? Did they make you without a heart, I wonder, like a robin that mates afresh a dozen times in a season? Haven't you anything to give me, little sweetheart? Are you going to keep me waiting for a long, long time, then send me empty away?" That moved her. That he should stoop to plead with her seemed so amazing, almost a fabulous state of affairs. With a little sob, she lifted her face at last. "Oh, Apollo," she said brokenly. "Apollo the Magnificent, I am all yours, all yours. But don't take too much at a time." The plea must have touched him, accompanied as it was by that full surrender. He held her a moment, looking down into her eyes with the fiery possessiveness subdued to a half-veiled tenderness in his own. Then, very gently, even with reverence, he bent his face to hers. "Give me just what you can spare, then, little sweetheart," he said. "I can always come again for more now." She slipped her arms round his neck, and shyly, childishly, she kissed the lips that had devoured her own so mercilessly the night before. Yes, Yes, I will always give you more, she said tremulously. He took her face between his hands and kissed her in return, not violently, but with confidence. That seals you for my very own, he said. You will never run away from me again? But she would not promise that. The memory of the previous night still scorched her intolerably whenever her thoughts turned that way. I shan't want to run away if you stay as you are now, she told him confusedly. He laughed in his easy way. Oh, Daphne, I shall have a lot to teach you when we are married. How soon do you think you can be ready? She started in his hold at the question, and then quickly gave herself fully back to him again. I don't know a bit. You'll have to ask Mother. Perhaps she may not allow it at all. Oh, won't she? Said Sir Eustace. I think I know better. What about that trip on the yacht in July? Can you be ready in time for that? Oh, I expect I could be ready sooner than that, said Dinah naively. You could, he smiled upon her. Well, next week then. What do you say to next week? But she shrank again at that. Oh, no, not possibly, not possibly. You're laughing. She looked at him accusingly. He caught her to him. You baby, you innocent. Yes, I'm going to kiss you. Where will you have it? Just anywhere? He held her and kissed her, still laughing, yet with a heat that made her flinch involuntarily. Kissed the pointed chin and quivering lips, the swift-shut eyes and soft cheeks, the little, trembling dimple that came and went. Yes, you are mine, all mine, he said. Remember, I have a right to you now that no one else has. Not all the mammas in the world could come between us now. She laughed, half exultantly, half dubiously, peeping at him through her lowered lashes. I wonder if you'll still say that when you've seen my mother, she murmured. He kissed her again, kissed anew the dimples that showed and vanished so alluringly. You will see presently, my Daphne, he said. But I am going to have you, you know. That's quite understood, isn't it? Yes, whispered Dinah with docility. No more running away, he insisted. That's past and done with. She gave him a fleeting smile. I couldn't if I wanted to. I'm glad you realize that, he said. She clung to him suddenly with a little movement that was almost convulsive. Oh, are you sure, quite sure, that you wouldn't rather marry Rose Devine? He uttered his careless laugh. My dear child, there are plenty of roses in the world. There is only one Daphne. Daphne the fleet of foot. Daphne the enchantress. She clung to him a little faster. And there is only one Apollo, she murmured. Apollo the magnificent. We seem to be quite a unique couple, laughed Eustace, with his lips upon her hair. End of section 29. Section 30 of Greatheart. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 30. The Second Summons. When they went down the hill again to the hotel, Dinah felt as if she were treading on air. The whole world had magically changed for her. Fears still lurked in the background, such fears as she did not dare to turn and contemplate, but she herself had stepped into such a blaze of sunshine that she felt literally bathed from head to foot in the glow. Her dread of returning to the old home life had dwindled to a mere shadow. Sir Eustace's absolute confidence on the subject of his desirability as a husband had accomplished this. There would be paeans of rejoicing, he told her, and she had actually begun to think that he spoke the truth. She was quite convinced that her mother would be pleased. It was Cinderella and the prince indeed. Who could be otherwise? Her escapade of the night before had also shrunk to a matter of small importance. Eustace, in his grand, easy way, had justified her, and she was no longer tormented by the thought of mute reproach she would encounter in Scott's eyes. She was triumphantly vindicated, and no one would dream of reproaching her now. Isabel, too. Surely Isabel would be glad, would welcome her as a sister, though the realization of this nearness of relationship made her blush in sheer horror at her presumption. She, to be Lady Studley. She, little, insignificant, moneyless Dinah. The thought of Rose's soft patronage flashed through her brain, and she chuckled aloud. Poor dear Rose, waiting for him at the court, expecting every day to hear of his promised advent. What a shock for them all! Why, she would rank with the county now. Even Lady Grace would scarcely be in a position to patronize her. Again, quite involuntarily, she chuckled. "What's the joke?" demanded Sir Eustace. She blushed very deeply, realizing that she had allowed her thoughts to run away with her. "There isn't a joke, really," she told him. "It wasn't important anyhow. I was only thinking how surprised the Devines would be." He frowned momentarily, then he laughed. "Proud of your conquest, eh?" he asked. She blushed still more deeply. "It's easy to laugh now, but I shall never dare to face them," she murmured. He took her hand as they walked, linking his fingers in hers with a careless air of possession. "When you are Lady Studley," he said, "I shall not allow you to knock under to anyone, except your husband." She gave a faint laugh. "I shall have to learn to swagger," she said. "But I'm afraid I shall never do it as well as you do." "What? Swagger?" He frowned again. "How dare you accuse me of that?" "Oh, I didn't. I don't." Hastily, she sought to avert his displeasure. No, I only meant you were born to it. I'm not. I'm very ordinary, not nearly good enough for you." His frown melted again. "You are, Daphne," he said. "Ah, here is Scott coming to look for us. Who's going to break the news to him?" She made a small, ineffectual attempt to release her hand. Then, under her breath, "He saw you kiss me last night," she whispered. "Don't you think he may have guessed already?" A very cynical look came into Eustace's face. "I wonder," he said briefly. They went on, side by side, down the white, shining track. But Dinah was no longer treading on air. She could see the slight, insignificant figure that awaited them close to the hotel entrance, and her heart felt oddly weighted within her. It was not the memory of the night before that oppressed her. That episode had faded almost into nothingness. But the ordeal of facing him, of telling him of the wonderful thing that had just happened to her, seemed suddenly more than she could bear. Something within her seemed to cry out against it. She had a curious feeling of looking out at him across great billows of seething uncertainty that rolled ever higher and higher between them, threatening to separate them for all time. Yet, as she neared him, the tumult of feeling sank again as the quietness of his presence reached her. Out of the tempest, she found herself drifting into a safe harbor of still waters. He moved to meet them, and she heard his voice greet her as he raised his cap. "So you've been for your farewell stroll." She did not answer in words, only she freed her hand from Eustace with a resolute little tug and gave it to him. Eustace spoke, a species of half-veiled insolence in his tone. "Like the psalmist, she went forth weeping, and has returned bearing her sheaf with her, in the form of a fairly substantial fiancé." Dinah ventured to cast a lightning glance at Scott to see how he took the information, and was conscious of an instant's shock. He looked so gray, so ill, like a man who had received a deadly wound. But the impression passed in a flash, and she felt his hand close upon hers. "My dear," he said, "I'm awfully pleased." The warm grasp did her good. It brought her swiftly back to a normal state of mind. She drew a hard breath and met his eyes, reassuring herself in a moment with the conviction that, after all, he looked quite as usual. Somehow her imagination had tricked her. His kindly smile seemed to make everything right. "Oh, it is kind of you not to mind," she said impulsively. Whereat Sir Eustace laughed. "He is rather magnanimous, isn't he? Well, come along and tell Isabel." Scott's eyes came swiftly to him. He released Dinah and offered his hand to his brother. "Let me congratulate you, old chap," he said, his voice rather low. "I hope you will both have all happiness." "Thanks," said Eustace. He took the hand, looking at the younger man with keen hawk eyes. "We mean to make a bid for it anyway? Dinah is lucky in one thing at least. She will have an ideal brother-in-law." The words were carelessly spoken, but they were not without meaning. Scott flushed slightly, even while, for an instant, he smiled. "I shall do my best in that capacity," he said. "But before you go in, I want you to wait a moment. Isabel has had a slight fainting attack. We mustn't take her by surprise." "A fainting attack?" Sharply, Eustace echoed the words. "How did it happen?" he demanded. Scott raised his shoulders. "We were talking together. I can't tell you exactly what caused it. It came rather suddenly. Biddy and I brought her round almost immediately, and she declares that she will make the journey. She did not wish me to tell you of it, but I thought it better." "Of course." Sir Eustace's voice was short and stern. His face wore a heavy frown. "But something must have caused it. What were you talking about?" Scott hesitated for a second. "I can't tell you that, old fellow," he said. Eustace uttered a brief laugh. "Too personal, eh? Well, how did it happen? Did she suddenly lose consciousness?" She suddenly gasped and said her heart had stopped. She fell across the table. I called to Biddy, and we lifted her and gave her brandy. That brought her to very quickly. I left her lying down in her room. But she says she feels much better, and she's very set upon leaving the arrangements for the journey unaltered." Scott spoke rather wearily. Dinah's heart went out to him in swift sympathy, which she did not know how to express. Could I go to her?" she suggested after a moment timidly. Scott turned to her instantly. "Oh, please do. I know she would like to see you. We ought to be starting in another quarter of an hour. The sleigh will be here directly." "May I do as I like about telling her?" Dinah asked, pausing. Scott's eyes shone with a very kindly gleam. "Of course, I know you will not startle her. You always do her good." The words followed her as she turned away. How good he was to her! How full of understanding and human sympathy! Her heart throbbed with a warmth that filled her with an odd desire to weep. She wished that Eustace did not treat him quite so arrogantly. And then, looking back, she reproached herself for the thought, for Eustace had linked a hand in his arm, and she saw that they were walking together in complete accord. "But I will never, no, never call him Stumpy," she said to herself as she passed into the hotel. She went up the stairs rapidly and hastened to Isabel's room. That look she had caught in Scott's face, that stricken look, had doubtless been brought there by his sudden anxiety for his sister. That would fully account for it, she was sure. On the threshold of Isabel's room, an overwhelming nervousness assailed her. How was she going to tell her of the wonderful event that had taken place in the last half hour? On the other hand, how could she possibly suppress so tremendous a matter? And again, the disquieting question arose. Could she be ill, really ill? Scott had looked so troubled, so unutterably sad. With an effort, she summoned her courage and softly knocked. Instantly, a low voice answered her, bidding her enter. She opened the door and went in, feeling as though she were treading sacred ground. But Isabel's voice spoke again instantly, greeting her, and in a moment all her doubt, all her forebodings were gone. "Come in, little sweetheart," Isabel said. And she advanced with quickened steps to find Isabel lying propped on the sofa, looking at her, smiling up at her, with such a glory on her wasted face as made it as it had been the face of an angel. In an instant, Dinah was on her knees beside her, with loving arms clasping her close. "Oh, darling, I've only just heard. Are you better? Are you better?" she said yearningly. Isabel held her and fondly kissed the upturned lips. "Why, I believe Scott has been frightening you," she said. "Silly fellow. Yes, dear, I am well, quite well." "You're sure?" Dinah insisted. "You are really not ill?" Isabel's smile had in it, had she but known, a gleam of the divine. "My dearest, all is well with me," she said. "I lay down for a little to please Scott, but I'm going to get up now. Where have you been since déjeuner? I missed you." Dinah clung closer, hiding her face. Instantly, Isabel's arms tightened. The passionate tenderness of them thrilled her through and through. "Why, child, what has happened?" she whispered. "Tell me, tell me." But Dinah only hid her face a little deeper. "I don't know how," she murmured. There fell a silence. Then, under her breath, Isabel spoke. "My darling, whisper, just whisper. Who is it?" And very, very faintly, at last, Dinah made answer. It is Sir Eustace." There fell another silence, longer, deeper than the first. Then Isabel uttered a short, hard sigh, and, stooping, kissed the bowed curly head. "God bless and keep you always, dearest," she said. Something in the words, or was it the tone, pierced Dinah. She turned her face slightly upward. I was afraid you wouldn't be pleased," she faltered. Do you forgive me, if you can?" "Forgive you?" All the wealth of Isabel's love was in the words. "Why, darling, I have been wanting you for my own little sister ever since I first saw you." "Oh, have you?" Eagerly, Dinah lifted her head. Her eyes were shining, her cheeks very flushed. "Then you are pleased?" she said earnestly. "You are really pleased?" Isabel smiled at her, very sadly, very fondly. "My darling, if you are happy, I am more than pleased," she said. Yet Dinah was puzzled, not wholly satisfied. She received Isabel's kiss with a certain wistfulness. "I feel, somehow, as if I've done wrong," she said. Yet Scott," she halted over the name, uttering it shyly, "said he was awfully pleased." "Ah, you have told Scott." There was a sharp, almost a rung sound in Isabel's voice, but the next moment she controlled it and spoke with steady resolution. "Then, my dear, you needn't have any misgivings. If you love Eustace, and he loves you, it is the best thing possible for you both." She held Dinah to her again and kissed her, then very tenderly released her. "You must run and get ready, dear child. It is getting late." Dinah went obediently, still with that bewildered feeling of having somehow taken a wrong turning. She was convinced in her own mind that the news had not been welcome to Isabel, disguise it how she would. And suddenly, through her mind, there ran the memory of those words she had uttered a few weeks before. "Never prefer the tinsel to the true gold." She had not fully understood their meaning then. Now, very vividly, it flashed upon her. Isabel had compared her two brothers in that brief sentence. Isabel's estimate of the one was as low as that of the other was high. Isabel did not love Eustace, the handsome, debonair brother who had once been all the world to her. A little sick feeling of doubt went through Dinah. Had she, by any evil chance, had she made a mistake? And then the man's overwhelming personality swung suddenly through her consciousness, filling all her being, possessing her, dominating her. She flung the doubt from her as one flings away a poisonous insect. He was her own, her very own, her lover, the first, the best, Apollo the Magnificent. In Isabel's room, old Biddy Maloney stood, gazing down at her mistress with eyes of burning devotion. "And is it yourself that's feeling better now?" she questioned fondly. Isabel raised herself, smiling her sad smile. "Oh, Biddy," she said, "for myself I feel that all is well. All will be well. The dawn draws nearer every hour." Biddy shook her head with pursed lips. "You shouldn't talk so, mavourneen. It's the Almighty who has the ruling. You wouldn't wish to go before your time." "Before my time? Oh, Biddy, when I have lingered in the prison house so long?" Slowly, Isabel rose to her feet. She looked at Biddy almost whimsically. "I think he will take that into the reckoning," she said. "Do you know, Biddy, this is the second summons that has come to me, and I think, her face was glorified again as the face of one who sees a vision. "I think the third will be the last." Biddy's black eyes screwed up suddenly. She turned her face away. "Will we be getting ready to go now, Miss Isabel?" she asked after a moment in a voice that shook. The glory died out of Isabel's face, though the reflection of it still lingered in her eyes. "I am very selfish, Biddy," she said. "Can you guess what Miss Dinah has just told me?" "I think I can," said Biddy, with a touch of aggressiveness. "I've seen it coming for a long time past, and you didn't ought to allow it at all, Miss Isabel. It's a mistake, that's what it is, just a bad mistake." "Not if he loves her, Biddy." Isabel spoke gently, but there was a hint of reproof in her voice. Biddy, however, remained quite unabashed. "He love her," she snorted, "as if he ever loved anybody beside himself. Talk about a lion and a lamb, Miss Isabel. It's a cruel shame to let her go to such as him. And what'll poor Master Scott do at all? And he worshipping the little fairy feet of her." "Hush, Biddy, hush!" Isabel spoke with decision. "I hope, I trust that he isn't very grievously disappointed. But if he is, it is the one thing that neither you nor I must ever seem to suspect." "Ah," grumbled Biddy mutinously, "and isn't it just like Sir Eustace, with all the world to pick from, to choose the one thing, the one little wild rose, as Master Scott had set his heart on? He's done it from his cradle. Always the one thing someone else wanted he must grab for himself. But is it too late, Miss Isabel darling?" Sudden hope shone in the old woman's eyes. "Is it really too late? Couldn't ye drop a hint to the dear lamb? Sure she's fond of Master Scott. Maybe she'd turn to him after all if she knew." Isabel shook her head almost sternly. "Biddy, no. This is no affair of ours. If Master Scott suspected for a moment what you have just said to me, he would never forgive you." "May I come in?" said Scott's voice at the door. "My dear, you are looking better. Are you well enough to start?" "Yes, of course." Isabel moved towards him, her hands extended in mute affection. He took them and held them. "Dinah has told you. I'm sure you are glad. Eustace is waiting downstairs. Come and tell him how glad you are." His eyes, very straight and steadfast, met hers. Isabel tried to speak in answer, but caught her breath in a sudden sob. He waited a second. Then, "Isabel," he said gently. Sharply, she controlled herself. Yes, let us go," she said. "I must congratulate Eustace." They went, and old Biddy was left alone. She looked after them with a piteous expression on her wrinkled face. Then, suddenly, with a wistful gesture, she clasped her old worn hands. "I pray to Almighty," she said with great earnestness, "to open the dear young lady's eyes before it is too late. And if he wants anyone to help him, sure it's myself that'll be only too pleased." This was the most impressive prayer that Biddy had ever uttered. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Greatheart. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elaine Fleming. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Cinderella's Prince. The early dusk of February was falling, together with a fine, drenching rain. The trees that overhung the muddy lane were beating their stark branches together, as though in despair over the general hopelessness of the outlook. The west wind that raced across the brown fields had the sharpness of snow in its train. "We shall catch it before we've done," said Bathurst to his hunter. Rupert, the hunter, a dapple gray with powerful hindquarters, cocked a knowing ear in a fashion that Dinah always described as his smile. It had not been a good day for either of them. The meet had been at a considerable distance. There had been no run worth mentioning, and now that it was over, they were returning, thoroughly tired, from the kennels. Bathurst's pink coat clung to him like a sack, all streaked and darkened with rain. It had weathered a good many storms in its time, as its many varieties of tint testified, but despite this fact, its wearer never failed to look a sportsman and a gentleman. There was nothing of the vagabond about Bathurst, but he had the vagabond's facility for making himself at home wherever he went. He was never at a loss, never embarrassed, never affronted. He took life easily, as he himself put it, and on the whole he found it good. Riding home at a jog trot in that driving rain, with the prospect of having to feed and rub down Rupert at the end of it before he could attend to his own needs, was not a particularly entrancing prospect. But he faced it philosophically. After today, the little girl would be at home, and she could do it for him again. She loved to wait on him hand and foot, and it really was a pleasure to let her. He whistled cheerily to himself as he wended his leisurely way through the dripping lane that made the shortest cut to his home. It would be nice to have the little girl home again. Lydia was all very well, a good wife, as wives went, but there was no doubt about it that Dinah's presence made a considerable difference to his comfort. The child was quick to forestall his wants. He sometimes thought that she was even more useful to him than a valet would have been. He had missed her more than he would have dreamed possible. Lydia had missed her too. He was sure of that. She had been peculiarly short of temper lately, not that he ever took much notice. He was too used to her tantrums for that. But it certainly was more comfortable when Dinah was at home to bear the brunt of them. Yes, on the whole, he was quite pleased that the little girl was coming back. It would make a difference to him in many ways. He wondered what time she would arrive. He had known, but he had forgotten. He believed it was to be some time in the evening. Her grand friends had arranged to stay at Great Mallows, 3 miles away for the night, and one of them, the maid probably, was to bring Dinah home. He had smiled over this arrangement, and Lydia had openly scoffed at it, as if a girl of Dinah's age were not capable of traveling alone. But then, of course, she had been ill, very ill according to all accounts, and it was quite decent to them to bestow so much care upon her. He fell to wondering if the child had got spoilt at all during her long absence from home and the harsh discipline thereof. If so, there was a hard time before her, for Lydia was never one to stand any nonsense. She had always been hard on her firstborn, unreasonably hard, he sometimes thought, though it was not his business to interfere. The task of chastising the daughter of the family was surely the mother's exclusive prerogative, and certainly Lydia had carried it out very thoroughly. And if at times he thought her over-severe, he could not deny that the result achieved was eminently satisfactory. Dinah was always docile and active in his service, altogether a very good child, and this was presumably due to her mother's training. No, on the whole, he had not much fault to find with either of them. Doubtless, Lydia understood her own sex best. He was nearing the end of the long lane. It terminated close to his home. Rupert quickened his pace. They were both splashed with mud from shoulder to heel. They had both had more than enough of the wet and the slush. "That's right, Rupert, my boy," the man murmured. "Finish in style." They came out from beneath the overarching trees, emerging upon the high road that led from the Great Mallows to Perrythorpe. The hoot of a motor horn caused Rupert to prick his ears, and his master reined him back as 2 great, shining headlights appeared round a curve. They drew swiftly near, flashed past, and were gone, meteor-like, into the gloom. "Whose car was that, I wonder?" mused Bathurst. "The de Vignes's? It didn't look like one of the court cars. But the old bird is always buying something new, lucky devil." The thought of the colonel renewed his thoughts of Dinah. Certain hints the former had dropped had made him wonder a little if the child were always as demure as she seemed. Not that Colonel de Vignes had actually found fault with her. He was plainly fond of her. But he had not spoken as if Dinah had effaced herself as completely abroad as she did at home. "Oh yes, the little baggage enjoyed herself, was as gay as a lark, till she got ill," he had said. "You may find her something of a handful when she gets back, Bathurst. She stretched her wings a bit since she left you." Bathurst shrugged his shoulders with the comforting reflection that he would not have the trouble of dealing with her. If she had been giddy, after all, it was but natural. Her mother had not been particularly steady in the days of her wild youth, and anyhow, he was sure her mother would speedily break her in again. She had a will of iron before, which Dinah was always forced to bend. He rode on along the high road. It was not more than half a mile farther to his home on the outskirts of the village. Somewhere in the gloom ahead of him, church bells were pealing. It was practice night, he remembered. Dinah loved the sound of the bells. She would feel that they were ringing in her honor. Funny little Dinah. The child was full of fancies of that sort. Just as well, perhaps, for it was the only form of amusement that ever came into her home life. The gay peal turned into a deafening clashing as at length he neared his home. The old church stood only a stone's throw further on. They were ringing the joy bells with a vengeance, and then very suddenly he caught sight of the tail lamp of a car close to his own gate. Dinah had returned then. They had actually chartered that car to convey her from Great Mallows. He pursed his lips to a whistle. The little girl had been in clover indeed. She certainly won't think much of the home crusts after this, he murmured to himself. He walked Rupert round to the tumble-down stable and dismounted. For the next quarter of an hour he was busy over the animal. He thought it a little strange that Dinah did not spy the stable lamp from the kitchen and come dancing out to greet him. He also wondered why the car lingered so long. It looked as if someone other than the maid had accompanied her and were staying to tea. He never took tea after a day's hunting. Hot whiskey and water and a bath formed his customary program, and then a tasty supper and bed. He supposed on this occasion that he would have to go in and show himself, though he was certainly not fit to be seen. Reluctantly, he pulled the bedraggled pink coat on again. After all, it did not greatly matter. Hunting was its own excuse. No sportsman ever returned in the apple pie order in which he started. Carelessly, he sauntered in by way of the back premises, and was instantly struck by the sound of a man's voice. Well-bred, with a slightly haughty intonation, speaking in one of the front rooms of the little house. Dinah seemed to think that she could not keep it until tomorrow, it said, with an easy assurance. So I thought I had better come along with her tonight and get it over. The words reached Bathurst as he arrived in the small square hall, and he stopped dead. "Hello, hello," he murmured softly to himself. And then came his wife's voice, a harsh, determined voice. "Do I understand that you wish to marry my daughter?" "That's the idea," came the suave reply. "You don't know me, of course, but I think I can satisfy you that I am not an undesirable party. My family is considered fairly respectable, as old families go. I am the 9th baronet in direct succession, and I have a very fair amount of worldly goods to offer my wife." Mrs. Bathurst broke in upon him, a tremor of eagerness in her hard voice. "If that is the case, of course I have no objection," she said. "Dinah won't do any better for herself than that. It seems to me that she will have the best of the bargain. But that is your affair. She's full young. I don't suppose you want to marry her yet, do you?" "I'd marry her tonight if I could," said Sir Eustace, with his careless laugh. But Mrs. Bathurst did not laugh with him. "We'll have the banns published and everything done proper," she said. "Hasty marriages, as often as not, aren't regular. Here, Dinah, don't stand there listening. Go and see if the kettle boils." It was at this point that Bathurst deemed that the moment had arrived to present himself. He entered, almost running into Dinah, about to hurry out. "Hello," he said. "Hello," and taking her by the shoulders, kissed her. She clung to him for a moment, her sweet face burning. "Oh, Dad," she murmured in confusion. "Oh, Dad." With his arm about her, he turned her back into the room. "You come back and introduce me to your new friend," he said. "I've got to thank him, you know, for taking such care of you." She yielded, but not very willingly. She was painfully embarrassed, almost incoherent, as she obeyed Bathurst's behest. This is Dad," she murmured. Sir Eustace came forward with his leisurely air of confidence. His great bulk seemed to fill the low room. He looked even more magnificent than usual. "Ah, sir, you have just come in from hunting," he said. "I hope I don't intrude. It's a beastly wet evening. I should think you're not sorry to get in." Mrs. Bathurst, tall, bony, angular, with harsh, gypsy features that were still in a fashion boldly handsome, broke in upon her husband's answering greeting. "Ronald, this gentleman tells me he wants to marry Dinah. It is very sudden, but these things often are. You will give your consent, of course. I have already given mine." "Easy, easy," laughed Bathurst. "Why exceed the speed limit in this reckless fashion? You are Sir Eustace Studley? I am very pleased to meet you." He held out his hand to Sir Eustace and gave him the grasp of good fellowship. It seemed to Dinah that the very atmosphere changed magically with the coming of her father. No difficult situation ever dismayed him. He and Sir Eustace were not dissimilar in this respect. Whatever the circumstances, they both knew how to hold their own with absolute ease. It was a faculty which she would have given much to possess. Sir Eustace was laughing in his careless, well-bred way. "It's rather a shame to spring this matter on you like this," he said. "I ought to have waited to ask your consent to the engagement, but I am afraid I am not a very patient person, and I wanted to make sure of your daughter before we parted." We are staying at Great Mallows, at the Royal Stag. May I come over tomorrow and put things on a more business-like footing?" "Oh, don't hurry away," said Bathurst easily. "Sit down and have some tea with us. It is something of a surprise, certainly, but a very agreeable one. Lydia, what about tea? Or perhaps you prefer a whiskey and soda?" "Tea, thanks," said Sir Eustace, and seated himself with his superb air of complete assurance. Mrs. Bathurst turned upon her daughter. "Dinah, how many more times am I to tell you to go and see if the kettle boils?" Dinah started, as one rudely awakened from an entrancing dream. "I am sorry," she murmured in confusion. "I forgot." She fled from the room with the words, and her mother, with dark brows drawn, looked after her for a moment, then sat down facing Sir Eustace. "I should like to know," she said aggressively, "what you are prepared to do for her." Sir Eustace smiled in his aloof, slightly supercilious fashion. He had been more or less prepared for Dinah's mother, but the temptation to address her as "my good woman" was almost more than he could withstand. "Will you not allow me," he said, icily courteous, "to settle this important matter with Mr. Bathurst tomorrow? He will then be in a position to explain it to you." Mrs. Bathurst made a movement of fierce impatience. She had been put in her place by this stranger, and furiously she resented it. But the man was a baronet, and a marvelous catch for a son-in-law, and she did not dare to put her resentment into words. She got up, therefore, and flounced angrily to the door. Sir Eustace arose without haste, and with a stretch of his long arm, opened it for her. She flung him a glance, half hostile, half awed, as she went through. She had a malignant hatred for the upper class, despite the fact that her own husband was a member thereof, and yet she held it in unwilling respect. Sir Eustace's nonchalantly administered snub was far harder to bear than any open rudeness from a man of her own standing would have been. Fiercely indignant, she entered the kitchen, and caught Dinah peeping at herself in the shiny surface of the warming pan after having removed her hat. "Ah, that's your game, my girl, is it?" she said. "You've come back the grand lady, have you? You've no further use for your mother. I dare say she may work her fingers to the bone for all you care, or ever will care again." Dinah whizzed round, scarlet and crestfallen. "Oh, Mother, how you startled me. I only wanted to see if my hair was tidy." "And that's one of your lies," said Mrs. Bathurst with a heavy hand on her shoulder. "They've taught you how to juggle the truth, that's plain. Oh yes, Lady Studley that is to be. You've learnt a lot since you've been away. I can see. Learnt to despise your mother. I'll lay a wager, but I'll show you she's not to be despised by a prinking mix like you. What did I send you in here for, eh?" To see to the kettle," faltered Dinah, shrinking before the stern regard of the black eyes that so mercilessly held her own. "And there it is, ready to boil over, and you haven't touched it. You worthless little hussy, you. Take that, and dare to disobey me again." She dealt the girl a blow with her open hand as she spoke, a swinging, pitiless blow on the cheek, and pushed her fiercely from her. Dinah reeled momentarily. The sudden violence of the attack bewildered her. Actually, she had almost forgotten how dreadful her mother could be. Then, recovering herself, she went to the fire and stooped over it, without a word. She had a burning sensation of the throat, and she was on the verge of passionate tears. The memory of Isabel's parting embrace, the tender drawing of her arms only a brief half-hour before, made this homecoming almost intolerable. "What's that thing you're wearing?" demanded Mrs. Bathurst abruptly. Dinah lifted the kettle and turned. "It is a fur-lined coat that he bought for me in Paris." "Then take it off," commanded Mrs. Bathurst. "And don't you wear it again until I give you leave. How dare you accept presents from the man before I've even seen him?" "I couldn't help it," murmured Dinah, as she slipped off the luxurious garment that Isabel had chosen for her. "Couldn't help it?" Bitterly, Mrs. Bathurst echoed the words. "You'll say you couldn't help him falling in love with you next, as if you didn't set out to catch him, you little artful brown-faced monkey. Oh, I always knew you were crafty, for all your simple ways. Mind, I don't say you haven't done well for yourself. You have, a deal better than you deserve. But don't ever say you couldn't help it to me again, for if you do, I'll trounce you for it. Do you hear? None of your coy airs for me. I won't put up with them. You'll behave yourself as long as you're in this house, or I'll know the reason why." To all of which Dinah listened in set silence, telling herself with desperate insistence that it would not be for long. Sir Eustace did not mean to be kept waiting, and he would deliver her finally and for all time. She did not know exactly why her mother was angry. She supposed she resented the idea of losing her slave. There seemed no other possible reason. For love, for her, she had none. Dinah knew, but too cruelly well, that she had been naught but an unwelcome burden from the very earliest days of her existence. Till she met Isabel, she had never known what real mother-love could be. She wondered if her fiancé would notice the red mark on her cheek when she carried in the teapot, but he was holding a careless conversation with her father, and only gave her a glance and a smile. During the meal that followed, he scarcely addressed her or so much as looked her way. He treated her mother with a freezing aloofness that made her tremble inwardly. She wondered how he dared. When at length he rose to go, however, his attention returned to Dinah. He laid a dominating hand upon her shoulder. "Are you coming to see me off?" She glanced at her mother in involuntary appeal, but failed to catch her eye. Silently she turned to the door. He took leave of her parents with the indifference of one accustomed to popularity. "I shall be round in the morning," he said to her father. "About 12? That'll suit me very well, unless I wait till the afternoon and bring my sister. I know she hopes to come over if she is well enough. That is, of course, if you don't object to an informal call." He spoke as if in his opinion the very fact of its informality conferred a favor, and again Dinah trembled lest her mother should break forth into open rudeness. But to her amazement, Mrs. Bathurst seemed somewhat overawed by the princely stranger. She even smiled in a grim way as she said, "I will be at home to her." Sir Eustace made her a ceremonious bow and went out, sweeping Dinah along with him. He closed the door with a decision there was no mistaking, and the next moment he had her in his arms. "You poor little frightened mouse," he said. No wonder you never knew before what real life could be." She clung to him with all her strength, burying her face in the fur collar of his coat. "Oh, do marry me quick, quick, quick," she besought him in a muffled whisper, "and take me away." He gathered her close in his arms, so close that she trembled again. Her nerves were all on edge that night. "If they won't let me have you in a month from now," he said in a voice that quivered slightly, "I swear I'll run away with you." There was no echo of humor in his words, though she tried to laugh at them, and ever he pressed her closer and closer to his heart, till panting she had to lift her face, and then he kissed her in his passionate, compelling way, holding her shy lips with his own till he actually forced them to respond. She felt as if his love burned her, but even so, she dared not shrink from it. There was so much at stake. Her mother's lack of love was infinitely harder to endure. And so she bore the fierce flame of his passion unflinching, even though her spirit clamored wildly to be free, choosing rather to be consumed by it than left a beaten slave in her house of bondage. His kisses waked in her much more of fear than rapture. That untamed desire of his frightened her to the very depths of her being, but yet it was infinitely preferable to the haughty indifference with which he regarded all the rest of the world. It meant that he would not let her go, and that, in itself, was comfort unspeakable to Dinah. He meant to have her at any price, and she was very badly in need of deliverance, even though she might have to pay for it, and pay heavily. It was at this point, actually while his fiery kiss was scorching her lips, that a very strange thought crept all unawares into her consciousness. If she ever needed help, if she ever needed escape, she had a friend to whom she could turn, a staunch and capable friend who would never fail her. She was sure that Scott would find a way to ease the burden if it became too heavy. Her faith in him, his wisdom, his strength, was unbounded, and he helped everyone. The valiant servant Greatheart, protector of the helpless, sustainer of the vanquished. When her lover was gone at last, she closed the door and leaned against it, feeling weak in every fiber. Bathurst, coming out a few moments later, was struck by her spent look. "Well, Dinah, lass," he said lightly, "you look as if it had cost something of an effort to land your catch, but he's a mighty fine one, I will say that for him." She went to him, twining her arm in his, forcing herself to smile. "Oh, Dad," she said, "he is fine, isn't he?" But she uttered the words almost in spite of herself. "You should see his brother. You should see Scott." "What? Is he finer still?" laughed Bathurst, pinching her cheek. "Have you got the whole family at your feet, you little baggage?" She flushed very deeply. Oh no, I didn't mean that. Scott is not a bit like that. He is. And there she broke off, for who could hope to convey any faithful impression of this good friend of hers? There were no words that could adequately describe him. With a little sigh she turned from the subject. "I'm glad you like Eustace," she said shyly. Bathurst laughed a little, then bent unexpectedly and kissed her. "It's a case of Cinderella and the prince," he said lightly. "But the luck isn't all on Cinderella's side, I'm thinking." She clung to him eagerly. "Oh, Daddy, thank you, thank you. Do you know, it's funny. Scott used to call me Cinderella." Bathurst crooked his brows quizzically. "How original of him. This Scott seems to be quite a wonderful person. And what was your pet name for him, I wonder, eh? Sly Boots?" She laughed in evident embarrassment. There was something implied in her father's tone that made her curiously reluctant to discuss her hero, and yet, in justification of the man himself, she felt she must say something. "His brother and sister call him Stumpy," she said, "because he is little and he limps, but her face was as red as the hunting coat against which it nestled. "I called him Mr. Greatheart. He is just like that." Mr. Bathurst laughed again, tweaking her ear. "Altogether an extraordinary family," he commented. "I must meet this Mr. Stumpy Greatheart. Now, suppose you run upstairs and turn on the hot water, and when you've done that, you can take my boots down to the kitchen to dry. And mind you don't fall foul of your mother, for she strikes me as being a bit on the ramp tonight." He kissed her again, and she clung to him very fast for a moment or two, tasting in that casual, kindly remembrance of all the home joys she had ever known. Then, hearing her mother's step, she swiftly and guiltily disengaged herself and fled up the stairs like a startled bird. As she prepared his bath for him, the wayward thought came to her that if only he and she lived alone together, she would never have wanted to get married at all, even for the delight of being Lady Studley instead of poor little Dinah Bathurst. Section 32 of Greatheart. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Elaine Fleming. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Wedding Arrangements. It was certainly not love at first sight that prompted Mrs. Bathurst to take a fancy to Isabel Everard. Secretly, Dinah had dreaded their meeting, fearing that innate antagonism which her mother invariably seemed to cherish against the upper class. But within a quarter of an hour of their meeting, she was aware of a change of attitude, a quenching of the hostile element, a curious and wholly new sensation of peace. For though Isabel's regal carriage and low, musical voice marked her as one of the hated species, her gentleness banished all impression of pride. She treated Dinah's mother with an assumption of friendliness that had in it no trace of condescension, and she was so obviously sincere in her wish to establish a cordial relation that it was impossible to remain ungracious. "I can't feel that we are strangers," she said, with her rare smile, when Dinah had departed to fetch the tea. "Your little Dinah has done so much for me, more than I can ever tell you. That I am to have her for a sister seems almost too good to be true." "I wonder you think she's good enough," remarked Mrs. Bathurst, in her blunt way. "She isn't much to look at. I've done my best to bring her up well, but I never thought of her turning into a fine lady. I question if she's fit for it. If she were a fine lady, I don't think I should think so highly of her," Isabel said gently. "But as to her being unfit to fill a high position, she is only inexperienced, and she will learn very quickly. I am willing to teach her all in my power." "I learned to despise her mother," commented Mrs. Bathurst, with sudden bitterness, "after all the trouble I've taken to make her respect me." "I should never teach her that," Isabel answered quietly, "and I am sure that she would be quite incapable of learning it. Mrs. Bathurst, do you really think that worldly position is a thing that greatly matters to anyone in the long run?" "I don't." It was then that a faint, half-grudging admiration awoke in the elder woman's resentful soul, and she looked at Isabel with the first glimmer of kindliness. "You're right," she said slowly. "It don't matter to those who've got it, but to those who haven't." Her eyes glowed red for a moment. "You don't know how it galls," she said. And then she flushed dully, realizing that she had made a confidant of one of the hated breed. But Isabel's hand was on hers in a moment. Her eyes, full of understanding, looked earnest friendship into hers. "Oh, I know," she said. "It is the little things that gall us all, until some fundamental sorrow wrenches our very lives in twain. And then one can almost laugh to think one ever cared about them." Her voice throbbed with feeling. She had lifted the veil for a moment to salve the other woman's bitterness, and Mrs. Bathurst realized it and was touched. "Ah, you've suffered," she said. Isabel bent her head. "But it is over," she said. "I married a man who they said was beneath me. But, God knows, he was above me in every way. And then I lost him." Her voice sank. Mrs. Bathurst's hand came down with a clumsy movement upon hers. "He died?" she said. "Yes." Almost in a whisper, Isabel made answer. "For years I would not face it, would not believe it. He went from me so suddenly. Oh, God, so suddenly." A tremor of anguish sounded in the low words, but in a moment she raised her head, and her eyes were shining with a brightness that no pain could dim. "It is over," she said. "It is quite, quite over. My night is past and can never come again. I am waiting now for the full day, and I know that I have not very long to wait. I have not seen him, no, I have not seen him, but twice now I have heard his voice." Poor soul, said Mrs. Bathurst. It was all the sympathy she could express, but it came from her heart. She no longer regretted her own burst of confidence. The spontaneous answer that it had evoked had had a magically softening effect upon her. In all her life no one had ever charmed her thus. She was astonished herself at the melting of her hardness. "You've suffered worse than I have," she said, "for I never cared for any man like that. I was let down badly when I was a girl, and I have never had any opinion of any of 'em since. My husband's all right, so far as he goes, but he isn't the sort of man to worship. Precious few of 'em are." Whereat Isabel sighed a soft, sad laugh. "That is why worldly position matters so little," she said. "If by chance the right man really comes, nothing else counts. He is just everything." "Maybe you're right," said Mrs. Bathurst, with gloomy acquiescence. "Anyhow, it isn't for me to say you're wrong." And this is why when Dinah brought in the tea, she found a wholly new element in the atmosphere and missed the customary sharp rebuke from her mother's lips when she had to go back for the sugar tongs. She had been disappointed that her friend Scott had not been of the party. Isabel's explanation that he had gone home at Eustace's wish to attend to some business had not removed an odd little hurt sense of having been defrauded. She had counted upon seeing Scott that day. It was almost as if he had failed her when she needed him. Though why she seemed to need him, she could not have said, nor could he possibly have known that she would do so. Sir Eustace was in her father's den. She was sure that they were getting on very well together from the occasional bursts of laughter with which their conversation was interspersed. They were not apparently sticking exclusively to business, and now that Isabel had won her mother, deeply though she rejoiced over the conquest, she felt a very little, forlorn. They were all talking about her, but if Scott had been there, he would have talked to her and made her feel at ease. She could not understand his going, even at his brother's behest. It seemed incredible that he should not want to see her home. She sat meekly in the background, thinking of him while she drank her tea, and then, just as she finished, there came the sound of voices at the door, and her father and Sir Eustace came in. They were laughing still. Evidently, the result of the interview was satisfactory to both. Sir Eustace greeted his hostess with lofty courtesy and passed on straight to her side. She turned and tingled at his approach. He was looking more princely than ever. Instinctively she rose. "What do you want to get up for?" demanded her mother sharply. Sir Eustace reached his little trembling fiancée and took the eager hand she stretched to him. His blue eyes flashed their fierce flame over her upturned, quivering face. "Take me into the kitchen, anywhere," he murmured. "I want you to myself." She nodded. "Don't you want any tea? All right. Dad doesn't either. I'll clear away." "No, you don't," her mother said. "You sit down and behave yourself. You'll clear when I tell you to, not before." Sir Eustace wheeled round to her, the flame of his look turning to ice. "With your permission, madam," he said with extreme formality, "Dinah and I are going to retire to talk things over." He had his way. It was obvious that he meant to have it. He motioned to Dinah with an imperious gesture to precede him, and she obeyed, not daring to glance in her mother's direction. Mrs. Bathurst said no more. Something in Sir Eustace's bearing seemed to quell her. She watched him go with eyes that shone with a hot resentment under drawn brows. It took Isabel's utmost effort to charm her back to a mood less hostile. As for Dinah, she led her fiancé back to her father's den in considerable trepidation. To be compelled to resist her mother's will was a state of affairs that filled her with foreboding. But the moment she was alone with him, she forgot all but the one tremendous fact of his presence, for with the closing of the door, he had her in his arms. She clung to him desperately close, feeling as one struggling in deep waters, caught in a great current that would bear her swiftly, irresistibly. Whither? He laughed at her, trembling with careless amusement. "What? Still scared, my brown elf? Where is your old daring? Aren't you allowed to have any spirit at all in this house?" She answered him incoherently, straining to keep her face hidden out of reach of his upturning hand. No, it's not that. You don't understand. It's all so new, so strange. Eustace, please don't kiss me yet." He laughed again, but he did not press her for the moment. "Your father and I have had no end of a talk," he said. "Do you know what has come of it? Would you like to know?" "Yes," she murmured shyly. He was caressing the soft dark ringlets that clustered about her neck. "About getting married, little sweetheart," he said. "You want to get it over quickly, and so do I. There's no reason why we shouldn't, in fact. How about the beginning of next month? How about April?" "Oh, Eustace!" She clung to him closer still. She had no words, but still that sense of being caught, of being born against her will, possessed her, filling her with dread rather than ecstasy. Whither was she going? Ah, whither? He went on with his easy self-assurance, speaking as if he held the whole world at his disposal. "We will go south for the honeymoon. I have crowds of things to show you. Rome, Naples, Venice. After that, we'll come back and go for that summer trip in the yacht I promised you." "And Isabel, too, and Scott?" asked Dinah in muffled accents. He laughed over her head, as at the naive prattling of a child. "What? On our honeymoon? Oh, hardly, I think. I'll see to it that you're not bored. And look here, my elf. I won't have you shy with me any more. Is that understood? I'm not an ogre." "I think you are, rather," murmured Dinah. He bent over her, his lips upon her neck. "You midget, and you think I'm going to devour you? Well, perhaps I shall some day, if you go on running away. There's a terrible threat. Now hold up your head, Daphne, and let me have that kiss." She hesitated a while longer, and then feeling his patience ebbing, she lifted her face impulsively to his. "You will be good to me, promise? Promise," she pleaded tremulously. He was laughing still, but his eyes were aflame. "That depends," he declared. "I can't answer for myself when you run away. Come, when are you going to kiss me first? Isn't it time you began?" She slipped her arms about his neck. Her face was burning. "I will now," she said. Yet the moment her lips touched his, the old wild fear came upon her. She made a backward movement of shrinking. He caught her to him. "Daphne," he said, and kissed her quivering throat. She did not resist him, but her arms fell apart, and the red blush swiftly died. When he released her, she fell back a step with eyes fast closed, and in a moment her hands went up as though to shield face and neck from the scorching of a furnace. He watched her, a slight frown drawing his brows. The flame still glittered in his eyes, but his mouth was hard. "Look here, child, don't be silly," he said. "If you treat me like a monster, I shall behave like one. I'm made that way." His voice was curt. It held displeasure. Dinah uncovered her face and looked at him. "Oh, you're angry," she said, in tragic accents. He laughed at that. "About as angry as I could get with a piece of thistledown. But you know, you're not very wise, my Daphne. You've got it in you to madden me, but it's a risky thing to do. Now see here, I've brought you something to make those moss agate eyes of yours shine. Can you guess what it is?" His hand held out to her. She laid her own within it with conscious reluctance. He drew her into the circle of his arm, pressing her to him. She leaned her head against him with a bewildered sense of self-reproach. "I'm sorry. I'm silly, Eustace," she murmured. "I expect I'm made that way, too. Don't take any notice." He touched her forehead lightly with his lips. "You'll get over it, sweetheart," he said. "It won't matter so much after we're married. I can do as I like with you then." "Oh, I shan't like that," said Dinah quickly. His arm pressed her closer. "Yes, you will. I'll give you no end of a good time. Now, sweetheart, give me that little hand of yours again. No, the left. There. I wonder if it's small enough. Rather a loose fit, eh? How do you like it?" He was fitting a ring to the third finger. Dinah looked and was dazzled. "Oh, Eustace, diamonds," she said in an odd whisper. "The best I could find," he told her, with princely arrogance. "I hunted through Bond Street for it this morning. Will it do?" "You went up on purpose? Oh, Eustace." She laid her cheek with a winning movement against his hand. "You are too good. You are much too good." He laughed carelessly. "I'm glad you're satisfied. It's a bond, remember. You must wear it always, till I give you a wedding ring instead." She lifted her face and looked at him with shining eyes. "I shall love to wear it," she said. "But I expect I shall have to keep it for best. Mother wouldn't let me wear it always." "Never mind what your mother says," he returned. "It's what I say that matters now. We're going to have you to stay at Willowmount in a few days. Isabella's arranging it with your mother now." "Your home? Oh, how lovely!" Genuine delight was in Dinah's voice. "Scott is there, isn't he?" He frowned again. "Bother Scott! You're coming to see me, no one else." She flushed. "Oh, yes, I know, and I shall love it. I shall love it. But do you think I should be allowed to come?" "You must come," he said imperiously. But Dinah looked dubious. "I expect I shall be wanted at home now, and I don't believe we shall get married in April either. I've been away so long." He laughed, flicking her cheek. "Haven't I always told you that where there's a will, there's a way? If necessary, I can run away with you." She shook her head. "Oh, no, I'd rather not. And if we're really going to be married in April, I ought to stay at home to get ready." "Nonsense," he said carelessly. "You can do that from Willowmount. Isabel will help you. It's less than an hour's run to town." Dinah opened her eyes wide. "But I shan't shop in town. I shall have to make all my things. I always do." He laughed again, easily, indulgently. "That simplifies matters. You can do that anywhere. What are you going to be married in? White cotton?" She laughed with him. "I would love to have a real grand wedding," she said. "The sort of wedding Rose de Vigny will have, with bridesmaids and flowers and crowds of people. Of course, I know it can't be done." She gave a little sigh. "But I would love it. I would love it." He was laughing still. "Why can't it be done? Who's going to prevent it?" Dinah had become serious. "Dad hasn't money enough for one thing, and then there's Mother. She wouldn't do it." "Oh, wouldn't she? I've a notion she'd enjoy it even more than you would. If you want a smart wedding, you'd better have it in town. Then the de Vigny's and everyone else can come." "Oh, no, I want it to be here." Dinah's eyes began to shine. "Dad knows lots of people round about. County people, too. Those are the sort of people I'd like to come. Even Mother might like that," she added reflectively. "You prefer a big splash in your own little pond to a small one in a good-sized lake, is that it?" questioned Eustace. "Well, have it your own way, my child. But I shouldn't make many clothes if I were you. We will shop in Paris after we are married, and then you can get whatever you fancy." Dinah's eyes fairly danced at the thought. I shall love that. I'll tell Daddy, shall I? To keep all his money for the wedding, and then we can buy the clothes afterwards? That is, if you can afford it, she added quickly. I ought not to let you, really. You can't prevent me doing anything, he returned, his hand pressing her shoulder. No one can. She leaned her head momentarily against his arm. You wouldn't want to do anything that anyone didn't like, she murmured shyly. Shouldn't I? He said, and for a moment his mouth was grim. I am not accustomed to being regarded as an amiable nonentity. I assure you it's settled then, is it? The first week in April, and you are to come to us for at least a fortnight beforehand. Dinah nodded, her head bent. All right, if Mother doesn't mind. What would happen if she did? He asked curiously. It just wouldn't be done, she made answer. Wouldn't it? Not if you insisted? I couldn't insist, she said, her voice very low. Why couldn't you? I should have thought you had a will of your own. Don't you ever assert yourself? Against her? No, never. Dinah gave a little shudder. Don't let's talk of it, she said. Isn't it time to go back? I believe I ought to be clearing away. He detained her for a moment. You're not going to work like a nigger when you're married to me, he said. She smiled up at him, a merry, dimpling smile. Oh no, I shall just enjoy myself then, like Rose de Vigny. I shall be much too grand to work. There, I really must go back. Thank you again ever so much for the lovely ring. I hope you'll never find out how unworthy I am of it. She drew his head down with quivering courage and bestowed a butterfly kiss upon his cheek, and then, in a second, she was gone from his hold, gone like a woodland elf with a tinkle of laughter and the skipping of fairy feet. Sir Eustace followed her flight with his eyes only, but in those eyes was the leaping fire of a passion that burned around her, in an ever-narrowing circle. She knew that it was there, but she would not look back to see it, for deep in her heart she feared that flame as she feared nothing else on earth. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Greatheart. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 3. Despair. If I had known this was going to happen, I would never have troubled to cultivate their acquaintance, said Lady Grace fretfully. I knew, of course, that artful little minx was running after the man, but that he could ever be foolish enough to let himself be caught in such an obvious trap was a possibility that I never seriously contemplated. It doesn't matter to me, said Rose. She had said it many times before, with the same rather forced smile. It was not a subject that she greatly cared to discuss. The news of Dinah's conquest had come like a thunderbolt. In common with her mother, she had never seriously thought that Sir Eustace could be so foolish. But since the utterly unexpected had come to pass, it seemed to her futile to talk about it. Dinah had secured the finest prize within reach for the moment, and there was no disputing the fact. The wedding is to take place so soon, too, lamented Lady Grace. That, I have no doubt, is the doing of that scheming mother of hers. What shall we do about going to it, Rose? Do you want to go, dear? Not in the least, but I'm going all the same. Rose was still smiling, and her eyes were fixed. I think, you know, Mother, she said, that we might do worse than ask Sir Eustace and his party to stay here for the event. My dear Rose, Lady Grace gazed at her in amazement. Rose continued to stare into space. It would be much more convenient for them, she said, And really, we have no reason for allowing people to imagine that we are other than pleased over the arrangement. We shall not be going to town before Easter, so it seems to me that it would only be neighbourly to invite Sir Eustace to stay at the court for the wedding. Great Mallows is not a particularly nice place to put up in, and this would be far handier for him. Lady Grace slowly veiled her astonishment. Of course, dear. If you think so, it might be managed. We will talk to your father about it, and if he approves, I will write to Sir Eustace, or get him to do so. I do not myself consider that Sir Eustace has behaved at all nicely. He was most cavalier about the hunt ball. But if you wish to overlook it, well, I shall not put any difficulty in the way. I think it would be a good thing to do, said Rose somewhat enigmatically. The letter that reached Sir Eustace 2 days later was penned by the Colonel's hand, and contained a brief but cordial invitation to him and his following to stay at Perrythorpe Court for the wedding. He read it with a careless smile and tossed it over to Scott. Here is magnanimity, he commented. Shall we accept the coals of fire? Scott read with all gravity and laid it down. If you want my opinion, I should say no, he said. Why would you say no? There was a lazy challenge in the question, a provocative gleam in Sir Eustace's blue eyes. Scott smiled a little. For one thing, I shouldn't enjoy the coals of fire. For another, I shouldn't care to be at too close quarters with the beautiful Miss Devine again if I had your very highly susceptible temperament. And for a third, I believe Isabel would prefer to stay at Great Mallows. You're mighty clever, my son, aren't you? Said Eustace with a supercilious twist of the lips. But, as it chances, not one of those excellent reasons appeals to me. Very well, then, said Scott with the utmost patience. It is up to you to accept. Why should Isabel prefer Great Mallows? Demanded Sir Eustace. She knows the Devines. It is far better for her to see people, and there's more comfort in a private house than in a hotel. Quite so, said Scott. I'm sure she will fall in with your wishes in this respect, whatever they are. Will you write to Colonel Devine, or shall I? You can, and accept, returned Sir Eustace imperially. Scott took a sheet of paper without further words. His brother leaned back in his chair, his black brows slightly drawn, and contemplated him as he did it. By the way, Scott, he said after a moment, Dinah's staying here need not make any difference to you in any way. She can't expect to have you at her beck and call as she had in Switzerland. You must make that clear to her. Very well, old chap, Scott spoke without raising his head. You're going to meet her at the station, I suppose? Almost immediately, yes. Eustace got up with a movement of suppressed impatience. We shall have tea in Isabel's room. You needn't turn up. I'll tell them to send yours in here. Oh, don't trouble. I'm going to turn up. Very calmly Scott made rejoinder. He had already begun to write. His hand moved steadily across the sheet. Sir Eustace's frown deepened. You won't catch the post with those letters if you do. Scott looked up at last, and his eyes were as steady as his hand had been. That's my business, old chap, he said quietly. Don't you worry yourself about that. There was a hint of ferocity about Sir Eustace as he met that steadfast look. He stood motionless for a moment or two, then flung round on his heel. Scott returned to his work with the composure characteristic of him, and almost immediately the banging of the door told of his brother's departure. Then, for a second, his hand paused. He passed the other across his eyes with the old gesture of weariness, and a short, hard sigh came from him ere he bent again to his task. Sir Eustace strode across the hall with the frown still drawing his brows. An open car was waiting at the door, but ere he went to it, he turned aside and knocked peremptorily at another door. He opened without waiting for a reply and entered a long, low-ceilinged room through which the rays of the afternoon sun were pouring. Isabel, lying on a couch between fire and window, turned her head towards him. "Haven't you started yet? Surely it's getting very late," she said in her low, rather monotonous voice. He came to her. "I prefer starting a bit late," he said. "You will have tea ready when we return?" "Certainly," she said. He stood, looking down at her intently. "Are you all right today?" he asked abruptly. A faint color rose in her cheeks. "I am, as usual," she said. "What does that mean?" Curtly he put the question. "Why don't you go out more? Why don't you get old Lister to make you up a tonic?" She smiled a little, but there was slight uneasiness behind her smile. Her eyes had the remote look of one who watches the far horizon. "My dear Eustace," she said, "cui bono?" He stooped suddenly over her. "It is because you won't make the effort," he said, speaking with grim emphasis. "You're letting yourself go again. I know. I've been watching you for the past week. And by heaven, Isabel, you shan't do it. Scott may be fool enough to let you, but I'm not. You've only been home a week, and you've been steadily losing ground ever since you got back. What is it? What is the matter with you? Tell me what is the matter." So insistent was his tone, so almost menacing his attitude, that Isabel shrank from him with a gesture too swift to repress. The old, pathetic, furtive look was in her eyes as she made reply. "I am very sorry. I don't see how I can help it. I am getting old, you know. That is the chief reason." "You're talking nonsense, my dear girl." Impatiently, Eustace broke in. "You're just coming into your prime. I won't have you ruin your life like this. Do you hear me? I won't. If you don't rouse yourself, I will find a means to rouse you. You are simply drifting now, simply drifting." "But into my desired haven," whispered Isabel with a piteous quiver of the lips. He straightened himself with a gesture of exasperation. "You are wasting yourself over a myth, an illusion. On my soul, Isabel, what a wicked waste it is. Have you forgotten the days when you and I roamed over the world together? Have you forgotten Egypt and all we did there? Life was worth having then." "Oh, I thought so." She met his look with eyes that did not seem to see him. "We were children then, Eustace," she said. "Children playing on the sands. But the great tide caught us. You breasted the waves, but I was broken and thrown aside. I could never play on the sands again. I can only lie and wait for the tide to come again and float me away." He clenched his hands. "Do you think I would let you go like that?" he said. "It is the only kindness you can do me," she answered in her low voice of pleading. He swung round to go. "I curse the day," he said very bitterly, "that you ever met Basil Everard. I curse his memory." She flinched at the words as if they had been a blow. Her face turned suddenly gray. She clasped her hands very tightly together, saying no word. He went to the door and paused, his back towards her. "I came in," he said then, "to tell you that the Devines have offered to put us up at their place for the wedding, and I have accepted." He waited for some rejoinder, but she made none. It was as if she had not heard. Her eyes had the impotent, stricken look of one who has searched dim distances for some beloved object, and searched in vain. He did not glance round. His temper was on edge. With a fierce movement he pulled open the door and departed. And behind him, like a veil, there fell the silence of a great despair. End of section 33. Section 34 of Greatheart. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 4. The New Home. A small figure was already standing outside the station when the car Sir Eustace drove whirled round the corner of the station yard. He was greeted by the waving of a vigorous hand as he dashed up, grinding on the brakes in the last moment, as was his impetuous custom. Everyone knew him from afar by his driving, and the village children were wont to scatter like rabbits at his approach. Dinah, however, stood her ground with a confidence which his wild performance hardly justified, and the moment he alighted, sprang to meet him with the eagerness of a child escaped from school. "Oh, Eustace, it is fun coming here. I was so horribly afraid something would stop me just at the last, but everything has turned out all right, and we're going to have ever such a fine wedding with crowds and crowds of people. Did you know Isabel wrote and said she would give me my wedding dress? Isn't it dear of her? How is she now?" "Where's your luggage?" said Eustace. She pointed to a diminutive dress basket behind her. "That's all there is. I'm not to stay more than a week, as the time is getting so short I don't feel as if I shall ever be ready as it is. I've never been so rushed before. I sometimes wonder if it wouldn't almost be better to put it off a few weeks." "Jump up," commanded Eustace, with a curt sign to a porter to pick up his fiancée's humble impediments. Dinah sprang up beside him and slipped a shy hand onto his knee. "You look more like Apollo than ever," she whispered, awestruck, "when you frown like that. Is anything the matter?" His brow cleared magically at her action. "I began to think I should have to come down to Perrythorpe and fetch you," he said, grasping the little nervous fingers. "I thought you meant to give me the slip, if you could." "Oh, no," said Dinah, shocked at the suggestion. "I wanted to come, only I couldn't be spared sooner. It wasn't my fault," she urged pleadingly. "Truly it wasn't." He smiled upon her. "All right, Daphne, I'll forgive you this time," he said. "But now I've got you, my nymph of the woods, I'm not going to part with you again in a hurry. And if you talk of putting off the wedding again, I'll simply run away with you. So now you know what to expect." Dinah uttered her giddy little laugh. The excitement of this visit, the first she had ever paid to anyone, had turned her head. "Do you know Rose is actually going to be my chief bridesmaid?" she said. "Isn't that magnanimous of her? She is pretending to be pleased, but I know she's frightfully jealous underneath. The other bridesmaid is the vicar's daughter. She's quite old, nearly 30, but I couldn't think of anyone else, except the infant schoolmistress, and they wouldn't let me have her. I shall feel rather small, shan't I? Even Rose is 25. I wonder if I shall feel grown up when I'm married. Do you think I shall?" "Not till you cease to be, Daphne," said Sir Eustace enigmatically. He started the car with the words, and they shot forward with a suddenness that made Dinah hold her breath. But in a few moments she was chattering again, for she was never quiet for long. How was Scott? Was he at home? And Isabel? He hadn't told her. She did hope dear Isabel was keeping better. Was she? Was she? She pressed the question as he did not seem inclined to answer it, and saw again the frown that had darkened his handsome face upon arrival. "Do tell me," she begged. "Isn't she so well?" And at last, with the curtness of speech which always denoted displeasure with him, he made reply. "No, she's gone back a good deal since she got home. She lies on a sofa and broods all day long. I am looking to you to wake her up. For heaven's sake, be as lively as you can." "Oh, poor Isabel!" Quick concern was in Dinah's voice. "What is it, do you think? Doesn't the place suit her?" "Heavens knows," he answered gloomily. "I have a house down at Heath-on-Sea, where we keep the yacht, but I doubt if it would do her much good to go there this time of year. She and Scott might try it later, after the wedding." "Couldn't we all go there?" suggested Dinah ingenuously. He gave her a keen glance. "For the honeymoon? No, I don't think so," he said. "Only for the first part of it," said Dinah coaxingly, "till Isabel felt better?" He uttered a brief laugh. "No thanks, Daphne. We're going to be alone, quite alone, for the first part of our honeymoon. I'm going to take you in this car to the most out-of-the-way corner in England, where, even if you run away, there'll be nowhere to run to. And there you'll stay till," he paused a moment, "you realize that you are all mine, forever and ever, till in fact you've shed all your baby nonsense and become a wise little married woman." Dinah gave a sudden sharp shiver and pulled her coat closer about her. He glanced at her again. "You'll like it better than being a maid-of-all-work," he said with his swift, transforming smile. She smiled back at him with ready responsiveness. "Oh, I shall. I'm sure I shall. I've always wanted to be married, always. Only, it'll seem a little funny, just at first. You won't get impatient with me, will you, if sometimes I forget how to behave?" He laughed abruptly and slackened speed. They were running down a narrow lane bordered with bare trees through which the spring sunshine filtered down. On a brown upland to one side of them was a plough being driven. On the other, the ground sloped away to deep meadows where wound a willow-banked river. The car stopped. "How pretty it is," said Dinah. And then, very suddenly, she found that it was not for the sake of the view that he had brought her to a standstill in that secluded place. For he caught her to him with the hot ardor she had learned to dread, and kissed with passion the burning face she sought to hide. She struggled for a few seconds like a captured bird, but in the end she yielded, palpitating, as she had yielded so often before, mutely bearing that which her whole soul clamored inarticulately to escape. When he let her go, her cheeks were on fire. He was laughing, but she was on the verge of tears. He started on again without words, and in a very brief space they were racing forward at terrific speed, seeming scarcely to touch the ground, so rapid was their progress. Dinah sat with her two hands clutched upon her hat, thankful for the cold rush of air that gave her relief after the fiery intensity of those unsparing kisses. Her heart was beating in great thumps. Somehow, the fierceness of him always exceeded either memory or expectation. He was so terribly strong, so disconcertingly absolute in his demands upon her, and every time he seemed to take more. She hardly noticed anything further of the country through which they passed. Her agitation possessed her overwhelmingly. She felt exhausted, unnerved, very curiously ashamed. It was good to have so princely a lover, but his tempestuous wooing was altogether too much for her. She wondered how Rose, the sedate and composed beauty, would have met those wild gusts of passion. They would not have disconcerted her, nothing ever did. She would probably have endured all with a smile. No form of adoration could come amiss with her. She did not fancy that Rose's heart was capable of beating at more than the usual speed. Her very blushes savored of a delicate complacency that enhanced her beauty without disturbing her serenity. A great wave of envy went through Dinah. Why had she not been blessed with such a temperament as that? His voice broke in upon her disjointed meditations. "Well, Daphne, feeling better?" She glanced at him with the confused consciousness that she dared not meet his eyes. She was glad that he was laughing, but the turbulent feeling of uncertainty that his nearness always brought to her was with her still. She was as one who had passed by a raging fire, and the scorching heat of the flame yet remained with her. Breathlessly she spoke. "I can't think or do anything in this wind. Are we nearly there?" "We are there," he made answer. And she discovered that which, in her distress of mind, she had failed to notice. They were running smoothly along a private avenue of fir trees towards an old stone mansion that stood on a slope overlooking the long river valley. She drew a hard breath. "But this is better, ever so much, than the court," she said. "Your future home, my queen?" said Sir Eustace royally. She breathed again, deeply, wonderingly. "Is it real?" she said. He laughed. "I almost think so. You see that other house right away in the distance, across that further slope? That is the dower house, where Isabel and Scott are to live when we are married." "Oh." There was a quick note of disappointment in Dinah's voice. "I thought they would live with us." "I don't know why," said Sir Eustace with a touch of sharpness, and then, softening almost immediately, "It's practically the same thing, my sprite of the woods. But I wish you to be mistress in your own home, when we do settle down, which won't be at present, for we are not coming back from our honeymoon till you have learnt that I am the only person in the world that matters." Again, a slight shiver caught Dinah, but she repressed it instantly. "I expect it won't take me very long to learn that, Apollo," she said with her shy, fleeting smile. And then they glided up to the wide steps of his home, and the door opened to receive them, showing Scott, her friend, standing in the opening, awaiting her. End of section 34. Section 35 of Greatheart. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 5. The Watcher. She sprang to meet him with a cry of delight, both hands extended. "Oh, it is good to see you again. It is good, she panted. "Why didn't you come to Parrythorpe? I did want you there." He grasped her hands very tightly. His pale eyes smiled their welcome, but it came to her afterwards. He scarcely said a word in greeting. In a second or two he set her free. "Come and see Isabel," he said. She went with him eagerly, forgetful of Sir Eustace striding in her wake. As Scott opened the door of Isabel's room, she pressed forward, and the next moment she was kneeling by Isabel's side, gathered close to her breast, in a silence that was deeper than any speech. Dinah's arms clung fast about the elder woman's neck. She was conscious of a curious impulse to tears, but she conquered it, forcing herself somewhat brokenly to laugh. "Isn't it lovely to be together again?" she whispered. "You can't think what it means to me. I lay in bed last night and counted the hours and then the minutes. I was so dreadfully afraid something might happen to prevent my coming. And oh, Isabel, I had no idea your home was so beautiful." Isabel's hold slackened. "Sit on the sofa beside me, my darling," she said. "I am so glad you like Willowmount. Was Eustace in time for your train?" Dinah laughed again with more assurance. "Oh, no, I got there first. He came swooping down as if he had dropped from the clouds. We had a very quick run back, and I'm all blown to pieces." She put up impetuous hands to thrust back the disordered clusters of dark hair. "Take off your hat," said Scott. She obeyed with shining eyes upon him. "Now why didn't you come over to Perrythorpe? You haven't told me yet." "I was busy," he answered. "I had to get home." His eyes were shining also. She did not need to be told that he was glad to see her. He rang for tea and sat down somewhere near in his usual unobtrusive fashion. Eustace occupied the place of honor in an easy chair drawn close to the end of the sofa on which Dinah sat. He was watching her, she knew, but she could not meet his look as she met Scott's. His very nearness made her feel again the scorching of the flame. She slipped her hand into Isabel's as though seeking refuge, and as she did so, she heard Eustace address his brother, his tone brief and peremptory, the voice of an employer. "You have finished that correspondence?" "I shall finish it in time for the post," Scott made answer. Eustace made a sound expressive of dissatisfaction. "You'll miss it as sure as a gun." Scott said nothing further, but his silence was not without a certain mastery that sent an odd little thrill of triumph through Dinah. Eustace frowned heavily and turned from him. The entrance of Biddy with the tea made a diversion, for her greeting of Dinah was full of warmth. "But sure, you're not looking like I'd like to see you, Miss Dinah," was her verdict. "It's meself that'll have to feed you up." "But I'm always thin," protested Dinah. "It's just the way I'm made." Biddy pursed her lips and shook her head. "'Tis not the sign of a contented mind," she commented. "I was never contented before I went to Switzerland," said Dinah. She turned to Isabel. "Wasn't it all lovely? It's just like a dream to me now, all glitter and romance. I'd give anything to have it over again." "I'll show you better things than winter in the Alps," said Eustace in his free, imperial fashion. Her bright eyes glanced up to his for a moment. "Do you know, I don't believe you could," she said. He laughed. "You won't say that 6 months hence. The Alps will be no more than an episode to you then." "Rather an important episode," remarked Scott. Her look came to him, settled upon him like a shy bird at rest. "Very, very important," she said softly. "Do you remember that first day, that first night, how you helped me dress for the ball? Eustace would never have thought of dancing with me if it hadn't been for you." "I seem to have a good deal to answer for," said Scott with his rather tired smile. "I owe you everything," said Dinah. "Stumpy has many debtors," said Isabel. Eustace uttered a brief laugh. "Stumpy scores without running," he observed. "He always has. Saves trouble, Miss Stumpy?" "Quite so," said Scott with precision. "It is easy to be kind when it costs you nothing." "And it pays," said Eustace. Dinah's green eyes went back to him with something of a flash. "Scott would never have thought of that," she said. "I am sure he wouldn't," said Eustace dryly. Her look darted about him like an angry bird seeking some vulnerable point whereat to strike. But before she could speak, Scott leaned forward and intervened. "My thoughts are my own private property, if no one objects," he said whimsically. "Judge me, if you must, by my actions. But I should prefer not to be judged at all. Have you told Dinah about the invitation to the Devins, Eustace?" "No. They haven't asked you for the wedding, surely?" Dinah's thoughts were instantly diverted. "Have they really? I never thought they would. Oh, that will be fun. I expect Rose is trying to pretend she isn't—" She broke off, coloring vividly. "What a pig I am," she said apologetically to Scott. "Please forget I said that." "But you didn't say it," said Scott. "A near thing," commented Eustace. "I had no idea Miss Devine was so smitten. Stumpy, you'll be best man. You'll have to console her." "I believe the best man has to console everybody," said Scott. "You are peculiarly well fitted for the task," said his brother, setting down his cup and pulling out a cigarette case. "Be quick and quench your thirst, Dinah. I want to trot you round the place before dark." Dinah looked at Isabel. "You'll come too?" Isabel shook her head. "No, dear, I can't walk much. Besides, Eustace will want you to himself." But a queer little spirit of perversity had entered into Dinah. She shook her head also. "We will go round in the morning," she said, with a resolute look at her fiancé. "I am going to stay with Isabel tonight. You have had quite as much of me as is good for you, now haven't you?" There was an instant of silence that felt ominous before, somewhat curtly, Sir Eustace yielded the point. "I won't grudge you to Isabel if she wants you. You can both of you come up to the picture gallery when you've done. There's a fine view of the river from there." He got up with the words, and Scott rose also. They went away together, and Dinah at once nestled to Isabel's side. "Now we can be cozy," she said. Isabel put an arm about her. "You mustn't make me monopolize you, sweetheart," she said. "I think Eustace was a little disappointed." "I'll be ever so nice to him presently to make up," said Dinah. "But I do want you now, Isabel." "What is it, dearest?" Dinah's cheek rubbed softly against her shoulder. "Isabel, darling, I never thought that you and Scott were going to leave this place because Eustace was marrying me." Isabel's arm pressed her closer. "We're not going far away, darling. It will be better for you to be alone." "I don't think so," said Dinah. "We shall be alone quite long enough on our honeymoon." She trembled a little in Isabel's hold. "I do wish you were coming too," she whispered. "My dear, Eustace will take care of you," Isabel said. "Oh, yes, I know, but he's so big. He wants such a lot," murmured Dinah in distress. "I don't quite know how to manage him. He's never satisfied. If only you were coming with us, he'd have something else to think about." "Oh, no, he wouldn't, dear. When you are present, he thinks of no one else. You see," Isabel spoke with something of an effort, "he's in love with you." Yes, of course. I'm very silly." Dinah dabbed her eyes and began to smile. "But he makes me feel all the while as if he wants to eat me. I know it's all my silliness, but I wish you weren't going to the Dower House all the same. Shall you be quite comfortable there?" "It is being done up, dear. You must come round with us and see it. We shall move in directly the wedding is over. And then this place is to be done up too, made ready for you. I believe you are to choose the wallpapers and hangings while you are here. You will enjoy that." "If you will help me," said Dinah. "Of course I will help you, dear child. I will always help you with anything, so long as it is in my power." Very tenderly, Isabel reassured her, till presently the scared feeling subsided. They went up later to the picture gallery and joined Eustace, whom they found smoking there. His mood also had changed by that time, and he introduced his ancestors to Dinah with complete good humor. Isabel remained with them, but she talked very little in her brother's presence, and when, after a time, Dinah turned to her, she was startled by the deadly weariness of her face. "Oh, I am tiring you," she exclaimed with swift compunction. But Isabel assured her with a smile that this was not so. She was a little tired, but that was nothing new. "But you generally rest before dinner," said Dinah, full of self-reproach. "Eustace, ought she not to rest?" Eustace glanced at his sister half reluctantly, and a shade of concern crossed his face also. "Are you feeling faint?" he asked her. "Do you want anything?" No, of course not." She averted her face sharply from his look. "Go on talking to Dinah. I am all right." She moved to a deep window embrasure and sat down on the cushioned seat. The spring dusk was falling. She gazed forth into it with that look of perpetual searching that Dinah had grown to know in the earliest days of their acquaintance. She was watching, she was waiting. For what? She longed to draw near and comfort her, but the presence of Eustace made that impossible. She did not know how to dismiss him. And then, to her relief, the door opened, and Scott came quietly in upon them. He seemed to take in the situation at a glance, for after a few words with them, he passed on to Isabel, sitting aloof and silent in the twilight. She greeted him with a smile, and Dinah's anxiety lifted somewhat. She turned to Eustace. "Show me your den now," she said. "I can see the rest of the house tomorrow." And with a feeling that she was doing Isabel a service, she went away with him alone. End of section 35. Section 36 of Greatheart. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 6. The Wrong Road. When Dinah descended to breakfast the next morning, she encountered Scott in the hall. He had evidently just come in from an early ride, and he was looking younger and more animated than his wont. "Ah, there you are," he said, coming to meet her. "I've got some shocking news for you this morning. Eustace has had to go to town to see his solicitor. An urgent telephone message came through this morning. He's just gone up by the early train in hope of getting back in good time. He charged me with all sorts of messages for you, and I've promised to take care of you in his absence, if you will allow me." "Oh, that will be great fun!" exclaimed Dinah ingenuously. "I hope you're not very busy. I'd like you to show me everything." He laughed. "No, I can't do that. We must keep that for Eustace. But I will take you to the Dower House and show you that." "I shall love that," said Dinah. He took her into a room that overlooked terrace and river valley, and the sunny southern slope that lay between. Breakfast was laid for two, and a cheery fire was burning. "How cozy it looks," said Dinah. "It does, doesn't it?" said Scott. "We always breakfast here in the winter for that reason. Not that it's winter today. It is glorious spring. You seem to have brought it with you. Take the coffee pot end, won't you? What will you have to eat?" He spoke with a lightness that Dinah found peculiarly exhilarating. He was evidently determined that she should not be dull. Her spirits rose. She suddenly felt like a child who has been granted an unexpected holiday. She smiled up at him as he brought her a plate. "Isn't it a perfect morning? I'm so glad to be here. Don't let us waste a single minute, will we?" "Not one," said Scott. He went to his own place. He was plainly in a holiday mood also. She saw it in his whole bearing, and her heart rejoiced. It was so good to see him looking happy. "Have you seen Isabel this morning?" he asked her presently. "No. I went to her door, but Biddy said she was asleep, so I didn't go in." "She often doesn't sleep much before morning," Scott said. "I expect she will be down to luncheon, if you can put up with me only till then." He evidently did not want to discuss Isabel's health just then, and Dinah was quite willing also to let the subject pass for the time. It was a morning for happy thoughts only. She and Scott would pretend that they had not a care in the world. They breakfasted together as if it were a picnic. She had never seen him so cheery and inconsequent. It was as if he also were engaged in some species of make-believe. Or was it the enchantment of spring that had fallen upon them both? Dinah could not have said. She only knew that she had never felt so happy in all her life before. The walk to the Dower House was full of delight. It was all so exquisite, the long grassy slopes, the dark woods, the bare trees stark against the blue. The path led through a birch copse, and here, in sheltered corners, were primroses. She gathered them eagerly, and Scott helped her, even forgetting to smoke. She did not remember later what they talked about, or even if they talked at all, but the amazing gladness of her heart on that spring morning was to be a vivid memory to her for as long as she lived. They reached the Dower House. Like Willowmount, it overlooked the river, but from a different angle. Dinah was charmed with the old place. It was full of unexpected corners and old-fashioned contrivances. Blue patches of violets bloomed in the garden. Again, with Scott's help, she gathered a great dewy bunch. There were workmen in one or two of the rooms, and she stood by or wandered at will while Scott talked to the foreman. They found themselves presently in the room that was to be Isabel's, a large and sunlit apartment that had a turret window that looked to the far hills beyond the river. Dinah stood entranced with her eyes upon the blue distance. Finally, with a sigh, she spoke. "How I wish I were going to live here, too." "What? You like it better than Willowmount?" said Scott. She made a little gesture of the hands, as if she pleaded for understanding. "I feel so small in big places. This is spacious, but it's cozy, too. I should feel lost alone at Willowmount." "But you won't be alone," he pointed out, with his kindly smile. "You will be very much the reverse, I can assure you." She gave that sharp, uncontrollable little shiver of hers. "You mean Eustace?" she said haltingly. "Yes, Eustace, and all the people round who will want to know his bride," said Scott. "I don't think you will have much time to be lonely. If you have, you can always come along to us, you know. We shall only be too delighted to see you." Dinah turned to him impulsively. "You are good," she said. "I wonder you don't look upon me as a horrid little interloper, turning you out of your home where you've always lived. I do hate the thought of it, really. It isn't my fault." She spoke with tears in her eyes, but Scott still smiled. "My dear child," he said, "such an idea never entered my head. Isabel and I have often thought we should like to make this our home. We have always intended to, as soon as Eustace married." "Did you never think of marrying?" Dinah asked him suddenly. There was an instant's pause, and then, as he was about to speak, she broke in quickly. "Oh, please don't tell me. I was a pig to ask. I didn't mean to. It just slipped out. Do forgive me." "But why shouldn't you ask?" said Scott gently. "We are friends. I don't mind answering you. I've had my dreams like the rest of the world, but it was very soon over. I never seriously deluded myself into the belief that anyone could care to marry a shrimp like me." "Oh, Scott!" Almost fiercely, Dinah cut him short. "How can you? You, of all people, say a thing like that?" Scott looked at her quizzically for a moment. "I should have thought I was the one person who could say it," he observed. Dinah turned from him sharply. Her hands were clenched. "Oh, no," she said, incoherently. "It is not right. It is not fair. You, Mr. Greatheart! quite suddenly, as if the utterance of the name were too much for her, she broke down, covered her face, and wept. "Dinah," said Scott. He came to her and took her very gently by the arm. Dinah's shoulders were shaking. She could not lift her face. Why shouldn't your dream come true, too?" she sobbed. "You, who help everybody to get what they want." "My dear," said Scott, "my dream is over. Don't you grieve on my account. God knows I'm not grieving for myself." His voice was low, but very steadfast. "You wouldn't," said Dinah. "No, because it's futile, unnecessary, a waste of time. I've other things to do, plenty of other things." Scott braced himself with the words, as one who manfully lifts a burden. "Cheer up, Dinah. I didn't mean to make you sad." But, are you sure, quite sure she didn't care?" faltered Dinah, rubbing her eyes woefully. "Quite sure," said Scott with decision. Dinah threw him a sudden flashing glance of indignation. "Then she was a donkey, Scott, a fool, an idiot," she declared with trembling vehemence. How I'd like to tell her so." Scott was smiling, his own whimsical smile. "Yes, wouldn't you?" he said. "And it's awfully nice of you to say so. But do you know, you're quite wrong. She wasn't any of those things. On the other hand, I was all three. But where's the use of talking? It's over, and a good thing, too." Dinah slipped a quivering hand over his. "We'll always be friends, won't we, Scott?" she said tremulously. "Always," said Scott. She squeezed his hand hard, and in response his fingers pressed her arm. His steady eyes looked straight into hers. And in the silence there came to Dinah a queer stirring of uncertainty, the uncertainty of one who just begins to suspect that he is on the wrong road. The moment passed, and they talked again of lighter things, but the mood of irresponsible light-heartedness had gone. When they finally left the dower house, Dinah felt that she trod on the earth once more. "I shall come and see you very often when we come back," she said rather wistfully. "I hope Eustace won't want to be away a very long time." "Aren't you looking forward to your honeymoon?" asked Scott. "I don't know," said Dinah, and paused. "I really don't know. But," brightening, "I'm sure the wedding will be great fun." "I hope it will," said Scott kindly. It was not till they were nearing Willowmount that Dinah asked him at length, hesitatingly, about Isabel. "Do you mind telling me? Is she worse?" Scott also hesitated a little before he answered. Then, "In one sense, she's much better," he said. "But physically," he paused, "physically she is losing ground." "Oh, Scott!" Dinah looked at him with swift dismay. "But why? Why? Can nothing be done?" His eyes met hers unwaveringly. "No, nothing," he said, and spoke with that decision which she had come to know as in some fashion a part of himself. His words carried conviction, and yet by some means they quieted her dismay as well. He went on after a moment with that gentle philosophy of his that seemed to soften all he said. "She is as one nearing the end of a long journey, and she is very tired, poor girl. We can't grudge her rest when it comes. Eustace wants to rouse her, but I think the time for that is past. It is kinder, it is wiser, to let her alone." Dinah drew a little nearer to him. "Do you mean that you think she won't live very long?" she whispered. "If you like to put it that way," Scott answered quietly. "Oh, but what of you?" she said. She uttered the words almost involuntarily, and the next moment she would have recalled them, for she saw his face change. For a second, only a second, she read suffering in his eyes, but he answered her without hesitation. "I shall just keep on, Dinah," he said. "It is the only way. But, as I think I've mentioned before, it's no good meeting troubles halfway. The day's work is all that really matters." They walked on for a space in silence. Then, as they drew near the house, he changed the subject. But that brief shadow of a coming desolation dwelt in Dinah's memory with a persistence that defied all lesser things. He was brave enough, cheery enough, in the shouldering of his burden, but her heart ached when she realized how heavy that burden must be. A message awaited her at the house that she would go to Isabel in her sitting room, and she went, half eager, half diffident. But as soon as she was with her friend, her doubts were all gone, for Isabel looked and spoke so much as usual that it seemed impossible to believe that she was indeed nearing the end of the journey. She wanted to know all that Dinah had been doing, and they sat and discussed the decorations of the dower house till the luncheon hour. When luncheon was over, they repaired to a sheltered corner of the terrace, looking down over the garden to the river, while Scott went away to write letters. And here they talked over the serious matter of the trousseau, with regard to which neither Dinah nor her mother had made any very definite arrangements. Perhaps Mrs. Bathurst had foreseen the possibility of Isabel desiring to undertake this responsibility. Perhaps Isabel had already dropped a hint of her intention. In any case, it seemed the most natural thing in the world that Isabel should be the one to assist and advise, and when Dinah demurred a little on the score of cost, she found herself gently but quite effectually silenced. Sir Eustace's bride must have a suitable outfit, Isabel told her. The question of ways and means was not one which need trouble her. So Dinah obediently put the matter from her and entered into the delightful discussion with keen zest. Isabel's ideas were so entrancing. She knew exactly what she would need. Her taste also was so simple and so unerring. Dinah had never before pictured herself as possessing such things as Isabel calmly proclaimed that she must have. "We must go up to town tomorrow," Isabel said, "and get things started. It will mean the whole day, I'm afraid. Can you bear to be parted from Eustace for so long?" Dinah laughed merrily at the question. Of course, of course. What fun it will be. I always knew I should like to be married, but I never dreamt it could be so exciting as this." Isabel smiled at her with a touch of pity in her eyes. "Marriage isn't only new clothes and wedding presents, Dinah," she said. No, I know." Dinah spoke with swift compunction. "It is far more than that, but I've never had such lovely things before. I can't help feeling a little giddy about it. You do understand, don't you? I'm not like that all through, really." "My darling," Isabel answered fondly, "of course I know it. I sometimes think that it would be better for you if you were." "Isabel, why? Why?" Dinah pressed close to her, half curious, half frightened. But Isabel did not answer her. She only kissed the vivid, upturned face with all a mother's tenderness, and turned back in silence to the fashion book on her knee. End of section 36.